9 years have passed since that awful evening when the mighty-tailed beast known as the Nine-Tails attacked the village of Konoha. It almost completely destroyed the village and took a massive part of its population with it. It was only thanks to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, that the beast was defeated. The Hokage knew that killing a tailed beast was nearly impossible, so he did the only other thing that could defeat it. He sealed it inside the body of a newborn. The Yondaime, being the man he was, couldn't bring himself to ask another family to sacrifice their child. So, with a heavy heart, he sealed the tailed beast into his own newborn triplets. The yin part of its chakra was sealed into his only daughter, Uzumaki Namikaze Mito, while the yang part of the chakra was sealed into the youngest triplet, Uzumaki Namikaze Menma. For such an incredible feat, the Yondaime had to use the powerful dead demon-consuming seal, summoning the Shinigami himself and asking him to split the 9 tails in exchange for his own soul. Minato was more than ready to give his life to protect the village he loved, knowing that his wife, Uzumaki Kushina, would have been able to take care of the children without him. So imagine his surprise when the Shinigami simply brushed him off, telling him that for this job, a payment of the soul was not needed. The user of the Flying Thunder God technique was more than happy to be able to live with his family, unaware of the Shinigami's true intentions. That very day, the Yondaime announced that the village had been saved thanks to his 2 children, Menma and Mito, because they were able to contain the chakra of the mighty beast. Minato told the whole village that his children were heroes and should not be treated as some sort of reincarnated Nine-Tails. The village quickly accepted this. They had complete faith in the words of their precious Yondaime and began calling Menma and Mito the saviors of Konoha. Now, 9 years after that tragedy, this day was not one of sadness and grief, but one of joy and celebration. After all, not only was there a huge festival in honor of the Nine-Tails' defeat, but it was also the birthday of the saviors of Konoha. Everywhere in the village, people were celebrating, but the real party was at the Namikaze Uzumaki residence, where the young Mito and Menma, now 9 years of age, were having their birthday party. The Namikaze Uzumaki clan house was not as big as the other clan houses, but it was spacious enough to hold all the guests who showed up to the party. These guests were the heads of every important clan in the village, along with the next heirs of said clans, and some people important to the family, such as Kakashi Hatake, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade Senju of the Sunin. The party was in full swing, and everyone was having a good time. But the ones who were happiest were, of course, Menma and Mito. Menma Uzumaki Namikaze could only be described as a miniature version of Minato, with his spiky blonde hair and blue eyes, although his personality was more like that of his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. After all, it was difficult for the boy to not play a prank on someone when he could. In contrast to him, his sister, Mito Uzumaki Namikaze, was a carbon copy of her mother, with long red hair that reached the middle of her back and violet eyes. Though her personality was more like Minato's, calm and composed. Alongside the 2 birthday kids was another little girl, who looked to be 6 or 7 years of age. She had red hair just like her sister, the only difference being that hers was styled in twin tails, and she had blue eyes, just like her father. This girl was none other than the 4th child of the Namikaze Uzumaki household, Natsume Uzumaki Namikaze. The youngest redhead was nothing short of a bundle of joy, always having fun with her family and with a smile on her face all the time. Yes, if someone were to look at this scene, they would think they were the perfect family. But, of course, nothing is perfect. After all, nobody noticed that the 3rd birthday boy was nowhere near the house. Meanwhile, on the Hokage monument, while everyone else was having a great time, one small child had nothing but sadness and pain in his heart. This small boy had spiky blonde hair and sky blue eyes, with 3 whisker marks on each cheek, giving him a unique look. The blonde was wearing a black shirt with the symbol of his clan on the back, a red spiral, and white shorts. This boy was none other than the 3rd Uzumaki Namikaze child, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. You might be asking why someone like him was here all alone, with so much sadness in his heart. Well, the answer to that is simple. Once again, just like every year, his family had forgotten about him, celebrating the birthday of his brother and sister but not his. Why? Why does this keep happening? Why did my family forget about my birthday again? Why do they never notice me? Do they hate me? Were the thoughts that the young blonde was having in his mind right now, some tears falling from his eyes just from thinking of his family hating him. Since he could remember, his family always treated him differently. While his brother and sister were praised for almost anything they did by their parents, he barely got them to acknowledge him. They always ignored him, and while Menma and Mito had already started their ninja training, he had not. Every time he asked for it, he would get the same answer from each of his parents: we must focus on training your sibling and controlling the Nine-Tails chakra, so we can't teach you. When his little sister was born, he thought that he would finally have someone that would treat him like family. But sadly, that did not happen. After all, Natsume was able to use the Uzumaki chakra chains, something that only his mother could do, so his parents decided to start her training sooner. Now he was the only one who was excluded from the family training time. It was not only his mother and father who ignored him, his siblings were even worse. Menma was always a brat to him, telling him how weak he was and that his parents loved him more. His sister Mito would always be cold toward him. She started being like that 2 years ago, and now she barely spoke to him, and when she did, it was only just a few words. His little sister, Natsumi, was more annoying than anything, always bragging to him about every cool thing she learned with their mother or father and acting like a spoiled child. It was not only his family that had forgotten him, but the village as a whole had forgotten that he was also a part of that family. Some of the more foolish villagers treated him as if he were the Nine Tails reincarnated because of his whisker marks. Naruto was so absorbed in his thoughts about his family that he did not register the sounds of someone walking toward him until someone spoke to him in a soft and emotionless voice. "What are you doing here, kid?" spoke the person, making Naruto jump in surprise, not expecting anyone here at this hour. When he looked at the man, the first thing that came to mind was that his clothes were odd and that his hair and eyes made him look like an Uchiha. It took a few seconds for Naruto to actually register the question in his mind, but when he did, he answered with a voice full of sadness. "I have nowhere else to be." Naruto did not know why he was answering, but he just felt that this weird-looking man was not going to harm him, unlike some of the villagers that sometimes hit him. "Don't you have a family that's waiting for you? It's late after all," asked the man softly, his black eyes focused on the child and nothing else. Of course, he already knew the answer, having watched the boy interact with his family for a while, but he wanted the kid to respond, just to see exactly how much pain he had in his heart. "I do have a family, but they don't care about me, they never have. They even forget about my birthday every year. No one cares about me," said Naruto, his voice full of hurt and his eyes had some tears, showing the man that he was right. The pain caused by his family was too much for the young kid, and now it was his time to act. "I see, no one should have to live like that, especially a child like you," said the man before putting his hand on the boy's head, making said kid look at him with a face now with more surprise than sadness. But before Naruto could ask him anything, the man spoke again. "Tell me, Naruto-kun." The blonde was even more surprised that this man actually knew him. "Would you like to change your life?" asked the man softly, his black eyes looking directly into Naruto's blue ones. Naruto felt like this man was staring directly into his soul. "What are you talking about?" asked Naruto, his voice full of doubt, but for some reason, he found himself not afraid of this man, as if he knew that this man was not going to harm him in any way. "I'm asking you if you would like to change, Naruto-kun. Would you like to be strong enough to never feel so weak in your life? Would you like to have someone that would care for you so that you would never have to be alone, Naruto-kun?" These words made Naruto look at the man like he was insane, but you could still see a little glint of hope in those blue eyes. I can change like that?" asked Naruto, looking at the black-haired man like he had all the answers in the world. "Of course you can, Naruto-kun. We can always change, but that path is never easy. I'm asking you again, Naruto-kun, do you want to stay like this, being treated like nothing from your family and like a monster by this village, or would you like to become something more?" asked the man, knowing that the next word that the young blonde would say would be crucial. Meanwhile, Naruto's mind was racing. This man right here was offering him a chance to never feel so weak and alone again, while a part of him was telling him that he couldn't trust someone he barely knew and that if he stayed with his family, then they would change. Another bigger part wanted nothing more than to accept this man's offer. So it was with that mentality that the young Uzumaki Namikaze answered, "I want to change. I want to show my family that I can be strong too, that I'm not useless. I want to prove to myself that I can become someone," spoke Naruto, his voice overflowing with conviction, causing the man to get a small smile before his face returned to his neutral look, fast enough that Naruto was not able to see it. "Very well, then from now on, I'll teach you everything I know, but it's only up to you if you learn it," spoke the man just before crouching and putting a hand on the floor. Naruto looked at him strangely for that, but he was too happy to finally have someone that would teach him how to be strong to really care, but one thought stopped him right in his tracks. "Wait, sensei, I don't know your name," said Naruto, just remembering now that his new sensei never introduced himself. "I'm sorry, I forgot. I have had many names and titles, Naruto-kun, but you can just call me." Just as the man was about to say his name, a strange black circle appeared under both Naruto and the man. Naruto would have freaked out, but he was too surprised for that. After all, he had never heard of any jutsu like this. But his attention went from the circle to the man just before he muttered the name that would always stay in his memory. Zeref. And with that, they disappeared in a black flash. Konohagakure no Sato, 11 years after the Nine Tails attack. If someone were to tell anyone in Konoha that in a hidden part of the Hokage monument there existed a magical circle that, when activated with magic, would send you to a secret training area that not even the Hokage knew about, they would probably believe that the person was going crazy and that things like magic did not exist. Sadly for them, such a place did exist. Said place was big, but really simple, with nothing but walls of stone and a big magical circle that covered the whole floor of the room. The room was illuminated by torches embedded in each wall since no sunlight reached this training room. Right now, there were only 2 people in this room. They were the same people who had been training here for 2 years already. One of the figures was a tall man with dark black hair and even darker black eyes, wearing clothes that other people would consider odd. This man was known as Zeref, and right now, he was watching the other figure who had spent a really big part of the last 2 years in this same training room. Said figure was definitely male, with spiky blonde hair with two bangs framing his face, with deep blue eyes and whisker marks on each cheek. This boy was wearing something simple in comparison with his sensei, a simple long-sleeved black shirt that had a symbol on his back that looked like the head of a dragon in silver color. He was also wearing black cargo pants and blue ninja sandals. He was tall for a boy of his age and had an athletic body born out of the training he had been doing for the last 2 years. This boy's name was none other than Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the first son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, and of course, apprentice of the Dark Lord Zeref. Right now, Naruto was crouching and breathing hard, his clothes had some holes here and there, and he was sweating like there was no tomorrow. This was the normal state that the young blonde was in every time he sparred with his sensei. Meanwhile, Zeref looked completely perfect, as if nothing had happened, showing the abysmal difference in skill these two had. "Are you ready to take a break, Naruto-kun?" asked Zeref softly, his voice still emotionless as ever. The dark mage already knew the answer to this question, though, after all, his apprentice was the type who would train until his body could no longer move. "No, I can still go on, sensei," said Naruto between breaths while slowly getting up, ready to keep sparring with his sensei. However, in his opinion, this was more like a one-sided beatdown since he could never land a hit on his sensei, and in one of those rare times when he did, Zeref would just brush him off like nothing happened. "If you say so," said Zeref, just before moving at a speed too fast for Naruto to see and kneeing him in the stomach, making the young blonde fall again with his hand clutching his stomach, while trying to get some air in his lungs. "You should know when to rest already. Even though your dedication is admirable, sometimes it becomes more stupid than anything," said Zeref bluntly, getting a groan of annoyance from Naruto. The dark mage went back to the center of the field and started meditating while his apprentice rolled onto his back, his body full of pain, and that last hit did not help at all. "It has been 2 years already, and yet you still refuse to rest when I tell you. You're too stubborn for your own good," said Zeref once again, making his apprentice's attention go from the ceiling to him. "That's right, it has been 2 years since I met him," thought Naruto, remembering that fateful day in which Zeref accepted him as an apprentice. That thought made Naruto smile, remembering his first day of training with Zeref and the revelation that he was what people in his world called a mage. Yes, that was definitely a day he would never forget. 2 years ago, the day after the Nine Tails Festival, Naruto woke up with a groan, feeling like yesterday was the best birthday he ever had, which was probably because he had finally met someone who actually cared for him and was giving him a chance to become strong. That thought made Naruto jump out of bed as fast as someone of his age could and start looking around the place he was, which was obviously not his bedroom. This room was really quite simple, having just a bed, a desk, a closet, and 2 doors, one of which led into a bathroom. The young blonde got out of the room and ended up in a long hallway that was illuminated by some torches. "This is really creepy," thought Naruto, wondering if his new sensei really lived in this weird place. After a few seconds of walking, Naruto ended up in a really big room, also illuminated by torches and with a weird-looking circle covering the floor completely. However, before the young Uzumaki could say anything, a voice he was really happy to hear sounded behind him. "It seems you're finally awake, Naruto-kun. Good, there are some things I need to tell you before we start doing anything," said Zeref with his normal emotionless voice, making Naruto wonder what he was going to tell him. He just really hoped that training with this man was a good idea. After all, Zeref was still a stranger to him, but he just felt like he could trust him. So with shaky steps, he followed his new sensei to the center of the big room. Zeref just took a seat on the floor and started meditating while Naruto just stood there waiting for something to be said. After some really awkward minutes, Naruto decided to break the ice himself. "So, Zeref-sensei, when are you going to teach me how to be a ninja?" asked the young blonde, a little more energetic, excited by the prospect of becoming a strong ninja. However, that dream was basically crushed by Zeref's next words. "I'm not going to teach you how to be a ninja, Naruto-kun," Zeref said softly, opening his eyes to see his new apprentice's reaction, and just like he guessed, Naruto's reaction was priceless. His eyes were huge while his mouth opened and closed, but no words came out of it. It was only after a minute that the young blonde was able to calm himself enough to be able to speak, although his voice came out like a squeak. What do you mean by that, sensei? You told me you were going to teach me everything you know. Or was that nothing but a lie?" Naruto all but yelled, pointing at Zeref with his index finger like he had caught him red-handed doing something bad. The dark mage could only sigh at his apprentice's reaction. Although he supposed it was normal for a young boy to yell like that when upset about something, it did not mean he had to like it. "Yes, I told you that I would teach you everything I know, but I never said that I would teach you how to be a ninja, did I? But what are you going to teach me then?" Naruto once again yelled, although Zeref's answer sure shut him up. "I'm going to teach you magic," answered Zeref bluntly, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Complete silence. Whatever Naruto was going to say died in his throat thanks to Zeref's words. For a moment, neither sensei nor student said anything, just looking at the other without even blinking. But of course, it was the young blonde who had to break the ice again. Was that supposed to be a joke? Because if it was a really bad one, sensei, deadpan Naruto, looking at his new teacher like he had lost his mind. Zeref could only sigh again at this reaction, but he supposed that again it was considered normal, so he would just have to prove what he was talking about. Perhaps a small demonstration is in order, Zeref said, extending his hand, palm open. Before Naruto could voice another thought about his sensei's questionable sanity, a small sphere, black as the deepest night, materialized in Zeref's hand. Naruto was utterly transfixed, and then even more surprised when Zeref flung the black orb toward a distant wall. The instant the dark mass impacted, a massive explosion rocked the room, kicking up a thick cloud of smoke. When the smoke finally cleared, a large, gaping hole had been blasted into the center of the wall, surrounded by a spiderweb of deep cracks. What kind of jutsu was that? Naruto exclaimed, convinced that this spell was merely some strange new technique his sensei had invented. That wasn't a jutsu, Naruto-kun. It was magic, Zeref answered, bracing himself for the wave of questions he knew would follow. But that's impossible. Magic isn't real. I mean, it can't be, right? Naruto stammered, his doubt evident in the final words. With another sigh, Zeref motioned for Naruto to sit on the floor. This might take a while, Naruto-kun, but I'll explain everything to you. And so he did. Zeref told Naruto everything, from his origins in another world and how he was brought here to seek redemption, to the intricate workings of magic. Naruto listened with rapt attention, occasionally interjecting with a question or a thoughtful observation. Despite his desire to be truthful with his new apprentice, Zeref decided to omit the part about his world's destruction at the hands of his own creation. He feared the young boy's reaction, worrying that it might make him afraid of magic, or worse, of Zeref himself. When the story was over, Zeref had to admit he was impressed by Naruto's comprehension. Not only did the boy grasp everything he was told, but he also offered surprisingly insightful comments about the nature of magic. After the complete explanation, Zeref waited patiently. After a few seconds of thought, the blonde boy finally broke the silence. But sensei, how am I going to learn magic if I don't have a magic container in my body? Naruto asked, still processing the immense amount of information. He had to concede that his sensei's tale sounded insane, but the physical demonstration of magic left him no choice but to believe it. Though he had many more questions. What did his sensei do that was so terrible he needed to redeem himself? And how exactly was he sent to this world? He decided against asking them, sensing that Zeref wasn't ready to share those answers yet. He would wait. You're right, Naruto-kun. People in this world can never learn magic because they lack a container to hold magical power, just as I can't use jutsu since I have no chakra. There's also the fact that this world lacks ether nano, which is necessary to replenish a mage's magical power after a spell, Zeref explained. He wasn't worried though, as he already had a plan for Naruto's future as a mage, even if it would take time to implement. But then how am I supposed to learn it if I can't even use it? And if there's no ether nano, how do you refill your own magical container, sensei? Naruto asked again. Don't fret about that, Naruto-kun. When the time is right, you'll be able to use magic. Just leave it to me. As for your second question, I discovered a third type of chakra in this world that comes from nature itself. After much trial and error, I found a way to use that natural energy to refuel my magic container through meditation, Zeref answered, a fleeting memory of his most bizarre experiments with natural energy crossing his mind. Those were days the Dark Lord would take to his grave. So what are you going to teach me now? We'll start with training your body, mind, and spirit, Naruto-kun. Let me remind you, once we begin, there is no turning back. Understood, Zeref said, as the large magical circle on the floor pulsed with energy, bathing the room in a vibrant purple light. Naruto's eyes widened in awe, but then his gaze shifted to his sensei's. He felt the weight of Zeref's analytical stare, a final test of his resolve. But the young blonde had already decided to become strong. It didn't matter if he learned magic instead of jutsu, he just needed to prove to everyone, and most importantly to himself, that he wasn't useless and that he could be strong without his family's help. It was with nothing but pure determination in his eyes that the soon-to-be mage answered his sensei's question. Yes, and so the training began. Remembering that day, Naruto reflected on the training regimen Zeref had crafted just for him. Every morning after breakfast, which Naruto always ate alone in his room before his family woke, he would run to the Hokage monument. Zeref would be waiting there to activate a magical circle that teleported them both to his secret training room. Once there, they would simply begin. From Monday to Wednesday, they focused on physical training, which gave Naruto a top-notch physical condition and sharpened his reflexes and pain tolerance. To make things more difficult, his clothes were enchanted to feel much heavier, and he was forbidden from taking them off while training. Thursdays and Fridays were dedicated to combat. Zeref taught him his own fighting style along with others he knew to see which suited Naruto best. Afterward, they would spar, which usually meant Zeref mercilessly beating him down while the blonde protested how unfair it was. Though Zeref didn't enjoy fighting with his fists, his mastery of hand-to-hand combat was something Naruto's bruised body could attest to. Saturdays were the most relaxed. They would play games like shogi, or zeref would present different war scenarios, challenging Naruto to find the best winning strategy. Afterward, they would meditate together. Naruto was terrible at this at first, and every time he moved or made a sound, Zeref would smack him on the head, earning a slew of curses from his apprentice. Sundays were Naruto's free day. Zeref told him he could do anything he wanted, as long as he stayed away from the training room. Naruto usually spent this time doing chakra exercises in a secluded training ground. Zeref had told him that learning magic didn't mean he should abandon jutsus entirely, as the ability to use both was a massive advantage. So Naruto spent a good portion of his free day on chakra control and practicing basic jutsus like the Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique, Bunshin no Jutsu, clone technique, and Henge no Jutsu, transformation technique, from scrolls his sensei had given him. Naruto had been a little skeptical about using magic since he lacked a magic container, but those fears were erased a year into his training. That was the day he finally became a mage. 1 year ago, a room hidden in the hills, training facility for Zeref. The young blonde, Naruto, walked down the hallway that led to the training room, wondering why his sensei had asked him to come on a Sunday. Zeref had never done that since they began training, so whatever he had in mind was probably significant. He finally reached the training room. As usual, his sensei sat in the middle, meditating. Naruto often wondered if Zeref ever did anything else, as meditating and training him were the only two things he'd ever seen the man do. The moment Naruto stepped into the room, he felt the familiar, increased weight of his clothes. At this point, it didn't bother him much. Which means they're going to get heavier soon, Naruto sighed knowingly, already anticipating the feeling. He walked up to his sensei and sat down, waiting. The dark mage opened his eyes and once again looked into Naruto's, a stare that, just like the first time they met, felt like it was piercing his very soul. After a few silent seconds, it was Zeref who spoke first, which surprised Naruto since he usually initiated conversations. "Do you remember what I told you when you asked how you were going to use magic?" Zeref asked softly. Naruto nodded. "I believe you are finally ready, Naruto-kun. After today, you will be able to use magic just like me," Zeref revealed, a statement that made Naruto's mind reel. "Really? But how?" Naruto asked, hoping this wasn't some kind of joke, even though he'd never seen Zeref laugh or make one. "I have created what you could call an artificial magical container, Naruto-kun. It took time, but I was successful. Today, I'm going to fuse my creation with your body, making sure your chakra network isn't damaged in the process. That's one of the reasons your training has been so physical. If I had tried this a year ago, you would have died or had your chakra network completely destroyed, heavily damaging your body," Zeref said calmly. He knew the procedure could easily go wrong if he wasn't at the top of his game. "How did you create something like that? And even if it works, the problem of filling it with ether nano still exists," Naruto replied, sounding much calmer than he felt, a testament to Zeref's teachings on emotional control. Zeref had told him it was vital for a mage, as magic was deeply connected to emotions, and letting them run wild could lead to magical accidents. "I created it using the Kuroage Jutsu, black arts, the epitome of dark magic. I won't go into the specifics, as the Kuroage Jutsu is one of the most powerful and obscure forms of magic that exists, and someone as young as you should not know about it," Zeref said, his usually emotionless voice hardening slightly. Naruto flinched. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but that type of magic is something no one should have ever learned. It has brought me nothing but despair. This is truly the first time I have used that magic to create something that doesn't fill my heart with regret," Zeref said softly, calming Naruto. The young boy couldn't help but wonder how powerful that magic was if it affected his sensei so deeply. "Now, to your second question. It's true that, in theory, even with a magical container in your body, it wouldn't be able to fill itself without ether nano. However, I have a fix for that. When I fuse the container with your body, I will alter your chakra network to fuel it. I designed this container to convert chakra into ether nano, allowing you to use magic," Zeref explained, watching his apprentice's eyes widen in awe at his abilities. "Now, lie down. This procedure will be long and difficult, and it's probably going to cause you more pain than you have ever felt before," Zeref said, walking to the far end of the room where a small box sat. Naruto did as he was told, and as soon as he lay down, black chains erupted from the floor, wrapping around his limbs and making him completely immobile. What the hell is this, sensei?" Naruto yelled, struggling against the chains, but they were too tight. He could only flop his torso around. "I can't have you moving, Naruto-kun, or something might go wrong. As I just told you, this is going to hurt, but it's the only way," Zeref said, a genuine frown on his face. He hated to put his apprentice through this, but there was no other way for the process to work. He opened the wooden box and took out what looked like a simple glass sphere with an arcane symbol on one side. The magical circle on the floor activated again. Naruto would have been terrified, but he trusted this man, the only person he trusted in his life, and he knew that Zeref was doing this for him. With a brave face and his full concentration, Naruto endured as the ritual began. Naruto would always remember that day not only as the one where he gained the ability to use magic, but also as the day he experienced the most pain he had ever known. The ritual had taken most of the day, and Naruto had passed out halfway through from the sheer agony. By the end, Zeref was even panting, the procedure having taken a significant toll on his magical abilities. Naruto had never felt so exhausted as he did the next day. He could barely walk, his whole body weak and sore. Zeref explained that his body was adjusting and that his chakra would be low until his new magic container was fully fueled. He cancelled training for the next week, telling Naruto to just stay home and rest, a command the boy didn't even have the strength to complain about. But it was all worth it. Now, Naruto could use magic just like a mage from his sensei's world. Sadly, Zeref hadn't taught him any actual spells yet, only how to feel and release his magical power. The reason was that Naruto's body was too unstable after the operation, and Zeref had to wait for his chakra network and magic container to stabilize before teaching him anything new. For now, the training stayed the same, with lessons on releasing his magic added to some days. "What's on your mind, Naruto-kun?" Zeref asked, pulling Naruto from his thoughts. "Nothing, just thinking about everything you've taught me these past 2 years." "I see. I know you want to learn spells already, Naruto-kun, but don't worry, your patience will be rewarded when the time comes," Zeref said, aware that this was a constant subject on his apprentice's mind. "Yeah, I know. Doesn't mean I have to like it, though," Naruto mumbled, attempting and failing to imitate his sensei's emotionless voice. The two of them fell into a comfortable silence, one meditating, the other simply relaxing, until Zeref decided to end the day. "You should go home already, Naruto-kun. It's getting late," Zeref told him, not ignoring the flicker of annoyance in his pupil's eyes. "I already told you, sensei. It doesn't matter if I'm late or not. No one is waiting for me anyway," the young Uzumaki replied in a cold, detached tone that always appeared whenever his family was mentioned. Even after 2 years, his relationship with his family remained unchanged. His parents still ignored him, and his siblings still treated him like dirt. In the last 2 years, all the pain and sadness in his heart had slowly transformed into anger and a little self-pity. After all, what kind of parents forget about their own child? And what kind of siblings make you feel like you're less than dirt? I understand how you feel about your family, Naruto-kun, but you should not let hate fill your heart, or you'll end up on a path that brings nothing but death and despair, Zeref warned wisely, knowing perfectly well how hatred could corrupt a person. Naruto just nodded and stood up wordlessly, ready to leave. He could now use magic to teleport himself, activating the circle on the Hokage monument and the one in his room. But before he could head out, Zeref had a few more parting words that would heavily impact Naruto's future. "A long time ago, a person once told me that family isn't just about blood relations or a shared name. They told me that family are the people you'd protect with your life, and that those bonds are the key to true power," Zeref said, recalling the words of a short blonde guild master. Naruto simply nodded without looking back, continuing his walk toward his bedroom, where the magic circle was. Zeref's words echoed in his mind. By the time Naruto reached the house where his family lived, the moon was already high in the sky. He refused to call this place home, it offered no comfort, no sense of belonging. In fact, Zeref's training room felt more like a home to him than this house did. As soon as Naruto entered, he was greeted by the happy sounds of his family eating. Against his better judgment and out of a sense of curiosity, he decided to take a quick peek. What he saw brought a familiar pain to his heart. His family was eating joyfully, with Kushina and Minato listening patiently to the stories Menma, Mito, and Natsume shared about their day. Naruto's heart ached at the sight of their happiness without him. There wasn't even an empty chair for him at the table. He tried to console himself, telling himself he hadn't expected one, but it still hurt to realize that the family that was supposed to love and guide him had completely forgotten he existed. With a heavy heart, Naruto retreated to his room, his sadness once again turning to anger. But he quickly pushed the feeling away, remembering the wisdom his sensei had shared. "Why do I still care?" Naruto wondered to himself, accepting the belief that his family would never love or pay attention to him. It was then that Zeref's final words from the day before came to mind, and he fully embraced them. After all, what kind of family neglects one of its members so much that his most trusted person is an emotionless mage from another dimension? "I'm done with this. If they don't want to be a family to me, I won't beg for their acceptance. If they're happier without me, then I won't get in their way. I'm tired of waiting for them to treat me like a son, like a brother. They aren't my family anymore. No, they never were my family to begin with. Zeref is my only family. He's the only one who cares about me, and he's more of a father than Minato has ever come close to being." For the first time in a long time, Naruto felt a sense of relief, as if a heavy weight had finally been lifted from his shoulders. With a clear mind and a determined heart, the young blonde drifted off to sleep, thinking about the days to come. Meanwhile, downstairs, the rest of the Namikaze Uzumaki clan continued to eat and talk happily, oblivious to the fact that they had just pushed a family member to the point of no return. It would be years before they finally realized what they had done, but by then, it would already be too late. The Namikaze Uzumaki family was already broken, and in Naruto's heart, he knew that there was no way it could ever be fixed. It was a well-known fact that to survive in a place like the elemental nations, you needed to be able to read people. In a world where ninjas were a part of daily life, the ability to recognize when someone was acting weird, unnatural, or lying was essential. Zeref considered himself a master of this art. At over 400 years old, he had ample time to develop such a skill. So, it wasn't difficult for the Dark Mage to notice the changes in his student. Having watched the young Naruto since he was a baby, Zeref was confident that no change in Naruto's behavior would ever escape his notice. Typically, whenever he gave his apprentice a break from training, Zeref would find Naruto either in his room or in the training area, lying there and staring at the ceiling with a lost gaze. To some, the gaze meant nothing, but Zeref could see the emotions his apprentice felt every time his mind wandered: hurt, betrayal, sadness, anger, and sometimes pure rage. Zeref had quickly concluded that this always happened when the young blonde was thinking about his biological family and how they treated him. During the 2 years of their training, Zeref had made sure his apprentice understood that while anger was a normal emotion, one should never let hatred control their heart and actions, as it only led to a dark path best left untraveled. He also made it clear that if Naruto ever wanted to talk about anything, Zeref was willing to listen. This brought a small measure of comfort to Naruto's heart, but Zeref could still see the sadness in his apprentice's eyes whenever he thought about his family. So, it was very obvious for Zeref to notice the sudden change in his apprentice's demeanor. Instead of the usual sad gaze, Naruto was now lying with his eyes closed and a small smile on his face, which made Zeref wonder what had happened to him after training ended the day before. "It seems you've found something to be happy about, Naruto-kun. Care to share what it is?" Zeref asked with a raised eyebrow, getting the young blonde's attention. Naruto just smiled more before beginning to explain the decision he had come to the previous day. After listening to Naruto's explanation, Zeref couldn't have been prouder of his apprentice. He hadn't let hatred control him, even though he had every right to despise his family and wish them the worst. "So, what do you think, sensei?" Naruto asked, eager to hear Zeref's thoughts on his decision. "I believe you have shown more maturity than a lot of people in this world, Naruto-kun. You haven't allowed hate to fill your heart or revenge to consume your mind, and for that, I am truly proud of you," Zeref said, a small, almost imperceptible smile appearing on his face. This made Naruto look away from his sensei, feeling a little embarrassed after receiving such praise from the only person whose opinion truly mattered to him. "I thought I would be saying this in a month, but you have not only surprised me today but also proven that you are more than ready, both in mind and spirit, for it. So, tomorrow, Naruto-kun, you're going to learn your first style of magic," Zeref said, his smile widening slightly at the happy expression on his student's face upon hearing the news. Meanwhile, Naruto was overjoyed at the prospect of finally learning a style of magic. He was so happy he couldn't help but jump for joy, and he began to mutter about all the kinds of magic he could learn. However, his celebration was cut short by a powerful kick aimed at his head. The young blonde barely managed to dodge the kick by jumping backward, putting more distance between himself and the kicker, who was, of course, none other than Zeref. "That doesn't mean today's training is cancelled, so don't let your guard down like that," Zeref said, his normal emotionless expression returning. His student gave a swift nod, still smiling. In his opinion, this day was already one of his favorites, and he knew tomorrow was going to be even better because he would finally be able to use magic properly. It was only a few hours into training that Zeref called it a day, telling Naruto to go rest at his house. Zeref explained that he needed to prepare some things for the next day and didn't want Naruto to be around while he did it. For that reason, the young blonde found himself walking toward the house he lived in while the sun was still high in the sky, his mind wandering about what type of magic he would be learning. The most logical choice would be dark magic, but he knew he probably wasn't ready for such a dangerous type of magic, so he could only guess what Zeref had in mind for him. While walking, Naruto could feel the glares of some villagers directed at him, and he didn't have to think too hard to know why. It's incredible how hate can truly blind someone. Just because I have whisker marks on my cheeks doesn't mean I'm a demon, but I guess some people are just stupid like that, Naruto thought, annoyed by these people who had decided to focus their hate for the Kyuubi on him. He knew he wasn't the Kyuubi reincarnated, and when he had asked Zeref about his whisker marks, Zeref had told him it was probably a side effect of being in his mother's womb while she was the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. He also said that anyone who blamed him for the Kyuubi's actions was nothing but a simple-minded fool whose hate would forever poison their heart. Naruto had finally left the commercial district and entered the clan district of the village. Just as its name suggested, this was the general area where the clan houses resided. The largest ones belonged to the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, as they each had their own district. It only took a few minutes for Naruto to reach the Namikaze Uzumaki clan's compound. Despite its name, the place was just a normal two-story house, not overly big but not small either. Naruto entered the front yard, noticing that, as usual, the security seals on the house didn't activate in his presence. It was probably because of his blood or something similar, he couldn't really know for sure since he didn't have enough information about Fuinjutsu, seal techniques, to understand how the seals worked. He guessed they were probably very complex, since they were created by two masters of the art. Naruto reached the door and unlocked it, wondering if anyone was home at this hour. He assumed Minato was working at the Hokage Tower, but he had no idea what the other members of his family were doing. He supposed they were probably training with Kushina in the backyard. As soon as the young blonde entered the house, he continued straight to the second floor to his room. With nothing to do, he planned to meditate for a while, and after that, read some books or maybe just go to sleep. "Where were you?" a soft, yet cold voice asked, making Naruto stop in his tracks and turn around to get a good look at the living room and the person who had just spoken. The person was a female with long red hair that reached her mid-back and framed her face. She had a cute, heart-shaped face with violet eyes that were now focused on Naruto's own blue ones. She was wearing a simple white shirt with the Konoha symbol on the front, umbu pants she typically used for training, and some blue sandals. The girl was sitting on the couch with a scroll on her lap, probably something she was reading before he entered the house. This girl was, of course, Uzumaki Namikaze Mito, the first daughter of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, and also the holder of the yang part of the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto was getting better at controlling his emotions, but he was nowhere near his sensei's level, so it was no surprise that he looked surprised to see who had asked about his whereabouts. He couldn't even remember the last time he had spoken to his sister, let alone a time when she had initiated the conversation. Of course, his sister hadn't always treated him this way. It had started when they were 7, and she had suddenly begun to ignore him. She never talked to him unless it was absolutely necessary, and she always acted as if he wasn't there. Before that, she had been very nice to him, playing with him and even defending him whenever Menma insulted him. It really hurt Naruto to see how the one family member who treated him like real family had suddenly turned into a cold girl who didn't care about him. He had always wondered why her attitude toward him had changed so much. The young apprentice of Zeref took a few seconds to shake the surprise from his face before answering with the lie his sensei had told him to use if anyone ever asked about his whereabouts, something that had never happened before. "I was at the library," Naruto answered, doing his best to keep his face neutral and his voice free of anger. This answer earned nothing but a nod of acceptance from his sister before she went back to reading her scroll. Believing the conversation was over, Naruto continued toward his room, not seeing that his sister's eyes watched him with great intensity until he was out of sight. He also missed the moment her eyes shifted from their cold expression to one that showed her true feelings for her brother, sadness and regret. The next day, you could find an excited Naruto and an emotionless Zeref standing in the middle of the magic circle on the training room floor. Zeref held a wooden box similar to the one that contained his magic container. "So, what am I going to learn, sensei?" Naruto asked, looking at the wooden box in Zeref's hand with both interest and a little fear, as he remembered very well what had happened the last time something was taken out of that box. Without a word, Zeref opened the small box and took out its contents, a crystal sphere about the size of his hand. The sphere was quite peculiar, with a completely blue interior and a yellow, spark-like thing in its center. On one side of the sphere was a symbol that looked exactly like the one on the back of Naruto's shirt, the head of a silver dragon. "Can you tell me what this is, Naruto-kun?" Zeref asked, testing whether his lessons about the magic world had stuck in his apprentice's mind. Naruto looked at the glass sphere for a moment, thinking about all the things Zeref had told him about his world, as this object was obviously magical. "It's a lacrima," Naruto said in awe, remembering the lessons about these small balls of magic that people used for various reasons. "Indeed. This is a special kind of lacrima, though. This is what you would call a dragon lacrima," Zeref confirmed, making his apprentice stare at the sphere in awe just before his brain kicked in and he figured out what his sensei had planned. "Does this mean I'm going to learn Metsuriyamaha, Dragon Slayer magic?" Naruto asked in complete astonishment. Of all the types of magic there were, his sensei was going to teach him such a powerful lost magic. "Yes, Naruto-kun. I decided that before I teach you my own style of magic, you need to learn something different. And since the advantages of this type of magic can't be denied, I decided it would be a good style for you to learn," Zeref answered in a matter-of-fact tone. "As you already know, Naruto-kun, a dragon lacrima, after being infused into a mage's body, allows them to use Metsuriyamaha, Dragon Slayer magic, just as if they had been trained by a real dragon. That's what we're going to do today, fuse this lacrima with your body, turning you into a second-generation Dragon Slayer," Zeref continued, waiting to see if his apprentice had any questions before proceeding. "Incredible, I'm going to be a Dragon Slayer," Naruto muttered, looking at the crystal ball as if it were a deity, which it probably was to him. "Sensei, what kind of element does that lacrima hold?" the young blonde asked, more than curious about everything related to the sphere that would allow him to use such powerful magic. "This lacrima holds the element of lightning, Naruto-kun, which means you're going to learn Kaminari no Metsuriyamaha, Lightning Dragon Slayer magic," Zeref said, though he still had one more thing to say before fusing the sphere with his apprentice. "Before we begin the fusion process, Naruto-kun, there's something else you should know. This lacrima holds something more than a dragon's magic, it also holds a soul, Naruto-kun, the soul of a dragon," Zeref revealed, shocking his apprentice to the core. "What? But how is that possible, Zeref-sensei?" Naruto asked, not understanding how such a thing could be. "Even if you found a way to seal a dragon's soul in a lacrima, there was still the issue of finding the soul itself. After all, there were no dragons in the elemental nations, right? You must understand something, Naruto-kun. Dragons are beings whose strength is second to none. With that amount of power, traveling between worlds is not a difficult task, at least it wasn't when there were many of them. From what I can gather, 5 different dragons, each holding the power of a different element, came to this world a long time ago during the Civil Dragon War in my world. Their reason for coming was to ensure their race did not disappear if the Civil War ended badly. During my travels, I ended up finding one of them, Raijin, the Lightning Dragon King of this world. I asked him if there was any way for him to lend me a part of his magic, but he said no, so I had no choice but to challenge him to a duel. I knew a real dragon would never refuse such a thing. If I won, he would lend me his power, but if I lost, he would kill me. I managed to win the fight, though it wasn't an easy one. After that, in his final moments, he told me he wanted to know the person who would use his magic. So, to honor that request, I fused his soul with the lacrima that holds his powers. Do you understand now, Naruto-kun? Zeref said, remembering his meeting with the mighty beast that was Raijin. It was thanks to him that Zeref gained information about the other 4 dragons, but he hadn't been able to find any of them, yet. Shock and awe coursed through Naruto as his sensei's words replayed in his mind. He was stunned to learn that dragons truly existed in the elemental nations, and equally awestruck that his sensei had defeated one. If what Zeref told him about dragons was accurate, and it should be, then his sensei must be one of the strongest people in the elemental nations right now. Is the soul inside the lacrima going to affect the process, sensei? Naruto asked, considering everything his sensei had just told him and wanting to know exactly what would happen when the crystal orb and he fused. Yes and no, Naruto-kun. I can assure you that the process itself won't be dangerous, even with the soul and the lacrima, Zeref answered. But I can also tell you that you'll probably have to meet with Raijin himself. After all, that was the very reason I placed his soul in the lacrima in the first place. Zeref wondered what the meeting between his apprentice and the mighty dragon would be like. Of course, hearing this made Naruto a little nervous, since he would be meeting a dragon of all beings, but he didn't have anything to lose at this point, so it was with that in mind that the young blonde asked his sensei to start the procedure. Very well then, and don't worry, this isn't going to be as painful as the last time we did something like this, Zeref said just before the magic circle once again sprang to life. Naruto laid on his back, watching his sensei bring the sphere of power close to his chest and place his other hand on his forehead. That was the last thing the young blonde saw before he passed out completely. His final thought was how this time, there was no pain. Naruto woke up with a pounding headache, the rocks on the floor feeling incredibly annoying. Wait, rocks? That thought made Naruto jump up in surprise and look around. It only took one glance to realize this was not the training room he was in just a second ago. This place looked like a desolate wasteland. The ground was littered with small rocks and a few dead trees here and there, and if he looked up, he could see a white moon in a completely black sky, without a single star. Unsure of what to do, the young, soon-to-be dragon slayer decided to just walk and see if there was any clue as to where he was. The last thing he remembered was being in the training room while Zeref started fusing the dragon lacrima with his body. After a few minutes of walking, Naruto was getting more annoyed than anything. Why? Simply because he could swear he had passed the same damn tree at least 5 times already, and it was starting to make him a little mad. By the 6th time, the young blonde was more than ready to punch the stupid tree just to see if his training had paid off. However, before Naruto could have his righteous revenge on the unfortunate dead tree, he was stopped by a sound like wings flapping. When the young blonde turned around, he saw something big enough that its shadow covered Naruto completely just before the strange being landed a few meters away from the blonde, kicking up some dust that was easily swept away by another flap of the mighty creature's wings. Now, Naruto had a good look at the creature and was completely awed by its magnificence. The being stood proudly in front of him, its 4 paws easily supporting its massive body. This being was huge, easily as tall as the Kyuubi or even a little taller, although Naruto didn't know that. It had a grayish-blue reptilian body and its mouth was slightly ajar, showing a set of sharp teeth that would destroy anything they touched. Its eyes were completely yellow, and on top of its head were a set of yellow spines that reached the end of its neck, followed by a large patch of white hair that covered the majority of its upper body. At the end of each of its 4 paws were powerful black claws that looked as deadly as the fangs in its mouth. On its back were 2 great, fully extended wings, and at the end of its body was a large tail that also had a bit of white hair and ended in a yellow point that looked like a trident. The young blonde couldn't even move because of the presence of this thing. Naruto could feel its power, and he had to admit, he was more scared than he had ever been in his life. The creature's head lowered until it was level with Naruto, and the young blonde could feel its eyes examining him, studying him, seeing if he was worthy of something, which he hoped he was. After a few minutes of nothing happening, the young blonde was more than surprised when the being was the one to speak first, its powerful voice resonating everywhere. "So you are the human who will use my power," the powerful creature said, making Naruto's odd and scared expression turn to confusion until his mind kicked in, remembering who he was supposed to meet, and by just looking at the creature in front of him, it wasn't hard to figure out who it was. You are Raijin, the Dragon King of Lightning, Naruto said, trying his best to keep all his fear out of his voice and expression. Correct, little human. My name is Raijin, and that is my title, although I guess I should say it was my title since I'm already dead after all, the powerful dragon confirmed. Do you hate my sensei for killing you? Naruto asked out of the blue, and he mentally kicked himself for allowing his curiosity to get the better of him. After all, he didn't want to upset someone who could eat him. If you mean zeref, then no. There is no reason for me to hate him. I was the one who accepted his challenge, after all. My death is my own fault for losing to a human, not for losing to the human who bested me, although I'm both surprised and happy to see that he accepted my dying request, Raijin said, making Naruto release a breath he didn't know he was holding, completely relieved that this dragon held no grudges toward his sensei. He told me that your last wish was for you to meet the one who will use your magic, Naruto said, a little calmer this time. Indeed. I wanted to know the one who would continue using my powers even after my death, the dragon confirmed, its head then cocking to the side a little bit. What is your name, little human? My name is Naruto. Nice to meet you, Raijin-san, the young blonde answered with a friendly smile on his face, getting a more predatory smile from Raijin, or at least that's what it looked like to the young blonde. Naruto, so my power is going to be passed to a little fish cake, what a waste, Raijin joked, causing a tick mark to appear on Naruto's face and his eyes to twitch a little. It means maelstrom, not fish cake, Naruto said, now feeling more annoyed than scared of this Dragon King. Whatever you say, little fish cake, Raijin said, getting a growl from Naruto, although that just made the great dragon let out a booming laugh that caught Naruto off guard. You should relax more, little human. You're too stiff for my liking, but I guess you'll do well. After all, I can't sense any strong negative emotion coming from you, and if you're being trained by Zeref himself then, yes, I'm sure you'll do more than well with my powers, Raijin said a little more seriously at the end, getting a happy expression from Naruto that transformed into one of surprise very fast. Wait, you can sense my emotions? A shocked Naruto asked, not knowing that dragons could do that at all. Of course I can, human. That is an old art we dragons know, but even that cannot tell me everything, so I want to know, what will you do once you have learned everything about my powers? Raijin asked, his yellow eyes looking into Naruto's own blue ones, wanting to see if the young blonde would tell the truth or not. In reality, Raijin already knew about Naruto's life and resolutions. He knew at the moment the dragon lacrima fused with the young blonde, but he wanted to hear it from the human's mouth. Meanwhile, Naruto was thinking hard about this question. What was his objective? Was it to get strong? But for what? What could he do with power? He knew he didn't want to show it to his family since at this point he couldn't care less what they thought of him. Was it to protect the village? No, that wasn't it. He didn't know the village of Konoha anything, so why? The answer came like a ton of bricks in his head. He remembered what Zeref had told him yesterday, about how bonds were the true source of strength and that he should always protect them. Naruto, who had felt nothing but loneliness since he was a child until Zeref came, wanted nothing but to never feel that way again, and for that, he would protect those bonds even with his own life. He would protect the people he truly cared about, and even if Zeref was the only one in that category right now, he hoped that he could make more of those bonds so that he never had to feel truly alone again. I want to protect those that I truly care about, those whose bond to me makes me stronger, those that I can call friends, those that I can call a family, Naruto confessed, passion and determination in both his voice and eyes. I see, that's a good answer, little human. Just make sure to never forget that. After all, power can corrupt even the most pure of all souls, Raijin said just before flapping his wings, raising a lot of wind and Naruto himself off the ground. The young blonde thought he was going to hit the rocky floor, but instead, he found himself falling into nothingness, the floor, and everything in it having disappeared a long time ago. Good luck, little human, you're going to need it, were the last ominous words Naruto heard the powerful dragon say. And then everything went black. While all of that happened, in the real world, you would find a passed-out Naruto and a meditating Zeref exactly where we left them. The dark mage was waiting for his apprentice to end his little soul conversation with Raijin, knowing that the conversation was needed for both the human and the dragon. Zeref had always wondered where the other 4 dragons were. He had spent a good part of his life here in the elemental nations searching for them after finding Raijin by a mere accident. In reality, he had heard rumors about some powerful monster that resided in Oenai no Kuni, demon country, so he went there to investigate and ended up in a really big cave in which he found the powerful dragon. He, of course, wasn't going to let the chance slip away, so he asked the powerful beast to give him a part of his power so that when he met with Naruto, he would have a powerful magic to teach him. Sadly, the dragon had denied the request, saying that he would not mess with humans, let alone give them power, so Zeref had to go with Plan B and challenge the old lizard to a duel. Raijin was a tough opponent, he had to admit that, but he still wasn't on the same level as someone like Acknowledge, so Zeref was able to defeat him, and after sealing a part of his power in the lacrima, he sealed the soul of the dragon himself in it, planning to at least fulfill the dragon's last wish of knowing who was going to use his magic. After that, Zeref went to search for the other 4 dragons, hoping that they would lend him their powers without having to get into a death fight. Sadly for him, he wasn't able to find any of them, so in the end, he was just going to do what he could with what he had, which was a lot if you asked him. After all, he had to say that Kaminari no Metsuria Meho, Lightning Dragon Slayer magic, was a pretty powerful lost magic, and that in a world where a good part of its techniques were based on the elements, being completely immune to one of them was a damn good advantage. Ugh, my head, groaned someone, getting Zeref's attention. Of course, the one who just groaned was none other than Naruto himself, who was just getting up from his mental conversation with Raijin. How do you feel, Naruto-kun? Zeref asked softly, deciding to ask for details about Naruto's conversation with Raijin later. Naruto didn't answer, though. He just looked at his sensei with a smirk on his face just before lifting his right arm and making a fist. Naruto concentrated his magic and gave it form in his mind, the form of lightning, which he actually found natural for him. And just before Zeref's eyes, Naruto's arm began to release static until it was completely covered in electricity. I think I'm good, sensei. That day, a dragon slayer was born. Konohagakure no Sato, 12 years after the Kyuubi attack. The Ninja Academy. It was this place where young kids entered, and after 3 years, they could finally become ninjas of the village. It was this place that saw the birth of the strongest team known as the Densetsu no Sunin, Great Three Ninjas, and right now, a special group of students was having its first month of class. What made this group so special? The answer was simple. It was the fact that the majority of the young ninjas in training were the heirs of the many clans that Konoha had. These young, soon-to-be ninjas were basically the future of the village, and it was the Ninja Academy where they would take their first step towards being proud shinobi and kunoichi of the leaf. One of these youngsters was a young blonde, blue-eyed boy with 2 sets of whisker marks on his cheeks. The blonde was right now looking out of the window from his seat in the back of the class, thinking of how he could be doing real training instead of hearing about the history of the village. This boy was none other than Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, our hero, and right now, said hero was, to put it simply, bored. He knew that the Ninja Academy standards weren't that high, but with just 3 weeks of class, he could already predict that the next 3 years were not going to be any better. After all, the only thing they had been doing in class was speaking of the shot aim and how awesome he was. We get it, he was a godly shinobi, there's no need to tell us that again, and again, the young dragon slayer thought while letting out an exasperated sigh, annoyed that his normal training with Zeref had to be cut in half because of these lectures. Before the academy even started, one of Naruto's biggest concerns was that his parents would forget to register him, and it wasn't until his sensei told him that he was registered since birth, thanks to the village laws, that he actually calmed himself down. The young blonde had, of course, spoken with his sensei about how they were going to adjust his training schedule with the academies. Zeref had just told them that he would be going to the academy every day and then he would come to the training room and train for the rest of the day, effectively cutting his normal training time in half every day, something that irked Naruto a lot, but sadly, there was nothing he could do. Thinking about his lost training time made Naruto remember the changes that Zeref made to his normal training regimen. It wasn't that big, just that some of the days were changed to nothing but magical training with his Kaminari no Metsuria Meho, Lightning Dragon Slayer magic, and Zeref had made him use said magic in their spars. Although even with that, he still couldn't put up a good fight against his sensei, and Zeref had not even used magic in their spars. His sensei had told him that, since he was a second-generation dragon slayer, which meant that he didn't have a dragon to train with, he would have to create his own spells, something that worried the young blonde in the end. But he actually found that it was not that hard, he could easily picture the different techniques in his mind, he just had to learn how to use them in real life. Zeref had told him that this was probably a side effect of having Raijin's soul inside of him and that he could probably unlock more spells in his mind if he trained harder, but that it was up to him to practice and master them. Combine that with Zeref's personal advice, since he had seen a lot of dragons and dragon slayers, and you could say that Naruto's magical development was going great. Taken from his thoughts by a sigh to his right, Zeref's young apprentice turned to find its source. He correctly assumed the person was just as bored as him and wasn't surprised to see who it was. After all, she always sat in the same spot beside him. She had black hair pulled into a short ponytail, with 2 bangs framing her face. Her eyes were black and her skin pale. She was wearing a simple blue shirt with her clan symbol on the back, white shorts, and blue sandals. This girl was none other than Sasuke Uchiha, daughter of the Uchiha clan's head and younger sister to the prodigy Itachi Uchiha, and just like our hero, she was bored as hell. The young Uchiha, like Naruto, knew the academy's standards had dropped after the third great shinobi war. Her brother had told her so, but in her opinion, this was becoming ridiculous. Maybe if he talked about Madara Uchiha this would at least be a little interesting, the young Uchiha thought, tired of the endless talk about the first Hokage, but the only thing the instructor has talked about is Hashirama Senju and his would release. It was no surprise she was more interested in Madara Uchiha than Hashirama Senju. The man had been her idol since she could remember. He may have been considered a traitor, but no one could deny that he was still the strongest Uchiha. Power like that was something Sasuke Uchiha wanted to achieve more than anything. Now, if only she could become that strong without the whole exile from the village and fighting the Hokage thing Madara was famous for. The young black-haired girl's thoughts were interrupted by the feeling of being watched from her left. When she turned, she saw the blonde who always sat there, reading a scroll and completely ignoring the Chunin instructor's lesson. Sasuke had to admit she had never spoken to the Namikaze Uzumaki clan's first son. The reason for this was simple: she wasn't good at making friends. In fact, the only other person she talked to in the class was Mito, and that was only because they had been friends and rivals since they were little, a result of the close friendship between their mothers. The reason she always sat here was that on the first day of class, it was the only open spot. She had to sit on the far right, next to the young Naruto. She kept sitting there even after other seats opened up because, unlike the majority of the other students, Naruto was quiet and never spoke to her, which Sasuke liked. She was here to prepare to be a kunoichi, not to make friends. So, with nothing but a raised eyebrow, the young Uchiha looked at the blonde, a little curious about what he was reading. But she wasn't curious enough to ask, so she simply went back to paying attention to the class, even though she thought it was a waste of time. Meanwhile, the young apprentice of Zeref had already forgotten about the lesson. He was now reading a scroll on Fuinjutsu, or sealing techniques, something Naruto was quite interested in. He guessed it was because of his Uzumaki blood, since the clan was famous for its incredible seals. The art itself was perfect for someone whose training made him able to focus easily on such a complex art. Yes, the lives of these boys and girls in the academy were just starting, something that actually pissed off more than one student. Thank Kami was the thought of many students as they left the academy now that the class was finally over. One of these students was Naruto himself, who was more than happy to end the boring torture they called lessons and finally go to do some real training with his sensei. The young blonde started walking toward the magical circle's location, though he wasn't going to the Hokage monument this time. After walking for a while, Naruto entered one of the village's residential districts. After more minutes of walking, he entered an abandoned alley. After making sure no one was watching him, he used the transformation technique to make himself look like a normal, middle-aged man with brown hair, brown eyes, and a small goatee. After that, Naruto left the alley and went to a small apartment in a building with more apartments. He took out some keys and opened the door, revealing a simple apartment with nothing but a small kitchen, a table, a door to a bathroom, and a small bedroom at the far end with nothing but a bed. The young blonde released the jutsu and, without hesitation, went to the end of the bedroom. He pressed his hand against the wooden wall, and as soon as he did, a magical circle appeared, making Naruto smile a little. This apartment was one of the gifts Zeref had given him a few weeks before starting the academy. Zeref had given Naruto this small apartment for two reasons: one because it was closer to the academy, and the second reason was simply because Zeref wanted to get Naruto out of his family's house, as staying there might cause problems in the future. The dark mage had to admit he was a little worried about someone noticing the young blonde wasn't living at his family's house, but it had been more than a month and nothing had happened. So, Zeref had to admit that, just like Naruto had said before, no one was waiting for him at that house. The other gift he got was very simple in comparison, but it was something he always wore: Zeref's own necklace. The dark mage had told him it was just a good luck charm, but for Naruto, it was more than that. He was a boy who had never received a birthday present he could remember, so this necklace meant a lot to him. Naruto could still remember how he cried a little before giving Zeref a huge hug, something the Dark Lord responded to with an awkward pat on his back, showing how new this situation was for him. That day, though, was the moment Naruto decided that Zeref was truly like a father to him. Going back to the present, the young dragon slayer pushed a little of his magic toward the magical circle, making it shine with a purple light just before he disappeared in a black flash, a smile on his face the whole time. After all, training with his sensei no, his father was his favorite part of the day. Konohagakure no Sato, 1 month later. Sasuke Uchiha was a frustrated girl. Why, you may ask? Because her Unie-sama had promised her he would help her with her kunao, shuriken, and fire-style techniques training, but he had gotten a mission at the last minute, making him unable to help her, something that pissed her off to no end. Don't misunderstand, Sasuke knew her brother had a lot of responsibilities as a member of Umbu, but this had been the third time he had cancelled their training, so it was normal for her to feel this frustrated. It was for that reason that you could find the young Uchiha walking toward a training ground where she could practice alone on a Sunday, a scowl on her face. Of course, she could have gone to any of her clan's training grounds, but today she just wanted to burn something, and she decided it was better to do it alone where no one would see her unleashing her fury. So with that in mind, she went to a training ground she knew was almost always empty since no one used it. So it was really surprising to the young black-haired girl when she actually found someone there, doing what looked like taijutsu training. It only took a moment for Sasuke to figure out who was in the training ground. After all, that hair color combined with those black clothes could only belong to one person in her opinion. Since when did Namikaze train here? Sasuke thought, her curiosity toward Naruto's training growing as high as it could be. Her first thought was to just leave and find another training ground, but then an idea came to her. This was the perfect opportunity to not only get some info on someone in her class but also to practice staying silent and gathering information, something her Unie-sama had told her was important for Umbu. So with that in mind, the young Uchiha climbed into a tree far enough away that in her opinion the blonde Namikaze wouldn't notice her. With her eyes focused on him, she just watched. She watched as the blonde performed moves from a fighting style she had never seen before, then began practicing throwing kunao and shuriken at a tree trunk. The young Uchiha found herself a little impressed by his skills with the weapons. Of course, he wasn't at her Unie-sama's level, in her opinion, but he was definitely better than the majority of the other students at the academy. That thought brought a frown to Sasuke's face. After all, she remembered that Namikaze's ability with kunao and shuriken wasn't great in the academy's tests. So how was it that now he was so good at it when in the last shuriken lesson, which was a week ago, he only managed to nail half of the shuriken into the training dummy? Sasuke's curiosity toward the blonde boy increased with every minute. After a few minutes of practicing with the normal ninja tools, Naruto went to the middle of the training ground and started meditating, something that confused Sasuke a lot. She knew about the art of meditation, but she didn't know someone her age already knew how to do it. The young Uchiha was just about to leave to her house to ponder the mystery that was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, maybe even ask his sister Mito about it, but a calm and monotonous voice stopped her in her tracks. "Spying is rude, you know?" Those words made the young Uchiha turn around just to see that Zeref's young apprentice was still in the middle of the training ground, his eyes open and looking right at the spot where she was hiding. This made Sasuke's eyes go wide in surprise. She thought she had hidden herself perfectly, so how did Namikaze find her? The young Uchiha girl had two options at that point. She could either run away and act like this never happened, or she could confront the blonde Uzumaki Namikaze boy and see if she could get any information. It took less than a second for her to decide. Naruto's gaze was completely focused on Sasuke from the moment she stepped down from the tree until she got right in front of him, her arms crossed over her chest and a scowl still on her face. "What do you want, Uchiha?" Naruto asked in the same voice as before after standing up, his eyes looking directly at Sasuke's with a bored gaze, something that annoyed Sasuke a little. "What were you doing?" Sasuke asked, completely ignoring Naruto's question, which just made Naruto's brow rise a little in interest before answering. "Training. And since when were you so good at throwing things?" Sasuke asked a little forcefully, wanting to get to the bottom of this quickly. "That's none of your concern, Uchiha, you should just leave already," Naruto answered, annoyed at Sasuke, but he didn't show it. Meanwhile, the young Uchiha was growing impatient. She wanted to know exactly how strong this guy was since the skills he showed at the academy were apparently fake. After all, no one gets that good in just a week. So she came to the conclusion that, for some reason, this guy was hiding his real skills, but why? Sasuke was going to find out, though, and after a few seconds, she thought of a way to see if her theory was true. "Fight me," Sasuke said with a glare directed at Naruto, although this just got another raised brow from the blonde. "Excuse me? You heard me, fight me," Sasuke said with more steel in her voice. Her plan was simple, to fight him and see exactly how strong he was to see if he was really holding back at the academy. After all, the students had already sparred there once, and if she remembered correctly, Naruto had not done very well against Kiba Inyazuka when they fought. While Sasuke was expecting an answer, Naruto was just about to say no, but a thought stopped him. This might be a good chance to test exactly how strong I am, Naruto thought. He wanted to test himself against someone other than Zeref. After all, sparring with him would always end with the same result, a calm Zeref and a beaten Naruto. And since he couldn't show his real strength at the academy because his sensei had made it a task for him to stay under the radar and not show off, which meant he had to control his skills and act like a regular student, not too good, but not too bad either, he had no choice but to accept that and control himself. This meant that right now, he finally had an opportunity to test himself a little. "Alright," the young blonde answered, getting a surprised expression from the Uchiha before it turned into a little smirk with obvious confidence in her eyes. After all, even if she thought Naruto was stronger than what he showed in the academy, there was still no way he was stronger than her, and after she beat him, she could ask all the questions she wanted. "No jutsu or weapons, just taijutsu, understood?" Naruto confirmed, getting a nod of acceptance from Sasuke, who was now standing a little far away from Naruto and had already entered her clan's fighting style. If Naruto remembered correctly, it was called the Interceptor Fist, which focused on predicting and countering an opponent's movements thanks to the Uchiha's copy wheel Sharingan. But, if Naruto's guess was correct, Sasuke had not awakened her Sharingan, which meant her fighting style would be incomplete. "In that case, Hajime," Naruto said just before entering his own taijutsu style, one centered on speed and precision. This style was one of the many that Zeref showed him. It was used for dodging and evading attacks and hitting your enemy at just the right time, which, combined with Naruto's natural speed which could go higher if he used magic, made it an incredible force. The young blonde decided to mess with Sasuke a little, as a form of payback for spying on him, even though he knew she was here from the beginning. So he just stood there, knowing that Sasuke would not attack first since that wasn't the Uchiha's fighting style. After a few minutes of nothing but staring, which got Sasuke pretty mad if her glare toward Naruto was any sign, the young Uchiha decided to just attack herself since the stupid blonde wasn't going to move. So she ran at him with what Naruto guessed was probably genin-like speed, which was surprising in his opinion since they were just starting the academy. But still, to Naruto, she was moving very slowly, so when Sasuke finally reached him and aimed a right fist at his face, Naruto easily evaded it by sidestepping to the left. The young Uchiha retaliated with a roundhouse kick aimed once again at his head, which he dodged by moving backward faster than the kick. This got a growl from Sasuke, who tried her luck again with another punch. This time, after dodging, Naruto grabbed Sasuke's wrist with enough strength that she couldn't get free. So she went for another fist, but the young apprentice of Zeref grabbed her other wrist, too. Before she could do anything, he just pushed her away from him and then widened the distance between them a little by jumping backward. This continued for a little more than 10 minutes, during which Sasuke would try to hit Naruto, and the young blonde would just either dodge or block without attacking, not even once, even though he had more than one opportunity. This was making Sasuke angrier by the second. After 15 minutes of sparring, the young blonde decided to end it. So when the next punch from Sasuke came, he once again grabbed her wrist and twisted her arm behind her back too fast for her to see. Then he used his legs and pushed Sasuke, making her fall face first into the ground. "Do you yield?" Naruto asked, twisting Sasuke's arm a little more to prove that this little fight was more than over. Sasuke murmured something under her breath that Naruto didn't hear very well. "What was that?" "Said that he had already yielded and to get off me, you baka." Sasuke yelled, furious at being so easily beaten by someone her own age. Said someone acknowledged this, released his hold on her, and stood up. He then offered her a hand to help her up, which she promptly slapped away before storming off the training grounds with a heavy scowl. If Naruto heard her correctly, her final words before leaving were, "This is not over." All the while, Naruto wore a confused expression, his confusion eventually finding its way to his lips in a single comment. "Was it something I said?" It's worth noting that Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto wasn't the best at working with people. He blamed his sensei for that. Konohagakure no Sato, 2 years later. 2 years had passed since Naruto started at the academy, and just like every Sunday, he found himself in the same spot, on top of a certain Uchiha princess. No, not like that. Ever since their little fight 2 years ago, Sasuke Uchiha had made it her personal mission to challenge Naruto to a spar every Sunday at the same exact training ground. Naruto had thought about changing locations but saw no reason to, as these little spars were a good workout in his opinion. Even Zeref himself had said it was a great opportunity for Naruto to train with someone other than him, so the young blonde had accepted Sasuke's challenge every single time. And, of course, she had yet to win even once. So it was no surprise to find Naruto, now 15 years old, pinning Sasuke to the ground, her arm once again twisted behind her back, a look of frustrated adorableness on her face. "Do you yield?" Naruto asked with a hint of humor in his voice. After all, this was his favorite way to end their spars. It was also the way Sasuke hated the most. "Yes, you baka, now get off me before I burn you," Sasuke threatened half-heartedly before letting out an annoyed sigh. The young blonde was quick to comply, and just like the first time they sparred, he offered her his hand to help her up. This time, however, she actually accepted it, and the smallest of smiles appeared on her lips. Both she and Naruto had changed a lot in the last 2 years. For example, the apprentice of Zeref had completely changed his outfit. He now wore a sleeveless black shirt with a black jacket that had white lining along the edges. The jacket had long sleeves and was fastened at the top with a single button, falling slightly short of waist length, which allowed his black shirt to be seen. On the back of the jacket was the same symbol from his old clothes, a silver dragon's head. Naruto also wore black umbu pants with his kunao holster on his right leg and a pair of black ninja sandals. He wore black fingerless gloves, and the necklace Zeref had given him rested proudly over his jacket. Not only his clothes had changed, his golden blonde hair was now tamer and reached his shoulders, and his whisker marks had begun to fade, something that started happening a year ago. The same day he started his training in Yami no Meiho, Darkness Magic. 1 year ago, Zeref's training place. Seriously, an excited yet nervous Naruto asked his father figure, who nodded. "Yes, Naruto-kun. Today, we'll start your training in Yami no Meiho, Darkness Magic," Zeref confirmed. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement at finally learning the magic his sensei used. However, he instantly adopted a serious expression as he saw that Zeref was even more serious than usual, which meant whatever he was about to say was really important. "First, I'm going to explain exactly what you'll be learning, Naruto-kun. What I'm going to teach you is Yami no Meiho, Darkness Magic, in its purest form, which means you're going to learn how to use the darkness you have in your heart to its full capacity," Zeref explained, holding up a hand to stop Naruto from speaking, knowing the young blonde would probably say something. "You have to understand, Naruto-kun, that every single human being has darkness in their heart, no matter who they are or what life they've had. What I'm going to teach you, Naruto-kun, is how to use your magic to give form to that darkness, to use it as you see fit without letting it control you. You could say there are 3 kinds of people in this world, Naruto-kun: those who deny their own darkness, those who let their own darkness control them, and those who control said darkness, those who accept they have it but don't let it control them. For you to learn this form of magic, you must become the type of person, or you won't learn anything. Yami no Meiho, darkness magic, is one of the magic types that depends most heavily on your feelings, Naruto-kun, which is why I've been teaching you how to control them. With this kind of magic, everything is about intent. You must not only give form to your darkness with magic, Naruto-kun, you must also give it a purpose in your mind, or else it won't work, which means it's a style with endless possibilities. It just depends on how you use it, Zeref said, watching as his words made Naruto look at the ground with a thoughtful expression. Do you think you're ready to learn, Naruto-kun? Zeref asked, his black eyes focused only on his apprentice. He had to admit that teaching Yami no Meiho, darkness magic, to someone of Naruto's age could be quite dangerous, as it meant opening a real Pandora's box. But Zeref trusted his apprentice's inner strength and knew that Naruto was more than ready for it, so he wasn't surprised when Naruto looked at him, determination burning in his eyes, and gave him a simple yet firm nod. And with that, the training began once again. Naruto had to admit that learning to use Yami no Meiho, darkness magic, was the hardest thing he had ever done. It had been a year already, and even with Zeref as his sensei, he still had problems using the simplest spells, as they were always too unstable, or he would simply get too tired after doing just one of them. When he asked his sensei what he was doing wrong, Zeref just told him it was all due to a lack of practice, but Naruto felt his sensei was hiding something from him. On the other hand, his training with Kaminari no Metsuria Meiho, lightning dragon slayer magic, was going great. His control over it had increased a lot, and he could now use a lot of spells without getting tired. Something Zeref had said was thanks in part to how big his magical container and Tenketsu points had become from the training. Although he had yet to learn any of the Metsuryu Aji, Dragon Slayer's secret art, the young blonde was taken out of his thoughts by Sasuke waving her hand in front of his face, which made Naruto's attention shift from his training to his Uchiha companion. He had to admit that Sasuke was becoming quite the beauty. She had let her raven black hair loose since last year, and had now reached her mid-back, with two bangs framing her beautiful face. She had changed her outfit just like him. She now wore a gray, high-collared, short-sleeved shirt with a zipper in the front that showed off her developing B-cup breasts. She also had some blue wrist warmers. She was wearing umbu pants, just like him, and a pair of blue shinobi sandals. You were spacing out there, Sasuke said in a matter-of-fact tone, looking at her sparring partner with a raised brow. Just thinking about some stuff. You don't have to worry. I wasn't. If you say so, Naruto said before sitting on the ground and starting to meditate, which he found really relaxing after sparring. Meanwhile, Sasuke just stood there, looking at Naruto before letting out a sigh and going to a tree to rest under its shade. The two soon-to-be ninja just stayed there in a peaceful silence, but of course, everything has to come to an end at some point. We are graduating soon, Sasuke said, her gaze once again on her blonde friend. Yes, friend. She never thought she would ever call this guy that, but after 2 years of sparring every Sunday and actually talking to him afterward, she actually found he wasn't that bad of a guy, although it annoyed her that he acted so calm just like her Unii-sama. She started to like his presence even more after that one incident. What happened was actually simple. A year ago, during their normal training routine, meaning Naruto easily beating her, she twisted her ankle really badly to the point she couldn't move without a lot of pain. So Naruto, being the gentleman he was, decided to carry her home like a freaking princess, which was met with protest from the Uchiha beauty, who had a blush on her face for the entire trip. But it wasn't like she could do anything, so after a few minutes, they both finally reached her house. Naruto helped her get inside, and when he asked about the other members of her family, she just told him that she was going to be alone for the day and that he should just leave. But of course, he didn't, saying that someone who was hurt shouldn't be alone like this. He decided to actually stay and take care of her, which brought another blush and more protests from the young Uchiha. But Naruto wouldn't have any of it, so after treating her injury as best as he could, he actually cooked her lunch and dinner and stayed at the house until it was really late just to make sure she didn't do anything stupid while injured. At the end of the day, she simply asked why he was doing all this for her, and his answer had made her brain stop for a whole minute right there. That's what friends are for, aren't they? And since that day, Sasuke actually found herself waiting for Sunday to spar and then speak to him. Of course, she still saw him and sat beside him, but they rarely talked at all in the academy, although they did eat lunch together every day. Well, it was more like Naruto ate on the roof alone, and after Sasuke found him, she just stayed there and ate with him in a peaceful silence. Yeah, just a few more months of torture, and we're all set to go, said Naruto, who was still meditating. This answer actually brought another small smile to Sasuke's face just before it became a scowl. Do you think we're going to be put on the same team? Sasuke asked out of nowhere. Even though she tried to hide it, Naruto could detect a little bit of hope in her voice, which didn't surprise him at all since he, too, would like to be on the same team with her. And with enough luck, it would be her, Nara Shikamaru, and Naruto himself. Why Shikamaru, you may ask? Well, a couple of months ago, our blonde hero actually found himself playing a game of shogi with Shikamaru during lunch when the lazy member of the Nara clan decided to use the roof as a place to view the clouds. After that game, which Shikamaru won, the two of them would actually play during lunch. Sometimes Akimichi Koji would stay too, and the young blonde found himself impressed by Shikamaru's strategic abilities, so he really would like to be on the same team as him. And if you added someone he knew like Sasuke, then he would be on a team he could easily work with. I don't know, anything could happen, although I do hope that happens, though, Naruto answered, getting a nod and another smile from Sasuke, happy that her friend wanted to be on the same team as her. If that happens, just make sure not to drag me down, Naruto, Sasuke joked with a smirk, which got Naruto to open his eyes and look at her with a bored gaze. Interesting, you took the words right out of my mouth, Naruto shot back, finding himself moving his face to dodge some kunai that Sasuke just decided to throw at him, a tick mark present on her forehead. Yes, it was definitely quite a friendship. It was once again one of those Sundays where Naruto had to go to the now-dubbed training room because of something Zeref wanted to tell him. So that was the reason you could find Naruto walking in the hallway that connected the rooms of this place to the training room. Of course, his sudden goodbye had raised questions from Sasuke, questions that Naruto found himself lying about since he couldn't reveal this place. More than once, Sasuke had asked about how Naruto had gotten so strong since she knew that, according to Mito, he didn't train with his family. Naruto had just told her that he had a really good sensei and always tried to change the subject every time, so Sasuke stopped asking about it after a while. But she was still determined to find out, so she had told him that when she finally defeated him in a fight, he would have to tell her everything, something that Naruto accepted just to make her stop asking about it. The young dragon slayer finally reached the training room and, as usual, found his sensei meditating in the middle of it, so he just stayed there, waiting for his sensei to tell him the reason he had been called on a Sunday, since every time that happened, it was for something big. After a few minutes, Zeref stopped meditating and stood up, looking at his student with his normal emotionless gaze before speaking. Today, Naruto-kun, you will take the final step in your training in Yami no Meiho, darkness magic, Zeref said, causing his student to raise a brow. What do you mean by that, sensei? And what is this final step? Naruto asked, with a heavy dose of curiosity in his voice. Naruto-kun, there is something you must do before you can truly use Yami no Meiho, darkness magic, properly. And before you ask why I didn't tell you about it at the beginning, it was simply because you weren't ready for it. But I wanted you to understand how Yami no Meiho, darkness magic, worked, so I started teaching you about it first. That's the reason why you can't use Yami no Meiho, darkness magic, properly, but today we will correct that, Zeref said, making his apprentice's eyes go a little wide in understanding before he spoke in a calm voice, just like his father figure. What do I have to do? You are going to face your own darkness, Naruto-kun. That's the only way for you to be able to use Yami no Meiho, darkness magic. What do you mean by that? A confused Naruto asked, wondering what facing your darkness meant. You'll understand once we start, but this is a test you must do on your own, and I can't guarantee your safety, Naruto-kun. So I must ask, are you sure you're ready to take this step? Once it begins, there is no going back, Zeref said, his black eyes looking at Naruto's blue ones, searching for any doubt he may have, but he found none. So when Naruto told him he was ready, Zeref had no objections and proceeded to start the test. Just like the other times, a magical circle on the ground activated itself, but this time something weird happened, and that was that Zeref made something appear in his hand. The young blonde had barely enough time to recognize it as a katana before said sword was plunged right into his chest, and he was surprised when he actually felt no pain, but he could feel himself getting weaker by the second. The last thing Naruto saw was Zeref's black eyes before he muttered something that barely reached Naruto's ears. Good luck. While Naruto was getting ready to face his biggest test to date, another man was walking through the streets of the clan district of the village, walking toward a specific house with an important task that, in his opinion, could affect Konoha a lot. That thought made the man chuckle a little bit. After all, a few years in the past, his love for this village went downhill, and he was sure that if it wasn't for the meeting with that monster, he would have probably ended up becoming a traitor to the village, but now he was doing stuff for the good of the village. Yes, quite the irony. The thought of that meeting, though, was more than enough to bring fear to his eyes and to make his already pale face even more pale. After all, he had never been more scared in his whole life, not even the third ninja war had brought so much anguish to him. That just showed how terrible that being was, so he truly didn't want to meet him again in his life. Too bad fate likes to screw with people so much. This black-haired man was taken out of his thoughts when he finally reached the house he was looking for. Since it was already late at night, he knew that both the man and woman he wanted to talk to were already in the house, probably just finishing dinner or something, so he just decided to touch the doorbell and see who would open the door. He was not surprised at all when a man with spiky blonde hair and blue eyes opened the door, and the man could see that just behind this man was a woman with long red hair and violet eyes. Perfect, the black-haired man thought. After all, his objective here was something that needed the attention of both the Hokage and his wife, and there was no way he would leave before finishing his task. What are you doing here? Which was, of course, about a certain blonde-haired mage, Orochimaru. Meanwhile, in an unknown place. Shock, surprise, confusion, at a loss for words. Any of those terms could be used right now to describe how Naruto felt. The reason for that was really simple. It wasn't the fact that he found himself in a really weird stadium and who knows where, no, it was because of the person who was standing in front of him, a twisted smirk on his face. Why would this person make Naruto feel this way? Well, the reason for that was simply because this guy could only be described as a clone of Naruto himself. The only difference was that his clothes were the complete opposite color of Naruto's, and his eyes were a bright yellow, completely different from Naruto's blue ones. There was also the aura that surrounded this guy, since Naruto could feel nothing but ill intent from him. So the little weakling finally decided to show up. Huh? The Naruto lookalike asked, making said blonde look at him with a glare. Who are you? Naruto asked with an edge in his voice. After all, he felt nothing but trouble coming from this guy. Me, the yellow-eyed boy said before a black aura appeared around him, which made Naruto's eyes go wide just before he heard some words that he couldn't believe at all. I don't know why you can't recognize me. After all, the guy said just before his smirk widened even more. I am you, and with that, the Naruto lookalike dashed toward Naruto at a speed the blonde found himself difficult to follow. The test had just begun. Unknown stadium in an unknown place. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze was a confused and angry boy right now. First, his sensei stabbed him with a sword, and even though it didn't hurt at all, it still wasn't right in his opinion. Then, after he woke up in this weird stadium that looked exactly like the one Konoha has, only there were some weird black humanoid things in the stadium seats instead of people, he was attacked by someone who looked exactly like him, the only difference between them being that this weird copycat had weird yellow eyes and his clothes were completely white. He also had a twisted smirk that made Naruto really wary of him. Right now, we can find our blonde hero looking at his clone with a powerful glare. After all, he just barely dodged a punch from this guy. He had jumped backward to make more space between them in case this guy decided to do another surprise attack. What the hell do you want? Naruto yelled, his voice rising far more than usual. This guy was really getting under his skin. His question, however, was met with a look from the clone that practically screamed, "Are you stupid? Are you deaf, you idiot? I already told you, I'm you," the Naruto lookalike retorted, his twisted smirk widening with each word. This answer only earned a fiercer glare from Naruto, who couldn't begin to comprehend what this guy was talking about. What do you mean by that? And where the hell are we, anyway? The young blonde asked again, trying to get as much information as he could. This question only made the lookalike smirk morph into an annoyed expression. Apparently, he was frustrated by Naruto's complete lack of understanding. For friggin' Kami's sake, do I have to spell everything out for you? The yellow-eyed Naruto sighed in annoyance, seeing his counterpart still hadn't grasped the situation. Seriously, how was he supposed to enjoy beating the crap out of him if he didn't even know what was going on? Fine, I'll answer your stupid questions since I can't stand that ridiculous look on your face anyway, the Naruto lookalike said, crossing his arms over his chest. His twisted smirk returned, and his yellow eyes shone brightly. Naruto chose to ignore the obvious insult, desperate for answers from this weird clone, or whatever he was. First, you asked who I am, and I answered I'm you, or more specifically, I'm your dark side, your hidden feelings, your alter ego. I am your shadow, your true self, I am the darkness that resides in the deepest part of your soul. Shadow Naruto explained, causing Naruto's eyes to widen in shock. But if the smirk was any indication, Shadow Naruto wasn't finished. Now, as for the location, you could call this your inner world or something like that. I don't really know or care. All that matters is you're finally here, so I can deal with you once and for all, Shadow Naruto declared, as the dark aura from before reappeared. Naruto immediately went on guard, his eyes still filled with confusion. Suddenly, Shadow Naruto started to chuckle, and a few seconds later, the chuckle turned into a full-blown, insane laugh that made Naruto stare at his clone as if he had lost his mind, which he probably had, if you asked Naruto. Yes. It's going to be glorious. Once I'm done with you, I'll go to where our precious family lives and make them pay for what they've done to us. First, I'll start with our dear siblings. Oh yes, I'll enjoy making them beg for mercy while I torture them one by one, but I won't kill them, no, that would be too easy. Ha, now I know. I'll make them watch as I kill our dear mommy and daddy. Yes, that should be good enough, but who knows? I may get a little more wild at the end, if you know what I mean. Wait, you probably don't. You are still a virgin after all, Shadow Naruto shrieked, his crazy laughter starting again at the end of the tirade. Naruto, meanwhile, looked at him with a terrified expression before shaking his head, trying to get the guy's words out of his mind. There was no way this guy could be him. Sure, his relationship with his family was more than ruined, but he would never stoop so low as to do something like what this guy just implied. Sadly for our young hero, his shadow was far from done. And after I deal with them, it's the village's turn. Hell yeah, I'm going to burn that shithole to the ground and kill every single person there. Oh, it's going to be so much fun. I can already hear their screams of agony. I'll make the Kyuubi look like a little kitty. They won't even know what hit them, Shadow Naruto explained, with pure and simple bloodlust evident in his eyes. Naruto couldn't even begin to understand what was going on in this guy's mind, but now he was more certain than ever there was no way this guy could be him, or any part of him. In Naruto's mind, there was just no way. After all, he wasn't a monster like this guy, right? You're sick, was all the young apprentice of Zeref could say, his expression a mix of shock and then nothing but disgust and anger. Shadow Naruto stopped laughing and looked at him as if he were stupid, having apparently heard what Naruto just said. Excuse me? I'm sick? You might want to take a look in a mirror, kid, because the only thing I'm saying is how we really feel and what we really want to do, Shadow Naruto said, his crazy smirk reappearing at Naruto's heated glare in response to his declaration. You're lying. There's no way you can be me. You can't be me. No, you are not me, the young blonde said, his voice starting quiet but turning into a yell at the end. As soon as he finished, Shadow Naruto was covered in an even more powerful aura, and this time, random red sparks began to appear around his body. Naruto could feel the incredible power this guy had, and for the first time in his life since meeting Raijin, the young blonde felt fear of this guy, not only for his power but for his willingness to cause so much harm with it. That's what I wanted to hear, Shadow Naruto said, a twisted smirk once again on his face just before he moved faster than before in Naruto's direction, his fist completely engulfed in red electricity. The battle had begun. Meanwhile, in Konoha, "We need to talk," were the first words the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, heard after opening his front door and seeing that his visitor this late at night was none other than Orochimaru, one of the three legendary Densetsu no Sunin, three great ninjas. Talk about what, Orochimaru? Did something happen? The blonde Hokage asked, his full attention on the snake summoner. It was highly unusual for Orochimaru to come to his house. He normally reported whatever he had to in the Hokage's office, never here. I suppose you could say that. May I come in? I believe it would be better if we had this conversation in private, the black-haired ninja said. His normal creepy smile was completely gone, replaced by an expression of seriousness, which made both Minato and Kushina, who was standing a little behind her husband, look at the snake summoner with confusion. Sure, was all Minato said before he led Orochimaru to the living room, where Orochimaru took a seat in one of the chairs around a coffee table while the hero of the third shinobi were sat on the nearby couch. Would you like some tea, Orochimaru-san? Kushina asked, speaking for the first time since Orochimaru entered her house. Her question was met with a small shake of his head. That won't be necessary, but I would appreciate it if you could stay to hear what I have to say. After all, it concerns the both of you, Orochimaru answered swiftly, his attention focused on both the Hokage and his wife. He wondered exactly how they were going to react to what he was about to say, but if his own assumptions were correct, then this was going to be one interesting conversation. This declaration brought looks of suspicion from both Minato and Kushina, but neither of them said anything. The red-headed Jonin sat next to her husband on the sofa, waiting to hear whatever news Orochimaru had to share so urgently. So, what's the problem, Orochimaru? Is it about the assignment I gave you concerning the academy? Minato asked, considering the different things that could have brought the snake summoner here since he had never done so in the past. Those who knew Orochimaru could tell you that the man had a little sadistic side to him that complemented his thirst for knowledge. So, it was no surprise to those people that the man was none other than the head of the torture and interrogation division of Konoha. But it was only the Hokage, his wife, and a few others who knew that Orochimaru was also tasked with observing the students who entered the academy and their progress. The reason for giving Orochimaru this assignment was simple. In Minato's opinion, Orochimaru was one of the people who knew the most about human psychology in the entire village, something that made him highly effective in his job at the TNI division. So, Minato assigned Orochimaru the task of observing the development of the academy students so that he could not only form the most effective teams by the time the students graduated but also so that Orochimaru could figure out which students were better suited for specialized tasks, like the medical squad Tsunade made. It was after a year of Orochimaru having that job that he recommended to Minato a change in how the team system worked. Instead of having teams with 3 genin and 1 jonin, Konoha would have teams made of 4 genin and 2 jonin. While some members of the council complained that the system would use too many of the village's jonin, Minato still went with it since he had no reason to doubt Orochimaru at all. He was glad he did. After all, the system worked even better than the old one since it allowed the jonin to focus more on their genin and teach them a wider variety of things while also improving the survival rate of the teams a lot. Yes, it is. I'm not going to waste anyone's time here, so I'll get straight to the matter at hand. Minato, how good is your relationship with your son? Orochimaru asked both Minato and Kushina, making one of them frown while the other had a worried expression on her face. Why are you asking this? Did something happen to Menma-kun? Kushina asked, obviously worried about anything that could have happened to her son. She was even more worried because if something did happen, her son hadn't told either her or his father. Calm down, Kushina, nothing happened to Menma-kun at all. He's actually at the top of his class, although he could do better in the written part if you ask me, Orochimaru said, making both parents sigh in relief. However, the black-haired snake summoner was now even more concerned, as it did not escape his notice that they only asked about one of their sons. Why are you asking, then? Minato asked, confusion obvious in his face and voice. I think you misunderstood a little bit there, so let me be more specific this time. How good is your relationship with your son Naruto-kun? And just then, Orochimaru saw a reaction that made all his suspicions even more of a reality. which made him let out a mental sigh since this just made everything harder. As soon as Orochimaru asked his question, both Minato and Kushina just looked at him with an unreadable expression before their eyes widened until they were like plates. Then, they both looked at each other with the same expression. All of this just made Orochimaru raise a brow in interest. Meanwhile, the young user of the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, pondered the question in his mind, and he really did not like the answer he was getting. It had even taken him a couple of seconds to actually remember that he had another son besides Menma, and even though he tried really hard to remember any memory with his first son, he couldn't actually do it, as if he had completely forgotten about him. That feeling made Minato panic a little bit. How could he forget his own son? Kushina's thoughts were even more wild than her husband's, but just like him, she couldn't remember any moment with her son. Even though she thought hard about important moments like birthdays, training days, and their first day at the academy, she just couldn't picture him in any of them, as if he was never there, which was something that made Kushina's heart twist in pain. How was it possible to not have any memories with one of her sons? There was no way she could have neglected him like that, right? Both the Hokage and his wife's attention were taken out of their thoughts by a cough from Orochimaru, who knew enough about human behavior to figure out the answer to his question just by looking at them. I'm going to guess that it's not good, is it? Well, that explains a part of the problem, Orochimaru said, and even though the last part was said in a low voice, it was loud enough for both Minato and Kushina to hear it. What are you talking about, Orochimaru? Did something happen to Naruto at the academy? Kushina almost yelled after standing up, her expression one of panic and fear. After all, if something did happen to her son at the academy, like him having to repeat a year just because neither she nor her husband helped him when they should have, she would not be able to forgive herself. Minato stood up and put a hand over his wife's shoulder, trying to calm her down, but Orochimaru could easily see that the fourth fire shadow was also concerned about his son. He was just better at controlling his emotions, something that Orochimaru actually respected about this man. No, nothing at all, Kushina. Naruto-kun's development at the academy is pretty normal. His grades are not great, but they aren't good either. In fact, if you ask me, I'll say that they are too regular, Orochimaru answered with his arms crossed over his chest, looking at the two powerful ninja in front of him, who were now on the couch once again, waiting for the inevitable question. What do you mean by that? Minato asked with a frown of both concern for his son and shame for feeling like he had forgotten about him at all, something that, in his opinion, made him a terrible father. Meanwhile, Kushina's gaze was focused on the floor, but you could easily see that her mind was somewhere else, probably trying to find any sort of moment with her firstborn child, but she just couldn't. All of a sudden, another thought made itself present in her mind, and this one almost made her cry right there. She couldn't even remember what her son actually looked like. Sure, she remembered that he looked similar to Menma, but she couldn't remember his facial details or what kind of clothes he wore. For Kami's sake, she couldn't even remember actually buying clothes for him. All of these thoughts made the former container of the Kyuubi feel like the worst mother ever, and she just wondered how in Kami's name she had forgotten about her son at all. What I mean is that your son's scores at the academy are too unnatural, if you ask me. First, there are the written tests. In those exams, your son always gets half of the answers wrong while the other half are correct, meaning he gets half of the top score. Now, I can understand that happening sometimes, but the fact is that in the 2.5 years young Naruto-kun has been in the academy, he has always gotten the same points in every written exam, almost as if he did this on purpose, Orochimaru said, seeing how Minato's frown grew bigger and how Kushina's attention went from the floor to him. From a practical standpoint, the same trends appear in your son's grades. He consistently earns half the maximum score on every hands-on task. When it comes to taijutsu, his progress is slightly above average, which is something I can understand given your apparent lack of involvement in his training, Orochimaru said. His tone was neutral, yet Minato and Kushina both flinched. The truth of his words struck them hard. But from what I know, Naruto-kun should be one of the best in that area. After all, he's been sparring with Sasuke Uchiha for a while now, and she has yet to defeat him. Both the Hokage and his wife's eyes widened in surprise. They knew Sasuke Uchiha, the daughter of their friends Fugaku and Mikato, was one of the top students at the academy, tied with their own daughter for the position of Kunoichi of the Year. So how was it possible that their son, who had received no special training, a fact that made them feel even more ashamed, had defeated her? After reviewing all of these facts, I've concluded that your son is, in my opinion, concealing his true abilities at the academy, Orochimaru revealed, surprising both Minato and Kushina once again. What? Why would he do that? The beautiful redhead asked, baffled as to why her son would fake his skills. It was hardly a normal thing for a boy his age to do. Minato's thoughts were a little different. If what Orochimaru said was true, it meant his son had been training, since there was no way he could be strong enough to beat Sasuke without any kind of training. If that was the case, who had trained him? It was highly unlikely he had trained alone, which meant someone had been helping him with his ninja skills. But who? I can't give you the exact reason since I'm not him, but I'm going to guess he just didn't want anyone to know his real strength, Orochimaru said with a sigh, knowing his next words would truly upset them. Considering the information I have on Naruto-kun, I have no choice but to consider him a flight risk. The moment the words left his mouth, he was hit by two powerful waves of killing intent from Minato and Kushina, whose intense glares were fixed on the snake summoner. "Are you implying that my son could become a traitor, Orochimaru?" Minato asked, his voice cold and his glare fierce. He would never allow anyone to say something like that about a member of his family, ever. "You have to face the facts, Minato. First, he's hiding his true abilities at the academy, abilities we have no idea where he got from, since I know you're also thinking someone must have been teaching him, but neither of us knows who. Then, there's the fact that your son has no important bonds with anyone, with the exception of his relationship with Sasuke Uchiha, which probably started not long ago. We can also add that, from what I can see, he doesn't even have a good relationship with his own family. You don't need to be an expert to notice that Naruto-kun has no love for this village, something you two could have fixed if you had paid enough attention, but you didn't. For that, I can easily tell you that your son has no true reason to stay in this village, let alone protect it with his life. So yes, Minato, I do consider your son a flight risk, and after he graduates from the academy, he could easily become a traitor to the leaf," Orochimaru said with a steely voice. He wasn't about to let them intimidate him for simply stating a fact. Although, it's not like these two could really intimidate Orochimaru at all. Their killing intent paled in comparison to his. For a few minutes, there was only silence and a powerful battle of glares between the three cage-level ninja. The tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a rusty kunao. "Is this everything you came to say, Orochimaru?" Minato asked with a cold voice. He received a nod from the snake summoner, who stood up alongside the blonde Hokage. He had already done his job here, there was no real reason for him to stay. "Orochimaru," Minato said, now standing at the door of his house and watching the head of the TNI department leave. But he still had a few words to say before he went. "What is it, Minato?" Orochimaru asked with a raised brow, wondering what the fourth fire shadow wanted to say to him now. "Just, thank you, for telling me all of this. I was just doing my job, but now it's your turn to fix this before something happens," Orochimaru said before simply leaving in a leaf shunshin no jutsu, body flicker technique. After all, he still had one more thing to do. "Don't worry, I will," the blonde Hokage said, more to himself than to anyone, just before he entered the house and pondered everything that had just happened. How could he have been such a lousy father? He remembered how it felt to grow up without a family. He was an orphan, after all. It was only when his sensei, his father figure, started training him that he felt true happiness. So he had vowed to himself that he would be the best father he could be to his children, to ensure they could have the happiness that came with the family he didn't have for the first years of his life. But apparently, he had failed somehow. Meanwhile, in the living room, Kushina was also pondering everything that had happened that night. At first, she couldn't believe that she had really forgotten about one of her sons like that, but the more she tried to remember anything about Naruto, the more she realized how bad of a mother she really was. Since the destruction of her clan, Kushina had always wanted a big family, and she had promised herself that she would do anything to bring joy to that family. But it looked like that was a promise she didn't manage to fulfill. After all, what kind of mother neglects her son like that? The Uzumaki Namikaze matriarch was pulled from her thoughts by a gentle hand on her shoulder. When she saw it was her husband, who had a sad look on his face, she finally released everything she was holding and began to cry, hugging her husband as tightly as she could while Minato did his best to comfort her. How did we forget about him, Minato-kun?" Kushina asked between sobs, fearing how bad her relationship with her firstborn child truly was. "I don't know, Kushi-chan, I don't know, but we're going to fix this no matter what," Minato said. He felt his wife nod into his chest, her sobs growing less loud. It was at that moment that they both promised themselves that no matter how hard it might be, they would find a way to reconnect with their neglected son. That was the promise of a lifetime. Meanwhile, with Orochimaru, the powerful snake summoner appeared in his personal office, a small room containing nothing but a wooden desk and a chair, some bookcases filled with books, and illuminated by torches. This place was located in his secret lab that only he, the Hokage, and a few others, like his teammates, knew about. This was the place where Orochimaru would normally conduct his experiments. Of course, he could not use any test subjects for these experiments unless they were prisoners or any other person that the Hokage approved of, and even that only happened once Orochimaru was more than sure that the procedure would not kill the patient. He would have to express his gratitude to his busted teammate one of these days. After all, she had really helped in improving the survival expectations of the patients. Orochimaru sat behind his desk, which had some papers on top of it, and began thinking about some things from the past. Yes, he could easily remember the times when he would have easily just kidnapped some civilian or ninja and experimented on them, and if he was ever found out, he would have just left the village. After all, it's not like he had a lot of love for it either. But all of those thoughts and plans went out of the window the moment he met him. Even after all these years, the memory of the day he met that monster still made him shudder, and the only thing Orochimaru wanted more than his dream of learning all the secrets this world has was to never face that monster again. He was sure he would not survive a second time, after all. The snake summoner's attention went from the past to the new figure who had just appeared in a Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, just as he had requested. This person was wearing the usual Umbu uniform, but you could easily see that this individual was a woman. Just like any other Umbu on duty, she had a mask on her face, which looked like a snake, and you could easily see her hair behind her mask, which was black with a blue tint to it and was styled in a short, spiky, fan ponytail. "You called, Sensei?" the female Umbu asked in a cheerful tone, her hands on her hips. Orochimaru could practically feel the smirk his apprentice had behind her mask. The snake summoner had to contain a sigh, knowing that even though she was now an Umbu, his little apprentice would never change. He just wished she would stop getting on his nerves so much. "Yes, I did. I have an important assignment for you, and it's important that you tell no one, not even the Hokage, about this, understood?" Orochimaru was never a man to leave anything to chance, so it was not a real surprise that he also wanted to deal with the mystery that was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. He didn't want to do this because of the village or anything like that. No, he had more personal reasons. Anko. After all, the few times Orochimaru had actually seen the boy in person, he was barely able to contain his shock and the shudder he got. With each passing year, that boy's presence somehow started to become more like his, something that only he detected, thanks to that life-changing meeting. Yes, it looks like the life of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze was about to get more complicated, and there was nothing he could do about it. Meanwhile, in the training room, right now, if you were to look, you would find the man known as Zeref sitting on the ground, his complete focus on no one but the passed-out form of his apprentice. Of course, the powerful dark mage had an idea of what his apprentice was facing, and he knew that this was probably one of the hardest things anyone could ever experience. After all, facing your own inner demons and accepting them as a part of you is something that almost no one could do. It was for that reason that so many mages in his world lost themselves when they started practicing any form of Yami no Meiho, darkness magic. Of course, there were those individuals who managed to control their own darkness, but by doing that, they were just wasting the real power that this form of magic holds. So, if you were to ask Zeref what was the best way to become a master of Yami no Meiho, darkness magic, it would be this one. A part of him, of course, wondered if he had done this too soon or if he had sent his only student into a death trap, but he easily erased those feelings. He had complete confidence in his student, after all, and if there was someone who could face this challenge and come out winning, that someone was definitely his student. It was after a few more minutes of just staring at his apprentice that a strong presence swept over the entire place, and if Naruto had seen his sensei at that moment, he would have been definitely surprised. After all, his sensei's normal emotionless face turned into a powerful glare as soon as he felt this presence. "What are you doing here, Alcor?" Zeref asked out of nowhere. His voice had a threatening tone that almost no one from this world had ever heard, and for just a moment, you could have seen how his normal black eyes flashed red. "Is that the way to treat a friend, Zeref-kun?" a silky voice asked that seemed to echo everywhere, but Zeref's attention went to one of the corners of the training room, from which a figure began to emerge from the shadows itself. This figure looked like a teenager, definitely male, probably between 17 and 18 years old. This person had curly white hair and a very pale complexion. His eyes were squinting, giving him a sleepy appearance, and he had white makeup/eyelashes around his eyes. He wore a red and black striped shirt with a frilled undershirt, along with matching shoes and black pants. "We are hardly that, Alcor. Now tell me, what did you come here to do?" Zeref asked, his powerful glare directed at the man called Alcor, although this did not make the smile on this man's face lessen at all. Actually, it looked like it became wider. "You really wound me with that hostility of yours, but I guess I can't do anything about your attitude now, can I?" the white-haired man asked, ignoring Zeref's question with a smile on his face. "What does your master want this time, servant of the Shinigami?" Zeref asked, revealing Alcor's identity. But of course, this didn't have any effect on the man, who simply started walking closer to Zeref, his smile still present on his face. "I believe the answer to that question is kind of obvious, don't you think?" Alcor said, while signaling Naruto's sleeping form with his eyes, but as soon as he did this, he found a hand strangling his neck, courtesy of a red-eyed, pissed-off Dark Lord, whose glare had become even worse. "If you ever put a finger on him, Alcor, I'll kill you," Zeref hissed, showing more emotions than ever since he had started training Naruto. After all, he had never trusted this man, just as he had never trusted this man's master. He had never felt any source of gratitude toward the Shinigami since he had brought him to this world, since he knew that the Shinigami had done it for his own reasons and not for the goodness of his heart, if he had any. So he would be damned if he ever let any of them get their claws on his apprentice, even if he had to fight a god himself. Even though Zeref was pressing Alcor's neck pretty tightly, the white-haired man kept smiling, just as if nothing was happening. Then, as if by some magic, Alcor simply vanished from Zeref's grip and appeared behind him, a hand on his mouth since he was apparently trying to hold back a chuckle. "I'm sure you will, Zeref-kun, but you don't have to worry about that. My master just told me to come here and take a look, after all," Alcor said, his gaze still focused on the passed-out form of our blonde hero while Zeref's glare was still directed at the white-haired servant of the Shinigami. "I see that you used the gift my master gave to you," Alcor said after a few seconds as if he was stating a fact. The mention of the Shinigami's gift made Zeref look at the back of his right hand, and just as he did this, a symbol appeared right there. This symbol was simply the kanji for death in a completely black color, and to anyone who looked at it, it would simply look like a tattoo or something. But of course, Zeref knew better, since this was one of the 2 gifts the Shinigami gave him when he brought him to this world. One of those gifts was the mark he had on his right hand. The mark had 2 purposes. The first one was to allow the Shinigami, and by extension Alcor, to know where he was at any given moment, since apparently the Shinigami wanted to make sure Zeref didn't step over the line by doing anything he might consider problematic. The other function it had was something that Zeref actually liked. It kept his powers under control. This allowed Zeref to actually express what he feels without the fear of killing everything around him, something that was a real problem back in his original world. The other gift was something a lot more different. It was the sword Zeref had used to send Naruto's consciousness into the deepest part of his soul. The sword allowed Zeref to do a number of things related to the souls of both the living and the dead, but it was something that the Dark Lord only used in some very specific circumstances. After all, he didn't want to use something that the Shinigami had given to him, and the condition to use its most powerful power was something that Zeref had only managed to fulfill twice in his lifetime in the elemental nations. Indeed I did. And you're sure he was ready? Naruto-kun is still so young. I have complete faith in my apprentice Alcor. I will not tolerate your doubts. I see. The white-haired man said, his gaze fixed on the sleeping Naruto with an intense scrutiny, as if the boy held the solution to a complex puzzle he was determined to solve. After several more seconds of this intense staring or glaring, from Zeref's perspective Alcor let out a soft chuckle before once again retreating to a corner of the training room. He reached his destination and met Zeref's harsh gaze with a calm smile. I am truly excited to see how far Naruto-kun goes with a teacher like you, Zeref-kun. Just don't fail him. After all, he is one of the few truly interesting humans left. It would be a great tragedy for him not to be prepared for what is coming. With these foreboding words, Zeref simply vanished, leaving no trace of his presence. The Dark Lord, Zeref, let out a sigh upon hearing that, his eyes returning to their normal black hue as his gaze settled once again on his exhausted student. He wondered why someone like the Shinigami had such an interest in Naruto, but in the end, it was of no consequence to him. The affairs of the gods were not his concern. He was certain of one thing, however, his apprentice would face a great many hardships and trials. Just as he had promised the day they met, he would help him in any way he could, even if it meant confronting the Shinigami or any other god himself. Yes, Zeref would demonstrate exactly how much power the strongest dark mage of all time possessed if it meant helping Naruto. After all, the boy was the closest thing he had to family. And just as Mavis had said she would protect her family with her life, Zeref would do the same, even if the price was his very own soul. Reria no Tekken, lighting Dragon's Iron Fist. These were the words Naruto heard just before a red, lightning-covered fist slammed directly into his face. It was courtesy of none other than Shadow Naruto, and it sent him flying to the other side of the stadium. Naruto managed to skid to a halt after a few seconds, just in time to look up and see Shadow Naruto dashing straight for him. His hand was once again covered in red lightning, but this time it was shaped like a claw instead of a fist. Reria no Saiga, lighting Dragon's Crushing Fang. Shadow Naruto roared as he swept his right arm just as he reached Naruto. Luckily for the blonde, he managed to leap out of the way just before the attack connected. The attack touched the ground and created a massive fissure, a testament to the spell's incredible cutting power. My turn, Naruto thought, putting more space between himself and his shadow. The young blonde began to gather magic in his mouth for his next attack, and it seemed Shadow Naruto had the exact same idea. Reria no Hoko, lighting Dragon's Roar. Both Naruto and his shadow yelled, releasing their powerful lightning spells, one blue and the other red. The two attacks collided in the middle, creating a huge explosion that forced Naruto to cover his eyes with his arm. This proved to be a mistake, as the next thing he felt was a powerful, lightning-enhanced kick from Shadow Naruto that, like the previous fist, sent the young blonde soaring across the stadium. Damn it, Naruto thought, clutching his stomach as he stood up, glaring at his shadow. The shadow just stood there with a smug smirk on his face, inwardly mocking his good side for being so weak. I hope you step up your game. This won't be fun if all I do is toss you around like a rag doll, Shadow Naruto taunted before dashing toward Naruto again, this time with red electricity crackling around his feet. Reria no Kaji Zoom, lighting Dragon's Claw. Shadow Naruto announced, throwing a high kick aimed at Naruto's face. However, Zeref's young apprentice managed to evade the attack by bending down just before it connected. Naruto seized the opportunity, channeling blue lightning into his fist before throwing a punch directly at his shadow's face. Unfortunately for him, his dark self moved his head fast enough to avoid the punch and grabbed his wrist just before delivering a powerful hook to Naruto's ribs. The young apprentice had no time to react, as a knee connected perfectly with his stomach, making him double over in both pain and a lack of air. But Shadow Naruto wasn't finished. The next thing he felt was another hook, this time to his face, courtesy of the hand Shadow Naruto had just used to grab his wrist. Naruto stumbled away from his shadow, feeling pain all over his body. But he had endured worse while sparring with his sensei, so he turned around with determination and made an X-like swinging motion in front of him with his arms, which were now covered in blue lightning. Rarya no Yakuchiki, Lighting Dragon's Wing Attack. Naruto yelled, releasing the energy from his arms and sending a powerful, X-shaped lightning bolt the size of his torso directly toward his shadow. His shadow was unfazed. When he saw what his normal self was about to do, he too prepared his own attack by supercharging his fist with lightning before throwing a perfect jab. He also released the energy he had gathered. Rarya no Hoken, Lighting Dragon's Breakdown Fist. Shadow Naruto roared, and a human-sized fist made of red lightning materialized from his own, colliding with Naruto's spell. Unfortunately for the blonde, his shadow spell proved to be stronger. The gigantic fist moved past Naruto's attack and hit his body directly, sending waves of pain through every part of the young blonde's body. Naruto could only scream in agony after taking the powerful spell head-on and falling to the ground face-first. Meanwhile, Shadow Naruto began to walk toward the fallen blonde, a smirk on his face and a confidence in his eyes that was mixed with their usual insanity. "You know, this wouldn't be happening if you weren't such a coward and had gone to get revenge on those who wronged us," Shadow Naruto said, speaking as if to a small child. "But you had to be the good guy and do nothing. Well, I'm tired of it. Don't we deserve to have our way with those bastards we're related to? Don't we deserve to unleash our fury upon that pathetic village of Konoha? I think we do. But since you lack the guts to do it, I'm going to have to do it myself. Don't worry, I promise you that they will all suffer. After all, that's what we truly want, isn't it?" Shadow Naruto said in a matter-of-fact tone, looking down at his other self with his perpetual smirk. "Shut up, that's not what I want. I'm not a monster like you," Naruto said, trying to stand up, a fierce glare directed at his darkness. This only made his counterpart raise an eyebrow before he let out a sigh. "You know what? Forget it. I'm tired of trying to make you understand, so you can just die already," the shadow said with a sadistic smirk, his hand filled with red electricity and shaped like a claw. "Rarya no Saiga, Lighting Dragon's Crushing Fang," Shadow Naruto announced, aiming the attack directly at Naruto's neck. He was sure he had won as soon as the spell hit its mark, but the sound he got after the attack was not what he expected. Puff. "What?" Shadow Naruto yelled, seeing the log of wood that he had just cut in half the result of Naruto's Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique. The shadow had no time to wonder where the log had come from, however, as he was barely able to turn around and catch the kunai his original self had just thrown at him. "Really? Is this all you've got? I have to say I'm actually disappointed," Shadow Naruto said with a deadpan expression, looking at his counterpart as if he were an idiot. But for some reason, this just made Naruto himself smirk. Shadow Naruto was about to ask what was so funny but was interrupted by a sound coming from the kunai in his hand. When he looked at the kunai, he couldn't stop the curse from escaping his lips. "Fuck me sideways," Shadow Naruto cursed, letting go of the kunai, but it was already too late. As soon as he did, the paper bomb Naruto had attached to it exploded, creating a huge cloud of smoke and, of course, injuring Shadow Naruto. "You little fucker. That's it. You're dead. As soon as I get my hands on you, I'm going to rip you apart," yelled an enraged Shadow Naruto, recovering from the explosion. His body and clothes now had some burns here and there, but for someone like him, it would take a lot more to truly injure him, let alone kill him. Shadow Naruto was surprised, to say the least, when at least a dozen shuriken came flying toward him from the smoke cloud left by the explosion. And even though he managed to deflect them with his own kunais, he couldn't avoid the powerful, spear-like blue lightning that hit him square in the chest, releasing an electrical explosion that made him curse as he was blasted away by the attack he recognized as the Raryu Tenjiki, Lighting Dragon's Heavenward Halberd, one of Naruto's strongest spells. Naruto wasn't finished, however. He moved with impressive speed towards Shadow Naruto, but if you looked closely, you could see there was something wrong with this Naruto. Shadow Naruto, however, was too enraged to even notice. He met Naruto halfway with a powerful fist aimed at his face, but he was once again surprised when the attack went right through him. A clone, Shadow Naruto thought, but it was already too late. The real Naruto, who had been hiding behind the clone, closed the distance between himself and his shadow and delivered a devastating uppercut, lifting him off the ground. Naruto wasn't going to miss this opportunity, so he jumped backward fast enough and threw another spell, hoping to end the fight. Rarya no Hoko, Lighting Dragon's Roar. Naruto used, and the powerful lightning roar struck Shadow Naruto while he was still in the air, creating another explosion. For a moment, Naruto just stood there, looking at the smoke cloud his attack had created, trying to catch his breath. But his eyes widened in shock when he saw a black energy projectile coming from the smoke at a speed too fast for him to dodge. The attack pierced his shoulder completely, making Naruto groan in pain and try to stop the bleeding by putting his hand over the wound. "Now I'm really pissed off. I was going to make this quick, but now I find myself wanting to just break you," hissed Shadow Naruto, who appeared after the smoke cloud cleared. He looked much worse for wear. Not only were his clothes shredded in some places, but blood was running down his chest and from his mouth. The enraged Shadow Naruto lifted his hand and pointed at Naruto, and multiple black magic circles, each the size of his head, appeared around him. Kuroi Yajirushi Kansu, dark arrows, piercing, was what Shadow Naruto said before each circle released the same kind of black projectiles, each the size of a kunao, directly toward Naruto. The blonde was stunned for a moment at the clear display of Yami no Meiho, darkness magic, but he managed to snap out of it fast enough to start dodging the arrows that Shadow Naruto had summoned. However, even though he managed to evade many of the projectiles, he was not prepared for when Shadow Naruto made a few of them split in mid-flight, creating two from each arrow and changing their trajectory. This made Naruto unable to dodge them in time. Gah! Naruto screamed in pain as a number of the arrows pierced right through his shoulders, legs, arms, and thighs. The young blonde collapsed to his knees from the pain, his vision getting a little blurry from the blood he had lost from each of his wounds. While on his knees, the blonde looked up, and just as he feared, Shadow Naruto was already upon him, rage on his face instead of his usual smirk. "This is your loss, but now I'll enjoy this as much as I can," Shadow Naruto said before starting to kick the down blonde, who was now face-first on the ground, his consciousness fading away with every hit. "Am I going to die here? Without accomplishing anything? Am I really this weak?" These were the thoughts running through Naruto's mind. He couldn't believe he was going to die at the hands of this imposter. At the thought of him being an imposter, another memory appeared in his mind. This one was of the words his sensei had told him before sending him here, how some people deny their darkness while others let their own darkness control them, and that if he wanted to be strong, he would have to accept that part of him. Naruto mentally shook his head, however. There was no way he would ever believe that someone like this guy was a part of him. He was no monster, and he would never just kill for pleasure or something like that. Another memory appeared in Naruto's head, but this time it was of his look-alike saying, "I promise you that all of them will suffer." After all, that's what we truly want, isn't it? Of course, if you were to ask Naruto, he would tell you that he didn't want revenge on his biological family, that he didn't care about them at all, not even enough to seek revenge, but Naruto knew the truth. No matter how hard he tried to deny it, there was always going to be a part of him that wanted to just hurt them, to make them feel the pain they had made him feel for so many years. It was only thanks to his father figure that he didn't become a revenge-driven maniac like his shadow. Naruto had an epiphany at that moment. This guy who called himself his shadow was what he could have become if it wasn't for Zeref, someone who let hate rule his life, and the more Naruto saw him through the fight, he could see that, just like him, he felt betrayed by his biological family in every possible way. But while Naruto had Zeref, this guy had no one, just like him for the first 7 years of his life. This guy, he's just like me, isn't he? No, I've been denying it since he told me, but that was just me not wanting to accept my darkest emotions, not wanting to accept that I have someone like him inside of me, but in the end that doesn't matter, he's really me, isn't he? Naruto thought, looking up at his shadow, who had stopped kicking him a few seconds ago and was now panting heavily. However, it seemed Shadow Naruto had not registered Naruto's change in mentality, as he was getting ready to go for the kill. Raria no Saiga, Lighting Dragon's Crushing Fang. Shadow Naruto hissed, throwing the powerful claw-like attack toward Naruto's neck once again. "No, I won't lose. I must give it form with my magic and a purpose with my mind," Naruto thought just before the attack reached him, remembering his sensei's words about how Yami no Meiho, darkness magic, worked. And fortunately, or unfortunately if you looked at it from Shadow Naruto's perspective, his magic and darkness answered his mental call. From the ground where his hand was, a completely black chain appeared and stopped Shadow Naruto's attack by wrapping itself around his arm. "What? But how did you?" Whatever words Shadow Naruto was going to say died in his throat when he saw Naruto, who was now on his back, holding what looked like a completely black sphere the size of his palm. You could practically feel the power the spell had, and Shadow Naruto knew that from this distance, the spell could easily be fatal. Naruto used all the power he still had to move just before throwing the powerful mass of magic directly toward his shadow, who was either too stunned or simply could not move because of the chain. But in the end, the reason didn't matter, as the black sphere hit him square in the chest, creating another explosion and making Shadow Naruto release a scream of agony. Naruto used all the strength he could muster to stand up and begin walking toward the now fallen form of his shadow, who now had a fist-sized hole in his chest. This would have easily killed any other person, but Naruto could already see that his shadow was alive, but he didn't have much time left, judging by the way the light in his eyes was fading. "How could you use that magic?" Shadow Naruto asked between coughs of blood, wanting to know how his weaker self had managed to do something that was impossible just the day before. "I accepted it, what you said, it's true, there is a part of me that wants to see them suffer, but I won't let that control me. You might be me, but I won't become like you. No, I won't let their neglect turn me into a monster. I'm stronger than that, and you know it," Naruto said with as much fire as he could put in his voice. He was a little surprised when this actually made Shadow Naruto chuckle a bit, even though he could easily see that his shadow was in real pain. I guess I underestimated you, didn't I?" Shadow Naruto admitted with a painful smile just before his body was covered in a golden aura. But that wasn't the only thing that happened, as Shadow Naruto's body began to actually fade away. You better get strong, next time I won't hold back at all. These were the last words Shadow Naruto said just before disappearing, his body turning into dozens of golden lights that floated into the sky. Naruto saw all of this with a sad smile, vowing to himself that he would get as strong as he could now that he had passed this hellish test. The young blonde was already at his limit, so it was no surprise when he collapsed face-first onto the ground. His eyes closed, and his body was wounded everywhere, but he still had a genuine smile on his face. He had won the fight after all. Training room, 1 week later. Zeref was a man of immense patience. Years of solitude spent meditating and honing his magic had instilled in him this virtue, so it came as no surprise to the few who knew him to find him in the same spot he had occupied for over a week, his full attention on his sleeping 14-year-old apprentice. A week had passed since Zeref had sent Naruto's consciousness to the deepest part of his soul. While anyone else might have been a nervous wreck, fearing they had sent someone to their death, the black-haired mage remained calm. He understood the test, and seeing his apprentice's magic stabilize from a chaotic state on the first day was all the reassurance he needed. All that was left was to patiently await his student's return to consciousness. Most would call a person who hasn't slept in a week crazy, but Zeref found more rest in meditation than in sleep. The nightmares of the atrocities he committed in his old world never ceased, and he knew they would likely haunt him for the rest of his life. A life that, considering he had stopped aging, might be uncomfortably long. He was slightly surprised when Alcor had told him that all his powers, including his immortality, remained in this world. This immortality was a result of his experiments with the black arts. The Shinigami had given him a seal to prevent his magic from spiraling out of control, but the seal had no effect on his immortality. This meant Zeref would live until someone managed to kill him again. This time, he was in no hurry to die. He had more duties to fulfill than before. One of those duties was ensuring his apprentice was prepared to face whatever the future held, be it the Akatsuki or something far more dangerous. He wouldn't allow his apprentice to face anything unprepared. A pained groan and a stir from his apprentice made Zeref aware of his awakening. Zeref let out a relieved sigh. If the intel he had received from outside was correct, the sooner Naruto returned, the better. "Damn my back," were Naruto's first words as he sat up, one hand on the bridge of his nose to ward off the headache he felt coming. "That's what happens when you sleep on the floor for a whole week," Zeref stated, drawing his apprentice's attention. "You could have moved me to a bed," Naruto said with a deadpan expression. "And risk anything happening to you?" "I don't think so," was Zeref's reply. Naruto stood and stretched, his bones cracking. "What happened?" Zeref asked bluntly a few seconds later. Naruto knew exactly what his sensei was talking about. The young apprentice told his sensei everything that had happened in the strange stadium, from meeting his shadow, to their fight, to his final victory and acceptance of him as a part of himself. Zeref listened intently, feeling prouder with each passing second. His apprentice had done what few could, accept and control his own darkness. After Naruto finished his story, a moment of silence passed before the young blonde asked something that had bothered him since the start of the fight. "Sensei, how did my shadow's attacks affect me? I thought I was immune to lightning," Naruto asked, confusion in his voice. His sensei had told him every detail about his lightning dragon slayer magic, including immunity to lightning. "You must understand something first, Naruto-kun. What you went through was not a battle of mages, but a battle of wills. The spells you and your shadow used were just representations of the strength of your wills, not real magic. That's why neither of you could absorb each other's lightning spells. That's also why you were able to use what looked like darkness magic so flawlessly when you accepted him as part of yourself. He grew stronger every time you rejected him because you were giving him power by thinking he was separate from you when, in fact, he was you," Zeref explained. Naruto nodded in understanding, but the dark mage wasn't finished. "Naruto-kun, while I'm sure you'd like to resume your darkness magic training, it would be much easier now that you've accepted your darkness. I have to cancel your training for the rest of the week," Zeref said. His apprentice's surprise was evident. His sensei had never said anything like this before. "Why?" Naruto asked seriously. He knew his sensei wouldn't make a decision like this without a good reason. Zeref sighed, knowing his next words would affect his apprentice. "Naruto-kun, the reason is that I need you to lie low for a while." Zeref raised a hand to stop Naruto from interrupting. "Because a full week has passed since you started the task." Zeref's expression remained emotionless, completely unsurprised by his apprentice's widened eyes. But how? I mean, how is that possible?" Naruto asked, calming himself down, grateful for his training in emotional control. His first instinct had been to scream. "Naruto-kun, even though you finished the test in a single day, it took an entire week for your magical core to stabilize and for your body and mind to adapt to the changes you underwent from the influx of darkness magic after you accepted your shadow. During that time, you were in a comatose state. That's why you need to lie low. You've been missing school for a full week. Someone might get suspicious, and we can't allow anyone to find this place or learn about your relationship with me," Zeref explained. Naruto gave a small nod of acceptance. He still looked a little lost, but he couldn't find any reason for his sensei to lie to him. Besides, that would certainly explain his incredible hunger. Zeref could only imagine what his apprentice would do if he were to tell him that the real reason was because his family had finally decided to pay attention to him. They couldn't have picked a worse moment, Zeref thought, recalling what his spy had told him about the Hokage and his family. It's late, Naruto-kun. And since tomorrow is Sunday, you have to go to the academy. I suggest you go home and rest for today. Tomorrow might be a little troublesome for you, Zeref said. Naruto nodded, walking towards his room, which contained the magic circle to transport him to his apartment. He mumbled to himself about having to deal with Sasuke's temper the next day. I think the Uchiha will be the least of your concerns, Zeref muttered, too low for his apprentice to hear. Part of the Dark Lord wanted to tell Naruto everything he knew about his family's newfound interest, but he decided this would be a good test for the young blonde, a test of both control and heart. Let's see how you react to them, Naruto-kun, especially now that you've accepted your inner demons, Zeref muttered before sitting on the floor, his eyes closed in concentration. He knew this was a necessary test for his young apprentice. He just hoped his apprentice would manage to stay in control, for his own sake and the sake of the village. Not that Zeref truly cared about that last part. Meanwhile, with Naruto. Well, isn't this nice, the young protagonist said sarcastically, looking at himself in the bathroom mirror. The first thing the young mage had wanted to do upon arriving at his apartment was eat something. Sadly, the only thing in his fridge was instant ramen, which did nothing to satiate his hunger. But since it was late, just as his sensei said, he decided to take a shower and go to bed early. It was after his shower that he finally looked at his reflection and had to do a double take. His sensei hadn't been lying, there were definitely changes. For starters, his hair had changed slightly. While his golden locks were mostly the same, the two bangs that framed his face were now jet black, the same color as his sensei's hair. His eyes had also shifted to a deeper, darker shade of blue instead of his usual sky blue. But the biggest change, in Naruto's opinion, was the complete disappearance of his whisker marks, leaving his sun-kissed skin clear. Great, more things to explain to Sasuke and Shikamaru. Though Shikamaru probably won't even bother to ask anything, thinking it's too troublesome, Naruto muttered before putting on his sleepwear, a simple black shirt and shorts. The young blonde sat on his bed, ready to sleep, but the memory of his experience with his shadow flashed through his mind, making him think about what he had found, or rather, accepted after defeating his shadow. He had accepted that even though he had decided not to care about his birth relatives, a part of him still resented them for their neglect. He had been denying this part of himself, thinking he had moved on from any feelings toward his former family, and had let go of his hate when he decided to stop caring. I should have known better, Naruto thought, disappointed that he had believed himself to be free of feelings like rage when he thought of his former family. His meeting with his darkness had shown that a part of him still wanted to punish his blood relatives for their neglect, but he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't let the hate and rage his family had created in his heart control his future. He wouldn't let it transform him into a hateful monster. He knew he had those feelings because he had accepted them. And as his sensei had told him, having those kinds of feelings was normal. He was human, after all, and as long as he didn't let them control his future, he could walk a path that wouldn't end in sadness and despair. His sensei had told him this was the most likely outcome for anyone whose life revolved around revenge. He didn't know if he would ever be able to let go of the resentment and loathing he felt toward his former family. There was just too much of it in his heart. But he had already lived 14 years of his life without them, and he now had a family in Zeref. So for him, there was no real need to let it go. There was no need to forgive them. They had lived 14 years without caring for him, so why would they care if he hated them or forgave them? They wouldn't, Naruto thought. He decided he didn't need them at all. After all, they weren't his family, Zeref was. So why should he care about forgiveness when they didn't give a rat's ass about him? The young blonde decided he could easily continue living his life as it was. It was too late to change anything now, even if his family actually found themselves missing him or wanting him back in their perfect family. As if were the last words Naruto muttered before finally falling asleep, his final thought being how ridiculous the simple idea of his family actually paying attention to him was. If only he knew. The next day, you could find our blonde hero walking through the academy halls, annoyed for two reasons. The first was the fact that he had 2 more months to be there, and the second was that he had woken up late and was now late for class. Seeing that he was late, the young blonde decided to use the body flicker technique, which he had learned from some scrolls in the library. He appeared just outside the academy and decided to walk to his classroom, knowing he wasn't missing anything important. The young apprentice of Zeref finally reached his classroom, but to his surprise, everyone in the room stopped what they were doing and stared at him as soon as he entered. It wasn't just the students, it was the instructor, too. His name, if Naruto remembered correctly, was Irika Amino, a Chunin. He was currently giving the best impersonation of a fish Naruto had ever seen, his mouth opening and closing without a word. This strange behavior made Naruto raise an eyebrow in suspicion. Is there something wrong, sensei? Naruto asked politely, watching as the scarred Chunin swallowed the lump in his throat before asking in a shaky voice. Naruto Uzumaki ne Makazi. The Chunin's question made Naruto blink. The changes to his hair and face couldn't be so big that his instructor would doubt his identity. Sure, he had missed a week of class, but he wasn't a very active student to begin with. So what was with this reaction? Yes, is there a problem? Naruto replied. Just on cue, 3 figures appeared, surrounding him. He tensed and mentally kicked himself for not sensing them sooner. It was too late for that. The only thing Naruto could do at this point was wonder what the Umbu wanted with him. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze? Asked one of the Umbu, the one with silver hair and a dog mask. Naruto almost rolled his eyes. He was certain he had just answered that question, and that's exactly why they had shown up. Yes, Naruto replied, his mind racing. He racked his brain for any possible reason they were here for him. Could someone have discovered something about his sensei or the training room? No, that was impossible. He'd made sure no one was following him, and the place was incredibly well hidden. So what did they want? Hokage-sama has called for you, Uzumaki Namikaze-sama. You must come with us, said another Umbu, this one with black hair and a weasel mask. As soon as he heard the word Hokage, Naruto became even more suspicious, but he did his best to conceal it. He wasn't thrilled about seeing his former father, but he hoped to end this quickly without revealing anything unnecessary. Fine, Naruto said, wanting to get this over with. The third Umbu, the only woman of the 3, with a snake mask, put her hand on his shoulder and vanished alongside him in a Sunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique. Her 2 companions used the same jutsu a moment later, their destination being the Hokage's office, where both the Hokage and his wife were more than anxious to see their missing son. Because of the sudden departure, Naruto had no time to notice his classmates' reactions when he entered the room. Most were confused, followed by surprise. Others had more interesting reactions, like Shikamaru, whose face was filled with suspicion, or Hinata Hyuga, whose expression was a mix of happiness and relief. However, as soon as a certain memory entered her mind, her face twisted into one of both sadness and rage, a strange look for the usually gentle Hyuga. Of course, Naruto didn't see the look of annoyance and the glare Menma sent his way, nor the expression of pure joy Sasuke had when he entered, which quickly changed to worry when she saw the Umbu take her blonde friend. He also missed the single tear that fell from his sister's eye. Ani-san. Minutes before, the Hokage's office. Sadness, regret, self-loathing, and despair. Those were the feelings plaguing the minds of not only the strongest ninja of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, but also the former Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox, Kushina Uzumaki. Why would these 2 ninjas feel this way? The reason was that, for the past week, they had been desperately trying to find their firstborn child, Naruto, who had been missing for 7 days. Where is he, Minato-kun? Kushina all but yelled, her usual violet eyes now red and puffy from all the crying she had been doing. It had been a week since Orochimaru talked to them about their son, and since they decided to make things right with their firstborn, they had planned to start the very next day. Yes, Minato could remember the day perfectly. A week ago. It was the day after Orochimaru's visit. You could find both Minato and Kushina sitting in the living room of their home, once again contemplating their conversation with Orochimaru. The first thing the 2 S-rank shinobi had decided was to start doing their best to reconnect with their son as soon as possible. That's why they woke up extra early that day. One of the immediate changes they decided on was to include Naruto in their family's training time. For this purpose, they decided that, even though today was an academy day, their children would not go. Minato and Kushina wanted to use this day as a good start to show their firstborn that he was an important part of the family and that he was loved by them. To make this work, they decided to tell their other children first, as they could surely help make Naruto feel like a part of the family. This was why they were waiting for their kids to come downstairs, so they could share the news about their brother now training with them. A worry both parents had, of course, was that Naruto was probably not at the same level as Menma or Mito. But then, what Orochimaru had said about Naruto hiding his strength and easily defeating Sasuke Uchiha flashed in their minds, so they also decided that today was a good chance to see if Naruto really did have some secret skills. After a few minutes of waiting, their 3 children Menma, Mito, and Natsume finally came down to the living room. Their youngest child had a sleepy expression, while both Menma and Mito looked confused. It wasn't normal for their parents to wake them up so early. The 3 Uzumaki Namikaze children sat in front of their parents, who were standing and looking at them with a mix of pride and sadness. Menma was wearing his regular academy clothes, a blue sleeveless shirt, black umbu pants, and blue ninja sandals. Over his shirt, he wore a white high-collared jacket with the red Uzumaki symbol on its back. Mito, meanwhile, wore a short-sleeved, purple kimono-like blouse with a dark embroidered border that hugged her B-cup chest, held closed with a deep red obi. She also wore a dark skirt and stockings that stopped at her thighs, along with blue ninja sandals. Just like her brother, she had the Uzumaki clan symbol on the back of her blouse. Last but not least was Natsume, who sat between her brother and sister. She wore a sleeveless kimono-style blouse that was black and orange, held closed with a deep blue obi over a short-sleeved mesh shirt with a pair of dark blue shorts and blue shinobi sandals. The Uzumaki Namikaze trio looked at their parents. Menma had his arms crossed, and Mito's hands were on her lap. Both were curious about what their parents wanted so early. Natsumi, on the other hand, was still rubbing her eyes, doing her best to stay awake since she normally slept a little more than her brother and sister. "Children, yesterday your father and I made a decision that I'm sure will help our family a lot," Kushina said with a loving smile aimed at her children before looking at her husband and giving him a small nod, signaling for him to continue. "We decided that, starting today, your brother will now be joining us for training," Minato announced with a carefree smile, expecting a variety of reactions from his 3 kids, but definitely not the ones he saw. Menma's eyes widened in surprise before his face adopted an annoyed expression. He was clearly not amused by this news. Mito's eyes also widened, and she simply lowered her gaze and began muttering things too low for anyone to hear. Natsumi, on the other hand, looked confused before moving a finger to her chin, apparently deep in thought about something. In the end, it was Menma who spoke his mind, and both Minato and Kushina certainly did not expect what he said. "Why do we have to train with that loser? He's just going to drag us down anyway," Menma said quite angrily. The last thing he wanted was to lose his training time because his brother couldn't even throw a kunao correctly. This, however, was the wrong thing to say, as both his parents gave him a mild glare, while his sister Mito gave him an even colder one, something Menma chose to ignore. Meanwhile, his little sister still had the same thoughtful expression as before, which only made her look cuter. "Menma, that's no way to talk about your brother." Kushina reprimanded him in a stern voice, her hands on her hips and an angry expression plastered on her face. "But it's true. I'm sure that loser can't even fight well. You haven't seen him at the academy, he can barely win his spars against the civilian kids. That's how weak he is," Menma said, his voice getting louder with every word. He truly didn't want to train with his weak brother. He had to become strong, and having his brother hold him back during his training time with their parents wouldn't help him at all. "Menma, that's enough," Minato said, quite angry at his son for speaking like that about his brother. "It doesn't matter if Naruto is behind you in terms of training, he's still your brother, and you will treat him with the respect he deserves." It looked like Menma was about to say something else, probably something bad about his brother, but he was stopped by a cold voice from his right, courtesy of his sister Mito. "I suggest you shut up, Menma, before you say something that won't allow you to train today," the young redhead threatened, her violet eyes looking directly into her brother's blue ones. Menma actually found himself gulping from the look she gave him. After all, if there was one thing that truly scared Menma and Minato, for that matter it was an angry Uzumaki girl. Not that Menma would ever admit it, even if his life depended on it. The young blonde Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi simply looked away with a tch escaping his mouth and a scowl on his face. After that, Mito's attention went from her brother to her parents, an eyebrow raised in suspicion. "Ka-san, Tou-san, I'm not against it, but why the change?" Mito asked, wondering what made her parents interested in training her Unii-san since they never showed any interest in him before. Hearing this question, both Minato and Kushina adopted a sad expression. The shame they felt for forgetting one of their children was still fresh in their hearts and minds, and they knew it probably wouldn't ever vanish completely. Minato started, looking at his wife and then at his children with a sad smile. "We're made aware of a mistake we made, and we're trying to fix it, Mito-chan," he said while putting his arm around Kushina, who looked almost ready to shed more tears. The young redhead seemed satisfied with that answer and decided not to press the subject for now, although she really wondered what her Unii-san's reaction would be and couldn't shake the bad feeling she had when she thought about it. She just hoped that her Unii-san had managed to become strong enough to protect himself. Mito gently shook her head, trying to get rid of those thoughts. Every time she thought about her brother, she remembered the decision she made when she was 7 and how bad she had felt ever since. "Kaa-chan, what does Naruto Unii-chan look like?" Natsumi asked out of nowhere with an innocent expression, which made both Minato and Kushina's eyes widen and Menma and Mito raise an eyebrow at her question. In reality, Natsumi had been trying to remember her other brother since the beginning of the conversation, but it was just now that she remembered Naruto's name, let alone what he looked like. This made her feel frustrated, though in her defense, she sometimes forgot she had another brother since she hadn't even talked to him in years. Both Minato and Kushina looked at one another with alarm. Apparently, their relationship with Naruto wasn't the only one that was bad at best. Menma seemed to resent him for something, while Natsumi couldn't even remember him. It looked like Mito was the one with the best relationship with Naruto in the family, and according to what Orikimura said, that relationship wasn't very good either. This only brought more sadness to both Minato and Kushina's hearts. How bad had they been as parents that they not only forgot about one of their children but also didn't even realize how Naruto had separated himself from their family? They found themselves once again vowing that they would make amends to their son no matter what. The oldest redhead let out a sigh before smiling toward her children, although both Mito and Menma could easily see that her smile was quite strained. "Natsumi-chan, why don't you go and wake up Naruto-kun so we can start the day," Minato said, trying his best to redirect his daughter's question. After all, he couldn't just tell her that he and Kushina didn't really know what their son looked like. This seemed like the right thing to say, as little Natsume nodded with a smile on her face before practically skipping toward the stairs leading to the second floor of the house while the rest of the family waited in the living room. Minato and Kushina wanted to talk to Naruto before doing anything else today, to make sure he knew they loved him and were sorry for not having shown it as much as they should have. It was just a few minutes later that Natsume returned to the living room, though she did so with a shy look and without her brother. "What happened, Natsume-chan?" Kushina asked after getting closer to her daughter, concern evident in her voice. "I didn't want to make Naruto Onii-chan mad at me by waking him up," Natsume answered in a shy voice that was not normal for her at all. "I'm sure Naruto-kun won't get mad at you for that, Natsume-chan, but why don't we all go wake him up?" Minato said with a loving smile directed toward his youngest daughter, although in the back of his mind, the thought that he truly didn't know how his son would react almost made him sigh. That answer got another happy nod from Natsume, who led not only her parents but also Mito, who was really curious about what Naruto's room looked like, and Menma, who simply tagged along because there wasn't anything else he could do at that point. When the Uzumaki Namikaze family reached Naruto's room, Minato was the one who knocked on the door, expecting to see his son open it or say something at any moment. After a few seconds of nothing happening, Minato knocked again, but the result was the same, which actually made Kushina worry a little. "Naru-kun, it's time to wake up," Kushina said while knocking on the door. But just like when her husband did, she got no answer, which made her look at her husband a little alarmed, but he only responded with a nod and a sigh, thinking his wife was overreacting a little. "Naruto-kun, we're going in," the oldest male of the family announced before opening the door and entering Naruto's room. What they saw was definitely not what they were expecting. The room was completely bare. The only things inside were a bed, a bookcase with no books, and an empty wooden desk. The stark white walls had nothing on them to suggest a 14-year-old boy lived there. This, of course, alarmed and preoccupied not only Kushina but also Minato, who walked the room, spotting dust on both the bookcase and the desk. The dust showed that no one had used the room in a while. But that's impossible, Minato thought, his worries about Naruto now matching his wife's. But it was what Natsume said next that sent the two adults into a full-blown panic. "Where's Naruto Onii-chan?" It was true, there was no sign of Naruto in the room. In fact, there wasn't even a trace that he had ever lived there. Minato and Kushina looked at each other, their shared thought unspoken. Where was their son? Minutes before the Umbu picked up Naruto, back in the Hokage's office, Minato held his sobbing wife. I don't know, Kushi-chan," he said, feeling utterly lost about what to do. After seeing Naruto's room, their first thoughts were that he had either woken up early and gone out or stayed at a friend's house, which, according to Orochimaru, was restricted to Suzuki Uchiha, Naruto's only friend. They had sent Mito and Menma to the academy, telling them to bring their brother straight home if they saw him. Mito accepted readily, while Menma grumbled about his good-for-nothing brother. It took some convincing, but Minato managed to get Kushina to stay home with Natsume. They couldn't leave her alone, and she wasn't starting the academy until next year. The Hokage then headed alone to the Uchiha district, specifically to the home of the clan head, Hyugaku Uchiha. Once there, he was greeted by Mikato Uchiha, a good friend and Natsume's godmother. He immediately asked if his son Naruto had stayed there the night before. Mikato said no and added that she wasn't even aware her daughter was friends with Naruto. Mikato knew Suzuki had some secret friendship with someone, often teasing her about having a crush, which always made Suzuki blush heavily. Still, Mikato never learned the boy's identity, though she had a hunch her eldest son, Itake, knew who he was. After returning home and telling Kushina what Mikato had said, Minato tried his best to calm her down. Kushina was now mumbling about all sorts of crazy things that could have happened to her Naruto-kun. The idea of an evil madman from another dimension kidnapping his son made him sweat every time Kushina mentioned it. Minato reassured her that he was probably at the academy and that when he returned home with Mito and Menma, they would all talk about where he had been and why his room looked that way. That conversation never happened. Menma and Mito came home after school, reporting that Naruto had missed class. This got Minato just as worried as Kushina, so he quickly called the Umbu and ordered them to find his son as fast as they could. Minato desperately hoped the Umbu, led by his last living student, Kakashi Hatake, would find Naruto quickly. Kushina looked worse than he had ever seen her. She wasn't the only one worried. Natsume and Mito, who pretended she wasn't, were also quite concerned. If you asked Menma, he would just say he didn't care. After the first full day passed without a single sign of Naruto, things got really bad. Minato assembled different search parties to scour every part of Konoha and the surrounding area, even places like the Forest of Death. Every ninja without an urgent mission was practically thrown into the search groups, including the Sunin, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Jiraiya would have helped too, but he was out of the village at the moment. The blonde Hokage remembered clearly how his wife had nearly cut Orochimaru to pieces when he suggested that Naruto had left the village, just as he had warned. It took both him and Tsunade to stop the raging redhead from seriously attacking the pale Sunin, who just looked at them with an expression that screamed, "I told you so." Despite all their efforts, they had not found a single trace of Naruto anywhere, not even with the help of the tracking abilities of Konoha's Inyazuka or Abarame clans. Yes, a whole week had passed since the search began, and Minato didn't want to admit it, but the chances of finding his son looked low. He couldn't bring himself to say that to his wife, knowing that his giving up would only make everything worse for the now anguished Uzumaki matriarch, who, of course, blamed herself for their son's disappearance. She believed that if she had paid more attention to him, this might not have happened. Minato felt the same way, but there was nothing they could do now but wait. Wait to see if Naruto would turn up and then find a way to mend their relationship with him. The blonde Hokage was pulled from his thoughts by an Umbu with silver, gravity-defying hair and a dog mask. Minato easily recognized him as his last living student. It was his words, though, that sent a wave of relief over both him and his wife. "We found him." Back with Naruto, if someone had told him he would be standing in front of the Hokage's office doors, guarded by 2 Umbu, there were 3, but one had gone in to report, before even becoming a genin, he would have asked if that person had gone insane. Unfortunately for him, that was exactly the case as he stood outside the office, waiting for his ex-father to let him in. Naruto's thoughts raced. He guessed this was because of the week he had been gone, but he was sure that of all the people in the village, his biological parents would be the last to notice he was missing, even for a week. Judging by the situation, he was apparently wrong. That didn't matter to him, though. He didn't care what Minato wanted at this point, he just wanted this to be over as fast as possible so he could go back to the academy or a training ground. A voice Naruto recognized as Minato's snapped him out of his thoughts. It was his turn to go in. He entered the Hokage's office with a neutral expression, mildly surprised to see not only Minato but also his biological mother, Kushina. Naruto had to admit she looked worse for wear. Minato and Kushina's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing their son, taken aback by his appearance. The first thing they noticed was his height. He was quite tall for his age, probably a few inches taller than Menma. Then there was his hair, which, while spiky and blonde like Minato's and Menma's, had 2 black bangs that framed his face. The last thing they noticed was that his whisker marks were completely gone, making him look more like Minato than ever before. The Hokage was about to speak but was stopped by his wife, whose joy at finally seeing her Sachi was too much to contain. "Naru-kun!" The yell from his mother startled Naruto. She had already dashed toward him, arms wide open, ready to give her son a bone-crushing hug. Naruto didn't process the hug. All he saw was a woman he had unconsciously associated with emotional pain his whole life running at him. Whether it was because of his training with zeref or just natural reflex, he moved out of the way just before the redhead reached him, at a speed that had to be at least Chunin level. Kushina missed her hug completely and turned to see her son, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions that Naruto ignored entirely. "I don't know what you were trying to do just there, Uzumaki-san, but please refrain from doing it again," Naruto said with a cold, emotionless voice, his expression remaining neutral. Both Kushina and Minato flinched at his tone. Minato reacted first, as Kushina's gaze was still on Naruto, and she seemed petrified by his words and actions. "Naruto, that's not how you should speak to your mother." Minato reprimanded him in a stern voice, but it had no effect on the young blonde. Naruto's gaze shifted from the unmoving redhead to him. "I assure you, Hokage-sama, that I'm treating her with the level of respect she deserves from my part," Naruto answered in the same cold voice, his face showing no feeling. Inside, he was confused and angry. Confused at their behavior toward him and angry at Minato for trying to reprimand him of all things. Like he had the right to do anything like that. "Naru-kun," Kushina whispered, obviously hurt by his words. The matriarch of the Uzumaki Namikaze clan tried to get closer to her son, but as soon as she moved, Naruto took a step back, his body tense in case she or Minato did something. Naruto didn't trust either of them, so it was to be expected that he would be ready for anything. In the end, Naruto was the one who continued the conversation. He had better things to do than be around people he didn't care about. "I was told you needed my presence, Hokage-sama. I'm going to guess this meeting has something to do with my whereabouts this past week," Naruto asked, his tone and face showing no emotion. The eldest blonde blinked a couple of times before the question registered in his mind. "Why yes, Naruto-kun, as a matter of fact, that is the reason for this," Minato began, his voice calming down. "Where were you, Naruto-kun? You got us all worried here. We have been searching for you for a whole week," Minato demanded, wanting to know where in Kami's name his son had been spending the whole week. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Minato's words. They worried about him? Well, that's a first, Naruto thought, deciding to use the lie he came up with as soon as the Umbu asked him to cooperate. "I was training," Naruto said, crossing his arms over his chest, his voice and expression a complete copy of Zeref's usual emotionless act. "But where?" This time, it was Kushina who almost yelled the question. This didn't get any reaction from Naruto, whose gaze simply went from his biological father to the redhead. "The Forest of Death," was Naruto's answer, which made both parents' eyes widen and caused Kushina to gasp. Of course, they knew about the Forest of Death. Practically every ninja in the village knew of that place and how dangerous it was. The only ones who liked spending time there were Orochimaru and his apprentice, Anko Mitarashi. So it was not surprising to find both Kushina and Minato having a conflict of emotions inside them. Minato felt both pride and disappointment, a pride in his son for being strong enough to train in that place, which made Orochimaru's theory about him hiding skills a fact, and disappointment in himself for not being the one who helped his son with his training. Meanwhile, Kushina was, like her husband, conflicted. On one hand, she felt completely relieved that her Sachi had gotten out of there seemingly safe, but on the other hand, she was more than mad at him for going to such a dangerous place when he wasn't even a genin yet. What were you thinking, Naruto-kun? You could have gotten hurt or even died there, was Kushina's reaction, but if her outburst made Naruto waver, he didn't show it. The only thing he did was redirect his gaze from Minato to Kushina, his dark blue eyes looking directly at her. I don't understand how where I train is any of your concern, Uzumaki-san, Naruto said, his voice cold as ice. Of course, it's my concern, Sachi. How could you think it's not? I was worried sick about you. I thought something had happened to you, Kushina answered, her sad violet eyes looking directly at Naruto's cold blue ones. Naruto-kun, we're your parents. Your safety and happiness will always be our top concern, so please don't think that we don't care, Minato followed, standing next to his wife with a hand on her shoulder and a sad smile. This was definitely not going well, Minato thought. It looked like Naruto had some resentment toward them. After hearing those words, Naruto lowered his head a little, his hair shadowing his eyes, and some quiet yet powerful words escaped his mouth. You aren't. What? A confused Kushina asked with a frown, feeling like something bad was about to happen. Oh, how right she was. You aren't my parents, Naruto said, this time looking directly at both Minato and Kushina, his voice and eyes becoming even colder than before, if that was possible. What? What are you saying, Sachi? Kushina questioned, unable to believe her son's words. Minato, too, was left speechless by what he said and the cold tone he said it in. I said that you are not my parents, Naruto said. He was, to say the least, mad. His fight against his shadow was still fresh in his mind, and now these two were trying to pull something like this? No, Naruto wouldn't let them. He would tell them exactly how he felt. A father is not someone who ignores his son. A mother is not someone who neglects her child. A father is not someone who forgets about his son's first day at the academy. A mother is not someone who forgets about her son's birthday for 14 years. A father is not someone who locks the house while his son is still outside, forcing him to sleep in the streets. A mother is not someone who never believes her child, calling him a liar every time he tells her how some drunk passerby attacks him. Parents are not people who, for 14 years, had never shown 1 ounce of love toward their child, Naruto said in a calm and cold voice, a glare finally appearing on his face, his fists clenching in anger. How dare they say they were his parents? They were never there for him. The only one who was his zeref, he's the only one he can call family, not this couple of strangers in front of him. Meanwhile, Minato and Kushina were speechless at Naruto's words, each one feeling like a heavy blow. Were they really that bad of a parent to him? Had they really failed so much that they made their own son feel like that? Truly, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki could not feel any worse than they did. They felt like scum, like garbage, like true shit. That. Naruto began while moving toward the door. He didn't want to be here. At this rate, he was going to do something he would regret. He couldn't. He needed to control himself before his magic exploded or worse. Is the reason why you aren't my parents, we might be related by blood, but that is where our relationship ends. For me, you are nothing but strangers, people whose lives I could not care less about. The young blonde was already opening the door, and he was glad that neither Minato nor Kushina tried to stop him. He didn't care why, he just wanted to leave this place right now. Too many things were still on his mind. But before leaving, he still had some more words for them. He wanted to make sure they knew where they stood with him so that something like this never happened again. I have lived 14 years without your care, support, or love. What makes you think I want that now? And with that, he left. After a few hours passed, a flash of pure fury erupted from Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, apprentice of Zeref, dragon slayer of lightning, and soon-to-be Konoha Genin. No, fury wasn't the right word. He was enraged. He was certain that if it weren't for his rigorous training, he would have lashed out at those insipid fools who dared to call themselves his parents. How could they? After all these years of them not caring, treating him like he was less than dirt, how could they suddenly try to act like his family? They had no right. They couldn't just decide when to treat him like family and when to treat him like a stranger. The mere thought of them acting like they were his family filled him with an unbelievable, burning anger. It didn't matter, though. As far as he was concerned, they weren't his family. He couldn't care less if they'd had a sudden change of heart or whatever. Just as he had told them in the Hokage's office, he had lived 14 years without them, and he certainly didn't need them now. With those thoughts swirling in his mind, Naruto struck the training dummy with a thunderous blow, followed by a fierce kick and another powerful hit. The young blonde had chosen to use one of Konoha's many training grounds to vent his frustration. While part of him wanted to return to the academy, he knew that in his current state, it would be better to cool down for the rest of the day. It wasn't like anyone could force him to go to the academy anyway. Normally, Naruto would have gone to his usual training ground, but that spot didn't have any dummies. He needed to break something before he accidentally broke someone. He was sure that if even one foolish civilian dared to look at him the wrong way, he would strike them within an inch of their life. That was why, after leaving the Hokage's office, he used a simple Sunshin no Jutsu body flicker technique to get to this location. Naruto ceased his relentless assault on the training dummy, which looked like it had seen better days, and began to take long, slow breaths, trying his best to calm the tempest of emotions raging inside him. He knew, from one of the most vital lessons he'd learned under Zeref, that letting rage cloud his mind would only lead to something stupid. Controlling his emotions was one of the most crucial things he had to master, since magic was so heavily influenced by emotions. Zeref had made sure Naruto knew how to control his actions and maintain a calm mind in every situation. Thoughts of his sensei actually made Naruto's brow furrow in suspicion. There was no way his sensei didn't know what was happening. Naruto didn't know how, but he was certain that Zeref had a way of getting information from the village. Maybe a spy, or a powerful spell that made gathering information easy, but Naruto didn't know for sure, so he could only guess. That didn't change the fact that Zeref knew what was going on and chose not to tell him. Zeref hadn't even given him a warning. He promised himself he would get some answers as soon as he saw his sensei again. Naruto closed his eyes and took more deep breaths. The young blonde genuinely hoped that his former parents wouldn't try to do anything like this again. That was one of the reasons for his final words to them, to make sure they understood he wanted nothing but the most basic relationship with them, and that was just because Minato was the Hokage, so he couldn't completely avoid the man. Not if he wanted to become a ninja. It was only because Naruto had started to calm down that he reacted in time to catch the kunai that was thrown straight at him. The kunai wasn't thrown with much force, though. He was sure he could throw one faster than that. Naruto's focus locked onto the figure who had thrown the kunai. His body tensed, ready to react to any move the person made against him. Naruto blinked once, and then again. He tried to hide it, but he was definitely surprised by the woman sitting on a branch of one of the many trees in the training ground. Naruto wasn't easily surprised, having long ago accepted that things like magic and other worlds existed, but this woman had certainly caught him off guard. The reason was her attire, or more precisely, the lack of it. The woman had light brown, pupil-less eyes, and violet hair styled in a short, spiky fan ponytail. She wore a tan overcoat with a purple lining, complete with a fitted mesh bodysuit that stretched from her neck down to her thighs, allowing Naruto to see the outline of her C-cup breasts. She was also wearing a dark orange mini-skirt, a Konoha forward protector on her head, a small snake fang pendant on a thick cord, and pale gray shin guards. A dark blue belt was cinched around her waist, connecting to a skirt with a sash-like appendage. Right now, this woman was just sitting on a branch, her legs swinging, a smirk plastered on her face. A smirk that, for a reason the blonde couldn't understand, made him shiver. "Well, look what I found, a little blonde Geki," the woman said, looking at Naruto with a smirk and a strange glint in her eyes. That, combined with her words, almost made Naruto's eye twitch in annoyance. Almost. The young blonde was about to retort, but he was forced to block an attack from the woman after she lunged at him with a kunai in hand. Naruto blocked her attack with the kunai she had thrown, creating a loud clang and a standoff between him and the weird lady, who still had the same smirk on her face. In fact, it looked like it had widened a bit. "Well, you're not so bad, for a little kid," the coat-wearing woman said in a mocking tone, causing Naruto's eyes to narrow slightly. After a few seconds of their standoff, both the blonde and the woman leaped backward, creating distance between them. "What's the meaning of this? Who are you?" Naruto asked, wanting to know why she had attacked him. He could clearly see her Konoha forward protector, which meant she was a kunoichi of the village, so why attack him? As far as he knew, he hadn't done anything that would result in an assassination attempt, so the young blonde decided to handle the situation carefully, not knowing what kind of trouble he might be in. Of course, all seriousness vanished as soon as the woman opened her mouth again. "So the Geki wants to know who I am. Fine, I'll tell you," the woman said, placing her hands on her hips. "I am none other than the amazing and sexy Anko Mitarashi." The now revealed Anko finished, pumping a fist into the air as some sort of strange explosion happened behind her, making her introduction even weirder. This time, Naruto couldn't stop his eye from twitching, nor the sweat drop that appeared on his head. He had asked who she was, but he hadn't actually expected an answer. What kind of introduction was that, anyway? And where did that explosion come from? Naruto would have asked, but for some reason, he felt it was better left unknown. "And to answer your other question," Anko continued with a wide grin, not noticing or not caring about Naruto's look of disbelief, "I simply wanted to see how you would react." "React to what?" "Your attempt at killing me," Naruto shot back, still on his guard, looking at Anko with a mix of disbelief and suspicion. "Oh please, stop being such a crybaby. That was just for a little fun." Besides, if I wanted you dead. Anko began, just before Naruto froze in his tracks at the feeling of cold, sharp metal a kunai pressed against his throat. You would already be dead, a second Anko whispered into Naruto's ear, just as the Anko in front of him dissolved into mud. A clone, Naruto thought, mentally slapping himself for letting someone get the drop on him like that. Even if his state of mind wasn't the best right now, it was no excuse, or at least, that's what Naruto believed. After a few seconds, the feeling of the kunai disappeared from Naruto's neck. The young blonde slowly turned around, his hard gaze fixed on Anko's eyes. The woman was simply twirling the kunai she had used earlier in her hands. After a few moments of staring at each other, Naruto let out a sigh, knowing the violet-haired Kunoichi was right, she could have easily killed him. That made the assassination attempt theory fall apart. It did, however, raise a lot of other questions. Is this some kind of hobby of yours? Attacking random people just to see how they react? Naruto had to admit he was curious about her motivation. As far as he could tell, she was doing this just because she felt like it. And that was not a good thought. Ninjas going around, launching mock attacks on people just because they were bored. Yeah, definitely not a good thought. Of course not, Anko answered with a huff, crossing her arms under her chest, which made them look a little bigger. It's more of a stress reliever than a hobby. That answer almost made Naruto face fault. Now the young blonde was mentally cursing himself once again, this time for getting the attention of someone whose idea of stress relief was a crime. So, where were you? Anko asked out of nowhere, her face suddenly serious. Naruto had an idea of what she was asking, since it was obvious after his confrontation with his former parents that they had sent ninjas like her to search for him over the past week. I don't see how that's any of your business, Anko-san, Naruto replied in a neutral tone, not wanting to reveal too much to this woman he had just met, though he was more than ready to just say the same thing he had said before about his location this past week. Considering the fact that I wasted a week of my time searching for you, I think it is my business, Anko shot back with the same serious expression, just before it morphed into a smirk with a weird glint in her eyes. Of course, if you don't want to tell me, I can always find a way to make you talk. After all, I can be quite convincing. That made Naruto a little worried, not only because of what she said but because of the way her eyes were looking at him, as if he were nothing but her prey. The young blonde didn't know if the woman was bluffing, and normally such an empty threat wouldn't affect him, but there was something about her that told him she was capable of doing things to him. Nasty things. Well, if you must know, Naruto said, deciding it was easier to lie than to provoke her, I was in the forest of death. The young blonde chose not to say what he was doing there, she had only asked for his location. Upon hearing this, Anko's face went completely blank, and she just stood there, saying nothing. The young blonde was about to comment on her reaction or lack thereof, but the brown-eyed woman beat him to it. Bullshit. Excuse me, I said, bullshit. There's no way you could have been in the forest of death for a whole week, Anko said, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Naruto had to do his best to match her gaze. He didn't want her to know he was lying, even though she clearly didn't believe him. Even if you were strong enough to survive that place for a whole week, which I doubt, my sensei and I were responsible for searching for you in that area, and let me tell you something, if we didn't find you, it's because you weren't there, Anko said with a triumphant grin, knowing the blonde Geki in front of her was lying through his teeth. The blonde had to do his best to avoid showing any reaction that might reveal she was right. Damn, he thought. I should have known that someone wouldn't believe me that easily. In fact, I should be surprised that those two fools actually believed me. Maybe you don't know that place as well as you think, Naruto replied, earning an angry scowl from Anko. How dare this little brat suggest that she didn't know the place that was practically her home? The fact is that it's the truth, whether you believe it or not is none of my concern, Naruto said, deciding it was best to end the conversation before she started asking more difficult questions. The young blonde turned and began to walk out of the training ground, his body still tense in case Anko tried something. Luckily for him, the coat-wearing beauty didn't, so Naruto had no trouble leaving, hoping he wouldn't have to deal with someone like her anytime soon. If he had only turned around once, he would have seen the calculating gaze Anko had, combined with a small grin that promised trouble for the future. Poor boy. The next day, you could find Naruto eating on the rooftop of the academy, enjoying the respite that was the lunch break. Yesterday had definitely been one of the most annoying days for the young blonde. Even if you excluded his confrontation with his former parents, there was still the fact that Zeref had told him not to come to the training room, which effectively took away the place Naruto spent most of his time. His first thought was to go back to his apartment, maybe sleep or eat something, but a sudden thought had stopped him. What if he was being followed by Umbu? While he could easily detect someone who hadn't been properly trained in the art of stealth, Sasuke, for example, he was sure he wouldn't be able to detect an Umbu. Considering he had been missing for a whole week and his former parents' newfound interest in him, the idea of an Umbu or even a Jounin keeping an eye on him was completely plausible. And of course, Zeref's young apprentice would not risk anyone knowing anything related to his sensei if he could help it. So Naruto ended up spending most of his day at the academy, just reading some books he found interesting. The young blonde decided he would have to find a way to step up his ninja training since, compared to his magical training, it was mostly just the basics. Sadly, the library didn't have much about jutsu, only the simplest elemental techniques and exercises for elemental manipulation. Of course, Naruto didn't know his elemental affinity, although he guessed that lightning might be one of them if he had more than one. There wasn't much the young blonde could do unless he got his hands on some chakra paper, which was highly unlikely. So, Naruto ended up simply memorizing the steps of every exercise to practice them later, since he had read that it would help his chakra control, which, in Naruto's opinion, was quite good. The young apprentice of Zeref had already mastered water walking and was now doing the kunao balancing exercise while on water, something he found quite challenging. Naruto spent his time in the library until it got quite late, and since he was still paranoid about the idea of an Umbu tailing him, the young dragon slayer had no choice but to go to his former house. Of course, that presented the problem of being in the same house as his blood relatives, but Naruto simply decided he would ignore them completely and hoped they would do the same. It wasn't that easy, though. As soon as he got home, he was greeted by none other than Kushina, who looked worse for wear. She looked like she had been crying all day, her eyes red and puffy. The young blonde didn't know or care where the rest of his family was, although he guessed that Minato was probably doing some last-minute paperwork or something. Naruto believed Kushina had wanted to say something to him, considering how her mouth opened and closed as soon as he entered the house. He didn't care about any of that, though, so he simply gave her a stiff nod before ignoring her completely and going straight to his former room, missing the way fresh tears escaped her eyes. Naruto was just glad that no one else had bothered him that night and that, as always, he had woken up earlier than them, which made the task of acting oblivious to their existence quite easy. He had sat down in the same seat he always had at the academy, and just as he had predicted, Sasuke had wanted some answers as soon as she got into the classroom. Naruto had barely managed to convince her to wait until lunch to hear his explanation. Class became a little more annoying for the young blonde. After all, he could feel the multiple looks he was receiving from his fellow classmates. Luckily for him, no one tried to ask him anything, although he had to say that receiving a glare from an angry Sasuke Uchiha from the start of class was definitely not something he wanted to experience for the few months he still had to spend at the academy. Naruto was taken out of his thoughts when someone made their presence known in front of him. Naruto was sitting on the ground, so this person was blocking the sun from hitting him. When the young blonde looked up, he was greeted by the scowling form of his best female friend, which wasn't saying much, Sasuke Uchiha. The young raven-haired girl was standing directly in front of Naruto, her arms crossed over her developing chest, her eyes locked in a vicious glare that would probably make a lot of other boys and girls his age and probably some adults, too, shiver in fear. Her right foot was tapping the ground, obviously showing that she was impatient for some reason. For a few moments, Naruto and Sasuke just stared at each other, emotionless blue eyes meeting angry black ones, without a word. Naruto knew what she wanted, but it wasn't his style to make the first move. He just let her ask and answer as truthfully as he could, without saying anything about zeref. Well? Sasuke's voice was low and had an edge to it, making it clear a wrong answer could earn him a powerful fireball. Well, what? Naruto retorted. Even though he didn't usually play these games, the young blonde had to admit that getting under Sasuke's skin was one of the few things he enjoyed. Stop messing with me, Namikaze. Where the hell were you all week? Sasuke practically yelled, and Naruto swore he heard her growl afterward. Deciding it was best to stop teasing the hot-headed young woman, Naruto stopped eating and began his story, adding extra details to keep her from getting too suspicious. He told her he had gone to the Forest of Death for a week to train, a plan he'd been working on for a while. Throughout the entire tale, Sasuke's intense glare never wavered, and she stopped tapping her foot. Her eyes had widened for a second when he mentioned the Forest of Death before returning to their angry state. It was only after he finished his story that Naruto saw a change. Sasuke lowered her head, her hair shadowing her eyes, and spoke in a low whisper. Baka. The word was so soft Naruto barely heard it. This actually worried him. He had expected shouting and some curses, not this. He stood up and placed a hand on her shoulder, his face calm but with clear worry in his eyes and voice. Sasuke, was all he managed to say before the black-eyed girl lunged at him. Caught off guard, the young blonde fell backward onto the rooftop, his head hitting the ground hard, making him close his eyes. When he opened them, his usual emotionless expression was replaced with shock and surprise. The reason was the angry form of Sasuke hovering above him, her hands on either side of his face, just inches away. Her eyes were even more intense now, but Naruto could have sworn they were a little misty, which surprised him even more since he had never seen her cry. You idiot, Sasuke whispered, her voice filled with both anger and sadness. I thought something had happened to you. I was worried sick. All people told me when I asked was that you were just missing. Missing? For a whole week, Naruto. For a moment, I thought something awful had happened to you, you big moron. I overheard Uchiha-sama saying you'd probably been kidnapped or worse, killed. And yet here you are, telling me you were just training for a whole week in a place like the Forest of Death. Uchiha-sama and Oka-sama told me about that place. What in the world were you thinking, going there alone? Why didn't you tell me? Why do you keep hiding things from me like this? Aren't we supposed to be friends? Her voice grew louder with each word until she was practically screaming at him. It was all true. Suzuki had been more than worried for her blonde friend since he'd missed the academy at the start of the week. It didn't help that her Unii-sama couldn't tell her anything about the search. Anything she heard was just because she'd overheard it. Naruto's explanation had definitely not helped the poor girl at all, so her reaction wasn't surprising. Meanwhile, Naruto finally understood his friend's reaction. Since he had met her, he believed she saw him as nothing more than an acquaintance or a sparring partner. Even when he said they were friends, he thought he was the only one who considered their relationship as such. But if her words and behavior now were any indication, she saw him as a friend too. This made Naruto feel like a real idiot, just as she had said. He had hurt her even though it wasn't on purpose. He knew he had to fix this. After all, besides Zeref, Suzuki was his most important person in this village, and seeing her hurt was something he definitely didn't like. "I'm sorry," was all Naruto could say at that moment. While he wanted to fix this, he didn't know how. It wasn't something he was proud of, but when it came to things like this, he was completely inexperienced. It wasn't like his sensei had prepared him to deal with angry or sad girls. Hearing his words, Suzuki looked directly into his eyes, seemingly searching for something. Naruto didn't know what it was, but she must have found it, as she let out a sad sigh before speaking. "Just, don't do it again," she said while rubbing her eyes with her shirt sleeve, and Naruto found himself vowing to do his best to never make her sad again. If there was one thing Zeref had taught him, it was that you had to do your best to protect the people you cared about, and Suzuki was definitely at the top of that list. "Am I interrupting something? You two might want to go somewhere more private," a voice said, surprising both Naruto and Suzuki. The voice belonged to none other than Shikamaru Nara, who was looking at them with his usual lazy gaze. What he said finally made them realize the position they were in. Suzuki was straddling Naruto's waist, while his hands had found their way to her hips. Their faces were also incredibly close. Yes, it was definitely a situation that would lead to misunderstandings. With a sound like a squeak, Suzuki jumped off Naruto, her face as red as a tomato and her eyes looking everywhere but at him. Naruto simply stood up, not seeing what the big deal was. Meanwhile, Shikamaru just shook his head, muttering about troublesome blondes and girls. A few minutes later, the trio was calmly eating on the rooftop, although Suzuki would sometimes glance at Naruto for a few seconds before blushing and looking away with a huff. The young blonde was just happy that he didn't have to explain anything else. Or so he thought. "So, Naruto, what happened to your hair, and eyes, and those whisker marks on your cheeks?" Shikamaru asked, getting Suzuki's attention. She looked very interested in his answer. Meanwhile, the young blonde couldn't contain the sigh that escaped his lips. He should have known that nothing was ever that easy. Meanwhile, in the Uzumaki Namikaze residence, Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze felt completely horrible about herself. And how could she not? The conversation she had with her son was still haunting her mind. In fact, she shed tears every time she thought about it. She had come to one simple conclusion. He hated her. Her baby boy hated both her and his father. The mere thought made her heart twist painfully. How terrible of a mother could she have been to him to the point of him hating her that much? She had tried. She had tried all day long to think of a moment when she had actually been with her oldest son, but she came up with nothing. It was something she couldn't understand. Every time she tried to remember anything about Naruto, it became blurry, almost like he hadn't existed before. But that was ridiculous, so Kushina could do nothing but blame herself for driving her son to the point where he wanted nothing to do with her and Minato. She had been a wreck yesterday. After hearing Naruto's words, she had done nothing but cry on Minato's shoulder. Her husband had tried to act calm, telling her everything would be all right and that they would fix this, but Kushina wasn't fooled. She could see how Naruto's words had hurt him just as much as they had hurt her. But Minato was right. They were going to fix this. They had to fix this. They owed Naruto that much. She was going to find a way to make amends to him. She just couldn't bear the fact that one of her sons hated her, but she knew it was both her and Minato's fault, so she would do everything in her power to repair their relationship. She was an Uzumaki, after all, and if there was one thing Uzumakis cared about the most, it was their family. She had already failed as a mother to Naruto, but she wasn't going to fail again. She was his mother, whether he liked it or not, and she was going to do her best to repair their relationship. It didn't matter if she ended up hurting herself in the process, she would be there for her son, no matter what. What Kushina didn't know was that her husband was having similar thoughts back in his office. So she wasn't going to be the only one trying her best to make amends to Naruto. Sadly, for both Kushina and Minato, they would never know that the real reason for their neglect was because of a larger plan. A plan in which they were nothing more than pawns whose task was already fulfilled. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, just like his wife, Minato Namikaze was having some thoughts about his relationship with his eldest son, Naruto, or more precisely, the lack of one. What on earth had made him ignore his son to the point of Naruto denying him as his father? What had gotten into his mind? How could he have done something like that? What kind of father was he? These thoughts plagued the Hokage's mind right now, showing that just like his wife, he was deeply ashamed of his actions toward the eldest of his triplets. And how could he not be? His children were his pride and joy, and yet he had mistreated one of them to the point of him not wanting anything to do with his family. Minato sighed before looking at the picture of his family that he always kept on his desk. Normally, this picture would always bring a smile to the powerful shinobi, but this time, it did nothing but bring even more shame and sadness. The reason was that in this particular picture, you could see both him and his wife smiling happily, while in front of them were Menma, Mito, and Natsumi, all three of them showing different amounts of happiness. It was taken the day that both Menma and Mito started the academy. But it was only yesterday that Minato noticed what was wrong with this perfect image of his family. Naruto wasn't in it. Minato let out a sad sigh, rubbing the bridge of his nose with his fingers. It was in moments like this that he would ask for advice from his sensei or his predecessor, but Jiraiya wasn't in the village because of his spy network, and he didn't feel comfortable talking about it with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kami knows how the man known as the god of shinobi would react to a father neglecting his child. Minato was sure of one thing, though. He would find a way to earn his son's forgiveness, just like he had told his wife. He knew there had to be a way, and even though it would probably be hard, Minato had hoped that Naruto would find it in his heart to forgive them if they showed that they truly regretted what they had done. With another sigh, the blonde man started working on his paperwork once again. While he normally hated it with a passion, this time, he found it distracting enough. Something that would make him forget a little about the entire problem he now had. At the end of the day, though, his problems would always come back to haunt his thoughts, and he had no choice but to accept that. Back at the academy, Mito Uzumaki Namikaze was a confused and conflicted young lady. Of course, this didn't show in her appearance, but in her thoughts. And all of her thoughts right now were about no one but her dear Naruto Unii-san. Make no mistake, Mito loved her whole family. Even if Menma could be annoying sometimes, she knew he had a good and loyal heart. Sadly, that went out the window every time the subject of Naruto came up with Menma, something Mito couldn't understand. They were brothers, right? So why did Menma have to insult her Naruto Unii-san whenever he could? That really pissed off the young redhead. After all, if there was something she disliked more than anything else in this world, it was when someone insulted her dear brother. Now this might confuse a lot of people. After all, if you were to ask anyone, they would say that the relationship between Mito and Naruto was strained at best. While this was in fact true, some would say strained wasn't the right word. It didn't reflect Mito's true feelings toward her brother at all. And what were those feelings? Simple, they were of nothing but love and concern. Yes, Mito loved her brother with all her heart. In fact, this past week had been one of the hardest for the young redhead. She almost had a panic attack once her parents had told her that Naruto had gone missing. Mito wasn't dumb, of course. She knew exactly how bad the relationship between Naruto and her parents was. Heck, she was pretty sure that Naruto didn't even live in the house anymore. In fact, the only reason Mito hadn't told her parents or even questioned Naruto himself was because she at least saw him at the academy almost every day. In fact, in her first year at the academy, she had even threatened some boys, who were led by Kiba Inyazuka, that if they ever bullied Naruto, they would meet her fury. Suffice it to say that the boys were too scared to even consider bullying Naruto. Now you may wonder why she acted the way she did toward Naruto if she in fact cared about him a lot. The answer to that brought nothing but shame and regret to the young redhead. It was definitely a decision that she had regretted ever since she was convinced to act so cold toward her brother, just like the rest of her family. It was something that happened after hearing a conversation between her Tio-san and her perverted godfather/unofficial grandfather. She wasn't supposed to hear it at all, but the young redhead had ended up spying on them after hearing them talking in her Tio-san's office from the kitchen. To put it simply, they both talked about how a group of S-rank criminals called the Akatsuki were going to hunt the Jinchurikis in order to get the power of their baijus. Kami knows for what reason. Hearing that a group of such strong people were hunting people like you was something that deeply affected young Mito a lot, and considering the fact that she was just 7 when she heard it, it was definitely something that would rock her world. It was with that news and the still fresh memories of the nightmares she had before, which was the reason she had gone to the kitchen in the first place, that the young violet-eyed girl tried to sleep. The nightmare had actually consisted of her losing control of the Kyuubi's power and attacking her family. It was more than obvious that she didn't sleep very well. No, it wasn't because of the fact that she couldn't sleep at all. In fact, she actually fell asleep quite fast. No, it was because of what happened once she fell asleep. At the beginning, she had thought it was just another weird nightmare, but such an event could not be described as a dream. After all, it was the first time she met the Kyuubi sealed inside of her. Unknown place, 7 years ago. A 7-year-old Mito was nothing but confused and a little scared. Why? Because she had just gone to sleep after hearing some shocking information that she was sure she shouldn't have heard, but as soon as she closed her eyes, she found herself in one of the weirdest places she had ever been. This place could be described as a long corridor with completely white walls, ceiling, and floor. The walls were divided into sections by silver pillars. In each section, a small light ball was in the middle, illuminating the whole place. Just above each little light was the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. The whole place looked like it was made of marble. Mito was more than confused seeing this place. After all, she had never been here in her life. How had she gotten here in the first place? Wasn't she in her house a few seconds ago? For a moment, she thought this might be another dream, but she dismissed that possibility rather quickly. This place just felt too real to be called a dream. The young redhead didn't know why, but she felt like something was calling her at the end of the white path. Not knowing what else to do at this point, the young girl started walking with trepidation toward what she believed was the deepest part of this strange place. Walking for a few minutes, Mito found herself in front of something she wasn't expecting, a cage. It was as big as the room and had completely black bars. In the middle of the cage was a piece of paper with the kanji 4 seal written on it. "So, my dear jailer finally decides to show herself in front of me," a deep voice from the cage said, almost making Mito jump in surprise. Just then, a large pair of red eyes appeared inside the cage, followed by a set of razor-sharp teeth that formed a big, menacing grin. While Mito wasn't a scaredy cat, this sight still made her eyes widen in fear, as she had no idea what this thing was. Apparently, her young mind had decided to ignore the fact that there were bars between them. "What's wrong, little girl? Did the fox eat your tongue?" The strange being spoke again, chuckling darkly at seeing the little human paralyzed in fear. Meanwhile, Mito was doing her best to calm her nerves and produce words that weren't screams of panic. She was failing a little bit, though. "Who are you?" the girl asked, her voice quite meek, which was uncharacteristic for her. However, given the circumstances, it was understandable. This question was met with nothing but a growl from the being behind the bars, making the young redhead even more nervous. Great! The little runt doesn't even know who's sealed inside her. Of all the humans that stupid Hokage could have sealed me inside of, he had to do it in a dumb tomato girl that's about to piss herself. "Why don't you use that head of yours and figure it out yourself, unless that's a task too hard for a hairless monkey like you," the monster said, his red eyes looking at Mito as if she were nothing but a little ant he would step on just for fun. If only he could. It took a few moments for the words to register in Mito's mind, but when they did, she started putting everything together. The fact that she had fallen asleep just before getting here, how weird this place felt, the big cage with the seal tag on it, and of course, the angry-looking being in front of her. "You're the Kyuubi," Mito announced, her voice barely a whisper. But it was apparently high enough for the now-revealed Kyuubi no Yoko to hear, considering how his grin became even wider. "Well, it looks like there's still hope for you, you little dimwit. I can only hope you won't be as dumb as that other walking tomato bitch you call mother was. Kami knows this world doesn't need more people like her going around," the Kyuubi said, his voice dripping with malice. This time, though, the insults finally got to Mito, and to say she was pissed off would be an understatement. "You take that back," the angry redhead yelled, obviously not liking the insults directed at her and her mother. Mito was not as hot-headed as Menma, but even she couldn't just stand there while the Kyuubi of all beings started insulting her family. The fear Mito felt before was replaced by both anger and confidence. That confidence came from her knowing that the Kyuubi couldn't do anything to harm her because of the seal, which meant she was completely safe here. Or at least that's what she hoped. "Oh, looks like the little runt here likes to bark. Please tell me, little girl, what will you do if I don't? Yell at me until your lungs give out? Let me tell you something, little girl, I had the horrible pleasure of hearing your mother having you and making you with that blonde monkey you call a father, so at this point, I'm immune to your Uzumaki bitch's screams and moans," the Kyuubi mocked, his voice taking on a tone of disgust at the end. That had to be one of the fox's most horrible experiences in his long life, having to hear his former jailer and her mate go at it like bunnies in heat. It was just his bad luck that the seal would become weak enough for him to hear and sometimes feel what Kushina was experiencing while mating. He didn't even want to think about how his first jailer was with that stupid Mokutan, would release, user. She was worse. Of course, that declaration made Mito blush completely red, making her face actually resemble a ripe tomato. She knew what the Kyuubi was talking about. After all, her mother had already given her the talk. Of course, she never imagined that this was going to be the theme of her first conversation with the Baijuyu sealed in her gut. The young redhead shook her head, trying to get rid of what the Kyuubi had just said, and started taking some calming breaths, knowing that if she lost her temper, the damn fox would just keep mocking her. "Where are we anyway?" Mito asked, deciding not to let the Kyuubi get a rise out of her. Of course, the young redhead had an idea of where they were, but she wanted to get confirmation from the Kyuubi, who just scoffed at hearing that question. "And here I was thinking you had a brain, I guess I shouldn't have gotten my hopes so high," cue for an angry glare from Mito, although the Kyuubi either didn't notice or didn't care. "If you must know, this place is your subconscious, but how did I end up here?" Mito asked herself. After all, she knew that to enter one's subconscious, you needed a lot of practice in different arts, something she had yet to have. "I called you," the Kyuubi replied, getting a surprised expression from Mito. Just after that, the powerful Baijuyu moved so that Mito could see his whole body, including the 9 tails that gave him his name behind him. He was just as her mother and father had described him, the only difference was that his fur was brown instead of orange, which confused her. And why would you do that? And how did you even manage to do something like that? Tou-san's seal shouldn't let you, Mito asked, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Of course, both she and her brother had tried to get in contact with the Kyuubi before during training with their parents, but neither of them had managed to do it. So why would the Kyuubi call her like this? It made no sense in her opinion. Well, let's just say that your inner turmoil created an opening in the seal, the Kyuubi answered, getting a shocked expression from Mito. Of course, what Mito didn't know was that the Kyuubi was not telling her the complete truth. In reality, the seal of the Shinigami, for some reason, became weaker a few moments ago, just after he received a visit from that weird servant of his. The guy had said nothing, he just smiled at him before tweaking the seal a little bit, letting the Kyuubi know what his jailer had just found out about the Akatsuki. Of course, the Kyuubi had demanded an explanation from the white-haired man, but the only thing he got was an introduction, an annoying smile, him altering the seal, and then practically threatening him about revealing what he had done here, just before winking and leaving as if he was never there to begin with. Now, this left a completely confused Kyuubi, who ended up deciding not to look a gift horse in the mouth. After all, it's not like he could question the man again. So the powerful Baijuyu simply decided to accept the gift he got and call his jailer here. After all, if there was an organization hunting Jinchura Kiss, he needed to make sure his jailer wasn't as weak as he believed she was, as if she got caught, it probably meant death for him, and he pretty much liked to live, even if he had to tolerate the stupid females of the Uzumaki clan. And about my reason to call you here, well, I believe it's quite obvious at this point, don't you think? Akatsuki, the Kyuubi revealed, lowering his head so that it was at the same level as Mito's body, his red eyes looking directly into Mito's violet eyes. Well, what are you going to do about the group of psycho ninjas you have on your tail, little girl? I'll face them, of course. If they try to get me, then I will train hard to be able to beat them. I won't let a group of criminals hurt me or my family just because of you. Mito answered quite passionately. After all, she wouldn't let anyone harm her family. She would protect them. Is that so? Well, let me be the one with the revelation then. At this rate, you won't be strong enough to face them. What do you mean by that? I know I'm not strong enough yet, but if I keep training, I will. Mito's speech was stopped because of the angry growl the Kyuubi made. Apparently, the Baijuyu was not amused by Mito's words, and he would make that quite clear. Training? Well, I'll admit you might get strong enough if you train, there's still one factor that's holding you down, little girl, and we both know who it is, that useless older brother of yours, the Kyuubi said, getting another shocked expression from Mito. Said expression went from shock to one of complete rage quite fast, though. Leave Naruto Nii-san out of this. And don't you dare talk about him like that, Mito screeched, directing a hateful glare at the Kyuubi's eyes, who didn't even seem surprised by the young girl's reaction. How could he be surprised considering that in the little time that man had altered his seal, he had looked at some of his jailer's thoughts and memories, and he was tired of how almost all of them were centered on that brother of hers. She was borderline obsessed with him at this point, and there was no way the Kyuubi would let this go. After all, it was a distraction that he could not let the girl have. You know I'm right, little girl. How are you supposed to get strong when you spend almost every second of your life thinking about that Naruto brother of yours? For Kami's sake, you even skip training sometimes with a lame excuse just to spend time with him. Well, that needs to end. My survival depends on you getting strong enough, you little monkey, so I won't have you going all week just because you have an obsession with your brother, the Kyuubi said with a snarl, both of his clawed hands gripping the bars of the cage tightly. Meanwhile, Mito became red-faced upon hearing the Kyuubi's rant. Whether it was because of anger or embarrassment, the Kyuubi didn't know or care. I'm not obsessed with my brother, the girl said, although it was quite obvious that the Kyuubi didn't believe her. And he needs me. He doesn't have anybody else in the family, Mito ended sadly with a downcast look. What she was saying was true, after all. Mito wasn't stupid, she knew that her brother was treated unfairly by both her parents and her other siblings. She had tried to change that by talking to her parents, but whatever she said concerning Naruto always fell on deaf ears. Menma wasn't helping at all, and she was doing her best so that Natsumi wouldn't end up like him, which was quite difficult. In the end, Mito had decided to do her best so that her brother felt at least some love in the family, which was the reason she spent a lot of time with him. She loved her Naruto Nii-san deeply, and seeing him sad because of their parents or Menma always brought sadness to her heart. Meanwhile, the Kyuubi had decided to change his approach here. He should have known this girl cared too much for that Naruto monkey, but maybe he could use that to his advantage. Yes, indeed he could. It seems you're not getting it into that thick skull that you call a head. Let me explain so that even an idiot like you can understand. Cue for another glare from the girl. This Akatsuki organization won't stop at nothing to get to you. You know what that means? It means that they will do anything to catch you. I'm sure they are not above taking hostages, the Kyuubi said, and it only took a few seconds for Mito to understand what he meant by that, which earned a gasp and a horrified expression from her, which made the Kyuubi chuckle mentally. It seems you're finally understanding, little girl. Now, while I'm sure that brother of yours who is my other half and your sister will be able to stand a chance considering that they are being trained by your parents, your other brother is a different case. He's being trained by no one. He will be an easy prey for the Akatsuki, especially if they know that by getting him, they would be able to get to you, the powerful Baijuyu revealed, his eyes looking at how stricken Mito looked at the information she had just gotten. Meanwhile, the young girl was thinking about the Kyuubi's words. He was right, she thought. If there was really an organization of S-class ninjas hunting her in Menma, then the rest of her family was in danger. And Naruto was, even though she hated to admit it, the easiest of them to capture. What could she do to protect him? She already tried to tell her parents to include Naruto in the training, but just like always, they didn't hear her. What if something happened to her Nii-san because they were looking for her? She would never forgive herself if the Akatsuki got their hands on her dear brother. She wouldn't let them. If you want to protect your brother. As soon as the Kyuubi said this, he got Mito's full attention, and just like that, the fox knew he had her in his claws. Then I have an idea. What is it? Mito knew she shouldn't be trusting someone like the Kyuubi for this, but she could not think of anyone else. Her Nii-san was her most precious person in this world, and she would do anything to protect him. This is what you need to do, even if it meant hurting him in the process. Mito sighed sadly. Remembering that meeting and the fact that she had actually listened to the Kyuubi always made her hate herself. Basically, the fox had told her that her family would always be targeted by the Akatsuki and that the only way to protect Naruto was to make sure he was as far away from his family as he could. For this, the Kyuubi had told her that since she was the only one treating Naruto as a member of the family, if she started treating him badly too, he would, sooner or later, leave their family for good, which would make him safer. Now, of course, Mito had protested, telling him that she would never hurt her brother on purpose. The Kyuubi had replied by saying that if she truly cared about Naruto, then she would be willing to do anything in order to protect him. He also told her that by doing this, she would be able to focus on her training more, which would definitely help her in order to fight against the Akatsuki once they appeared. The Kyuubi also told her that if she went with his plan, he would make it easier for her to use his chakras so that she had a better chance at surviving. Mito didn't want to follow his plan, but after thinking about it, she reached the conclusion that he was right. A part of her thought of training him personally, but the Kyuubi cut that idea quite fast, saying that it would take too much of her time and that she couldn't teach stuff she was barely learning herself. So, in the end, Mito had no choice but to accept the Kyuubi's proposal, which explains her change in behavior towards Naruto when they were 7 years old. Seeing her brother's safe face when she acted cold toward him was one of the things that hurt Mito the most, but she had to do it. If Naruto ended up separating from their family completely, then that would make him safer, and that was what Mito wanted more than anything. Of course, she had always had second thoughts about her decision to act so cold toward her dear Nii-san, but she held herself firm to the belief she was doing what was best for him. Of course, that changed when Naruto disappeared for a whole week. To say that Mito was worried would be an understatement. She even blamed herself, thinking that Naruto had decided to leave the village or something because of their family. She believed that if she had paid more attention to him, then she wouldn't have let him go missing like he did. Of course, when he finally appeared yesterday, she was more than happy, and the first thing she wanted to do was to go where he was and hug him like there was no tomorrow. She controlled herself, though, knowing that Naruto probably resented her. That belief was supported by how her mother acted the rest of the day. She looked so fragile and lost. Even though she tried to act like nothing had happened, Mito could easily see that whatever Naruto had said to her had hurt her deeply. That actually scared Mito a lot. She didn't know what she would do if Naruto told her that he hated her. Even though she knew it would be her fault for listening to the Kyuubi, it was still something that scared her a lot. So right now, Mito was having an internal conflict. A part of her wanted to go and talk to her Naruto Nii-san, to make sure he was okay and to make sure that he would not do anything as stupid as disappear for a whole week, Kami knows where. Heck, a part of her wanted to follow him just to make sure he wasn't doing anything dangerous or bad. But she was also scared. Scared of her brother's reaction towards her. She was scared of him not wanting to have anything to do with her. And she was definitely scared of him hating her. Because Mito was not sure what she would do if the person she loved the most in this world told her that he hated her. An unknown place. The Shinigami drifted in a dark abyss, lost in thought. His plan was unfolding flawlessly, or so Alcor's reports suggested. And the Shinigami had no doubt of their accuracy. His little servant wouldn't dare lie to him, even if he could. He wasn't the only one with subordinates, though. His two siblings also commanded their own entourages. Servants were a necessity for gods for various reasons. The primary one, gods couldn't enter any world unless they were summoned by its inhabitants. This was one of the rules the divine trio had to follow. They were hardly the omnipotent beings some humans imagined. It wasn't that they lacked power, they were the most powerful entities in existence. But they couldn't wield that power as they pleased. A strict set of rules bound the three of them unless, of course, they wished to be destroyed by the other two. This was why they needed servants. They were the god's eyes and ears in different worlds, or at least, that was the job the Shinigami assigned his. Unlike his brother and sister, he had no interest in observing humans for all eternity. His servants also had rules, but they were fewer than the gods. One rule was to never cause major changes in a world. They could perform minor tasks, which the Shinigami was sure many of his sibling servants did, but nothing on a grand scale, like destroying a world. He was certain Yami would be the first to order his servants to do so if not for that rule. That didn't mean his brother didn't have other ways to create the chaos he so enjoyed. This was why the Shinigami had sent Zeref to that particular world. The Shinigami knew Yami was plotting something. After all, Yami had indirectly destroyed Zeref's home world. That was just his way. While Kami was the goddess of light and hope, Yami was the god of darkness and despair. These two were in a constant state of war. Yami would use his servants to try to obliterate a world, only for Kami to stop him with hers. Meanwhile, the Shinigami always remained on the sidelines, simply watching and ensuring the balance was maintained. After all he wanted was souls, and he would get them no matter what. Of course, everything changed when one of Yami's schemes actually succeeded and a world was completely destroyed by the abomination known as Zeref didn't know it, but he had been nothing more than a pawn in a successful plot. To say the gods were affected by the complete annihilation of a world's population would be an understatement. Kami became weak. She was now a mere shadow of her former self. As the goddess of hope, love, and all good feelings, the destruction of a world was a heavy burden. Both she and Yami drew their power from humans, and even though it was only one world among many, the impact on Kami was devastating. Yami, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. This was the first time an entire world had been destroyed, and Yami felt more powerful than ever. Just as his title suggested, he fed on human despair, and nothing brought more despair than death. So, of course, when a world was utterly destroyed, Yami would feel it. But it wasn't just that. The Shinigami was certain the destruction being caused by END had made it different. After all, Yami and END felt just too similar. And now that Kami was weak and Yami was acting like a hyperactive child, the Shinigami had to act. He couldn't allow Yami to destroy another world. It wasn't practical for the god of death. While he had appreciated the influx of souls from E.N.D's killing spree, the Shinigami was a pragmatic being who always considered the long term. A destroyed world meant no new souls would be produced, and that was something he would not tolerate. For this reason, he sent Zeref to the world its inhabitants called the Elemental Nations with a few simple instructions. The Shinigami knew Yami's next plan was centered there. He could feel the other monster Yami called a servant on that world. And if he was there, all hell would break loose. With Kami unable to act, the Shinigami had to intervene. Zeref's primary mission was to train a young boy named Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The Shinigami had chosen him for two reasons. The first was the boy's soul. It was strong, stronger than anything the Shinigami had ever felt. The only thing that came close was Yami's favorite servant when he was human. Sadly, Yami had taken that human soul upon his death and made him his servant. That human had been a monster before, and now under Yami's control, he had become one of the strongest beings in existence. Heck, Alcor was the Shinigami's strongest servant, and he was sure Yami's pet would kill him easily. That was not a good thought. The second reason was more recent. Kami had also taken an interest in Naruto, and when his sister took an interest in a human, it usually meant he would bring about great changes in his world. For better or worse, who knew? But great changes indeed. The gods couldn't see the future, but it was easy for the Shinigami to sense where and when a powerful soul would be born. One of the jobs he gave his servants was to ensure those souls came into being, as they were his favorite food, and he would be damned if he lost one just because a servant of Kami or Yami did something stupid. The Shinigami had gone to great lengths to ensure Zeref could train Naruto from birth. He would have used one of his servants for this, but it became unnecessary when the boy's father summoned him. The Shinigami seized the opportunity, doing what he believed would give Zeref easy access to Naruto. Because he was summoned, the Shinigami could do whatever he wanted with his summoner, Minato Namikaze, which would normally mean taking his soul. But that wouldn't have worked for the Shinigami, as the child's mother would still be alive. So he didn't take Minato's soul. Instead, he took something of equal value to a man's soul that would aid his plan. He took all the feelings Minato and Kushina had for Naruto. Normally, the Shinigami would never do this, but for the sake of his plan, it had to be done. Since he was summoned to seal the nine-tailed fox, he could take whatever he wanted as payment. The only thing he did was not tell Minato what he took. For the same reason, he had sent Alcor to alter his seal on both parts of the Kyuubi. Humans were predictable, as was the Kyuubi, so after telling Alcor what to do, it was easy enough to figure out what the Kyuubi would do. Yes, his plan worked perfectly, and now Naruto was being trained by Zeref. A boy with so much potential trained by Zeref, who once had a lot of potential himself, would become a force to be reckoned with, and the Shinigami needed someone like that to stop his foolish brother's plan. Of course, the Shinigami was not evil. Once he saw that Zeref had started training Naruto, he gave Minato and Kushina their feelings for Naruto back. After all, they might be useful to the boy in the future, and the Shinigami needed Naruto to have every possible advantage. This was one of the reasons he had given Zeref the Blade of Souls. It was a useful tool that both Zeref and Naruto would need sooner or later. Right now, there wasn't much the Shinigami could do but wait. All the pieces were on the board, and sadly, it was Yami's turn to play. But knowing his brother, he would do little to interfere with the Shinigami's plan. After all, the man was a psychopath who enjoyed causing despair, but there was one feeling he loved even more, one that made him a walking contradiction. What Yami loved more than causing despair in others was to feel despair himself. And what better way to feel despair than to watch your own plans crumble before your eyes? 2 months later, the Ninja Academy. It had been 2 months since Naruto last trained with his sensei, Zeref, in the place he called the training room, and the young blonde found himself with mixed feelings about it. For one, he was both frustrated and disappointed that he couldn't go and train with his father figure. More than once, he had wanted to simply go to his apartment and use the magic circle there to train. Sadly, his theory about Umbu operatives following him proved correct. He couldn't see them, of course, but after a few days of his return from the Forest of Death, as the people he told the story to believed, he managed to sense the presence of 2 Umbu while meditating. It wasn't easy, but it confirmed his suspicions, so for the time being, Naruto had to keep a low profile. Of course, this meant he ended up staying at his former family's house, which meant he saw them more than he would have liked. His only hope was that they would get the hint and not bother him. Sadly, he wasn't that lucky. For starters, both Minato and Kushina had tried to include him in every little thing they did with their children. From family meals to their training sessions, they tried to make him a part of it. It didn't work, though. Naruto would spend only the bare minimum time he had to in that house. He would always simply say no when they tried to get him to join their training. He didn't want to owe them anything. He didn't need or want their help with training. There was also the fact that training with them might reveal his true skills, and that was something he didn't want to do until absolutely necessary. He had to eat, though, and he couldn't eat out forever, so on more than one occasion, he ended up eating dinner with the whole family. It was an experience Naruto found both annoying and a test of his self-control. Both Minato and Kushina would, of course, try to get him to join the dinner table conversations, and he would do his best to ignore them. Meanwhile, both Menma and Mito would give him quite the looks. Menma would glare at him at almost every meal, while Mito would give him piercing looks when she thought he wasn't paying attention. He was. Natsumi, on the other hand, always acted as if nothing was wrong. Apparently, the little hamster, as Naruto called her in his mind, couldn't detect the tension that appeared every time he was in a room with her family. The youngest Uzumaki Namikaze would always try to become Naruto's shadow as soon as he entered the house, which was sometimes too early for his liking, and would try to follow him and ask a bunch of questions so fast he couldn't even understand some of them. He did manage to pick up the fact, before he closed his door in her face, that she thought he was cooler than Menma and that the black part of his hair made him look cute. He disagreed. Of all his former family, Natsumi was the member Naruto felt most conflicted about. He didn't see her as family, just like the others, but in the end, Naruto was not an irrational person. He had thought about his blood relative's behavior a lot and had concluded that Natsumi's behavior toward him was the fault of both her parents and Menma. More Menma's than anyone else's, after all. Naruto remembered how Menma would instruct Natsumi on how to treat him, and without Kushina or Minato telling her that what Menma was teaching her was bullying, she ended up taking her brother's words to heart. At least it looked like she had corrected her behavior. Naruto's control had its limits, and he didn't want to find out if an energetic Natsumi throwing insults at him would make him break his self-control. His other former sister acted quite differently in his presence. Every time he and Mito were together, including at the academy, she would give him these weird looks whenever she thought he wasn't paying attention. Her eyes would look at him so intently that Naruto sometimes wondered what was going on in her head. It was as if Naruto was the center of her world for the few seconds she spent looking at him. Sometimes, those looks were accompanied by her biting her lower lip, and Naruto could swear he caught her blushing more than once. That, even though Naruto would not admit it, put him on edge on more than one occasion. Menma was another matter entirely. Apparently, the blonde hadn't gotten the memo on how to annoy Naruto since the only thing he did was glare at him. He never said anything or tried to do anything to Naruto, he just glared and nothing else. Of course, Naruto had no problem with that, in fact, he was thankful. A glare was something he could handle easily. But he didn't know what he would do if Menma started fawning over him like the others. Naruto didn't spend all his time with his former family, though. Since he couldn't go to either his apartment or the training room for fear of Umbu finding the place and telling the Hokage, he ended up training as best as he could in Konoha's many training grounds. For those sessions, he was almost always in the company of his friend Sasuke. Apparently, the young Uchiha had decided to take advantage of the fact that Naruto had stopped disappearing after class every day by spending as much time with him as she could. Of course, Naruto had no complaints about this. He actually liked spending time with Sasuke. She had been his first friend besides Zeref, and Naruto truly enjoyed his time with the temperamental girl, even if he had to dodge a few rage-induced attacks thanks to one or two comments he couldn't keep to himself. Hey, when you spend almost all your day with someone with the emotional ability of a rock like Zeref, you tend to want to see some kind of reaction to, well, anything. And Sasuke was way too easy to get a rise out of, especially when she went into what Naruto called her Ajusama mode. She would always preach about how the Uchiha were the greatest clan and how he should feel honored to be speaking to someone like her. Now if only she could say that while not being face-first in the ground after a spar. One of the things that made Naruto feel the worst was the fact that he hadn't been able to practice magic freely in the past 2 months. In fact, he hadn't even spoken to Zeref in this time, and Naruto found himself missing his fatherly figure. While being with Sasuke was good and all, he was still keeping a lot of secrets from her. But with his sensei, he didn't have to hide anything. He was someone Naruto could talk to about anything on his mind, knowing that his sensei would probably give him some advice. Even if that advice was a few cryptic words that sometimes confused Naruto even more. Another thing that kept happening over the past 2 months, much to Naruto's internal annoyance, was his strange meetings with the woman known as Anko Mitarashi. He didn't know how or why, but the coat-wearing jounin, or at least that was the rank Naruto believed she had, would just appear out of nowhere, often with dango in her hand, and sit in a tree, complaining about people Naruto didn't know while he trained. The only thing Naruto was glad about was that Anko would only do that when Sasuke couldn't come and train with him after class. Naruto didn't know why, but he had a feeling that if the two of them met, things would end badly, probably for him. Naruto's training the past month had been focused on his ninja training. He couldn't do much, so he ended up focusing on the elemental training he had read about in the library. Of course, the young blonde started with the exercise related to his first magic, lightning, which was quite simple. He just had to light up a light bulb by turning his chakra into lightning through his hand. It was quite easy for Naruto to do that exercise, thanks to both his high affinity for the element itself and his chakra control. After that, he ended up doing the fire element exercise since he had read that having an affinity for that particular element was quite common in Konoha. The training consisted of burning a leaf with chakra, which in theory was quite simple, but in practice, Naruto found it harder than the lightning training. But that wasn't surprising, considering that he might not even have an affinity for the element. He wouldn't be certain about his affinities until he got some chakra paper, but he was more than sure that lightning was one of them at this point. In an attempt to see if another element would be simpler or more difficult, Naruto switched his fire training to wind element training. He found that cutting a leaf with chakra was slightly easier than burning it, so he chose to focus on that instead. Since his former parents both had an affinity for the wind element, something he knew for certain, having watched them use the type of jutsu with ease before he met Zeref, it was quite possible he had inherited the same affinity. He could now cut the leaf completely, but not as fast as he wanted, so he continued to practice. "What's on your mind this time, Naruto?" a voice asked, pulling Naruto from his thoughts. As usual, he turned his attention to the right, where the question came from, and saw none other than Sasuke, who had a raised eyebrow. "Nothing important. What about you? Nervous about today?" Naruto shot back, his face neutral and devoid of emotion, though a faint glint of amusement showed in his deep blue eyes. Sasuke couldn't help but snort, crossing her arms over her chest, her head held high with a smirk on her lips. "Please, as if someone like me would fail something so easy. They should just give me the headband already." "Of course, Sasuke. Just make sure to keep that ego in check. We wouldn't want it to get to your head now, would we?" Naruto replied, earning a small glare from Sasuke before she huffed, turned her head, and muttered something about a blonde idiot. Today was, in fact, a very important day. It was their last day at the academy. Yes, after today's graduation test, Naruto and Sasuke would finally become genin of the village of Konoha. Both Naruto and Sasuke were very confident in their abilities to pass the graduation test. After all, Sasuke was tied with Mito for Kunoichi of the Year, and Naruto was sure he was more than ready to be a genin. His training with Zeref had paid off, and he was certain he could ace the test if he felt like it, but as always, he would just do what was necessary to pass. Naruto took this moment to observe the other students who would also be graduating today. His gaze swept the entire classroom, lingering on those he considered the most promising soon-to-be genin, which, of course, included most of the boys and girls raised in shinobi families, along with 1 or 2 civilians. At one of the 3-person desks, Menma sat in the middle, a wide grin on his face as he joked with the boy to his right. This boy had messy brown hair, sharp black eyes with vertical slit-like pupils, and pronounced canine teeth. He also had the distinctive red fang markings of the Inyazuka clan on his cheeks. His outfit consisted of a form-fitting black leather jacket with zips on the chest and sleeves, along with black pants and sandals that matched the jacket. This boy was known as Kiba Inyazuka. At another desk, 3 girls were chatting quietly. In the middle was none other than Mito Uzumaki Namikaze. To her right sat a girl with dark blue hair, fair skin, and the unique eyes of the Hyuga clan. She had a straight, waist-length, Heim-style haircut with 2 shoulder-length strands framing her face. Her attire was a loose-fitting, long-sleeved, lavender and cream zip-up jacket over mesh armor that hid her well-developed bust, along with navy blue pants and black, low-heeled sandals. This girl was known as Hinata Hayaga. To Mito's left was another girl. This girl had long brown hair and light brown eyes. Her hair was straight on one side, but braided on the other. In addition, she wore a clip with two circular designs. For her outfit, she had a pink kimono that hugged her B-cup breasts, held closed by a pink sash with two front pockets. She also wore violet baggy pants and red mesh armor under her kimono and on her legs, along with orange sandals. This girl was one of the last members of the Kurama clan, Yakumo Kurama. At a different desk, 3 boys sat. In the middle was a boy with shoulder-length black hair tied in a spiky ponytail and narrow brown eyes. His outfit consisted of a green-lined mesh t-shirt under a short-sleeved gray jacket with green edges, adorned on both the sleeves and the back with a circle with a line through it, brown pants, and blue sandals. He also wore a pair of silver hoop earrings. This person was Naruto's second friend here at the academy, Shikamaru Nara. To his right was a robust guy with waist-length spiky brown hair and swirl marks on his cheeks. He was wearing a red suit with plated armor on his torso, arms, and upper legs, with the kanji 4 food on his chest. He was also wearing a pair of small hoop earrings. This person was known as Koji Akimichi, and right now he was doing his best to stuff his face with some chips. To Shikamaru's left sat another guy. This person had dark, bushy, brown hair and dark, narrow eyes that were hidden behind dark sunglasses. His clothes covered most of his body. They consisted of a dark green jacket with a high, upturned collar, a hood, and a satchel on his back. Besides that, he had simple black umbu pants and ninja sandals. This guy was known as Shino Abarame. At another desk, a pair of girls were having a fast-paced conversation loud enough for Naruto to hear some of their words. One of these girls had fair skin, blue eyes, and long blonde hair, which was in a ponytail that reached her hips, with a bang that practically hid one of her eyes. She had a set of fishnets on both her arms and over her knees. She also wore a short, purple, sleeveless blouse, and open front purple apron skirt over a shorter black skirt, with short fishnet shorts underneath. She had a red clip in her hair and a pair of small silver hoop earrings. This girl was one of the most popular girls in class, Ino Yamanaka. Beside her was Ino's best friend and probably the most promising civilian in the classroom. This girl had bright pink hair, large green eyes, and fair skin. Her attire consisted of a red top with white circular designs, with black gloves, black low-heeled calf-high boots, black shorts under a short gray apron skirt, and gray elbow protectors. This girl's name was Sakura Harano. Naruto had spent close to 3 years with all these people, but he hardly knew them. In fact, besides Shikamaru and Sasuke, and sometimes Koji or Shino when they were with Shikamaru, he hadn't really spoken to any of them. He didn't really care at this point, though. It's not like he disliked them or anything, but he simply didn't have time to socialize. In fact, he was sure that if it wasn't for Sasuke challenging him to a spar 2 years ago, the two of them might never have become friends. It wasn't really easy to talk to them anyway. Kiba was too much of a brat sometimes for Naruto's taste, and both Hinata and Yakumo were too shy and were always with Mito, which meant that talking to them would mean Mito would get into the conversation. Ino and Sakura were too girly for his taste. The fact that they were talking about makeup right now didn't help their case. Koji was friendly enough, but Naruto didn't talk to him unless Shikamaru was with him, and Shino, just like Naruto himself, was a man of few words, so having a normal conversation with him would probably mean saying nothing for a good portion of it. Naruto knew that when he graduated, he would be put on a team with 3 other members, so he was more than ready to try and establish a relationship of companionship and trust between him and them. He just hoped that Sasuke and Shikamaru would be part of his team. It would make things a lot easier. Of course, he also hoped not to be on the same team as either Menma or Mito. He would at least act civil if it happened, but he knew that being on a team with them would create trouble sooner or later. There was also the fact that Naruto could not really trust those two, and without trust, a team would fall apart rather quickly. Naruto's attention shifted from his classmates to the man who had just entered the classroom. This man, Irika-sensei, as everyone here called him, had a set of papers in his hands. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the written part of the test was about to begin. Naruto just hoped he could finish this thing fast enough. After all, once he became a shinobi, he would be declared an adult, and he would no longer have to hide. A few hours later, "Congratulations, Naruto-kun," Irika said to the blonde before giving him his headband with a small smile. The scarred Chunin couldn't help it. After all, seeing his students graduate was one of his favorite moments. With an almost invisible smile, Naruto accepted the headband that would tell everyone he was now a ninja of Konoha. Naruto tied his headband on his forehead and, after thanking Irika, he left the classroom and started walking out of the academy. The young blonde didn't find anyone in the hall since he was the last one to do the ninjutsu part of the test. The test itself had been laughable for the young blonde. The written test was nothing that Naruto didn't know about Konoha's history or the other subjects that appeared on it. After that, it was time for the kunao and shuriken throwing part of the test. Like with the written part, Naruto just did enough to pass. There was no reason to show off, after all, although he could feel Sasuke's glare the entire time. It was apparent that the young Uchiha didn't like the fact that Naruto was hiding his true strength, but there was nothing she could do about it, but she was sure that Naruto was the strongest student here. He had to be able to defeat her so easily every time they sparred. After that, it was time for the taijutsu part of the test, which simply consisted of doing your best against Iruka while another Chunin Mizuki was his name. Naruto believed judged their efforts. Again, Naruto had just done what he believed was necessary to pass. After that, it was time for the last part of the test, which consisted of performing the 3 basic academy jutsu. Naruto had done that easily after watching everyone else do so and leave. He was the last one after all, with Menma and Mito taking the test just before him. He could have sworn that he had heard Mito wish him good luck after she had gotten her headband, but Naruto had quickly shaken that idea out of his mind. After all, he was sure he had heard wrong or something, as if Mito of all people would wish him good luck. So right now, Naruto was simply walking out of the academy, his face a mask of indifference. What Naruto wanted to do right now was to go and see his sensei to tell him the news. He was now a shinobi, which meant he was considered an adult. Now he could live in his apartment like before, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. After all, Minato and Kushina had no control over him now. Yes, Naruto would visit his sensei soon, probably at night though, to not raise any suspicion by just disappearing in the middle of the day. Once Naruto had gotten out of the academy, he was greeted by the sight of multiple parents and family members congratulating their sons and daughters for finally becoming proud shinobi and kunoichi of the village. His attention went to the group of 4 people with black hair and eyes, 2 men and 2 women, one of whom was Naruto's friend, Sasuke. Apparently, even her elusive brother had found time to come and congratulate his little sister. He could easily see it, Sasuke's mother hugging her daughter while both her brother and father had smiles that, while small, perfectly showed the pride they both felt towards Sasuke. Through all of this, Sasuke was beaming at them. It was the biggest smile Naruto had ever seen on Sasuke's face. After a few moments, Sasuke's eyes went directly to Naruto's, and the young blonde offered her a small smile while touching his headband. Sasuke's response was another smile and a nod while touching the headband that was on her own forehead. None of the 3 elder Uchihas missed this interaction, though, and Mikato would make sure to bring this little fact up at the family dinner today. After all, seeing her daughter so flustered about a boy was something that Mikato enjoyed. Fugaku just raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. It was not the place, and he was sure his wife would bring it up later anyway. Itaki, on the other hand, gave Naruto an analytical look. Naruto caught his gaze and matched it with his own, and he could have sworn that he saw Itaka's eyes flash red before the Uchiha redirected his focus. Naruto just narrowed his eyes a little but decided not to say anything. He would need to remember to never look an Uchiha in the eyes, though, who knows what might happen if he did. Sasuke was an exception, of course. Not only was she his friend, but she didn't even have the Sharingan yet, so Naruto was sure that looking into her eyes would result in nothing but a flustered Sasuke. She tended to do that for some reason when he stared long enough. Naruto's eyes caught the color of red before a little red-headed missile impacted his body and tried to hug the life out of him. Naruto had to use all of his self-control not to push whoever was hugging him, but when he looked down, the identity became obvious. After all, he ended up face-to-face with the winning face of none other than Natsume Uzumaki Namikaze. "I knew you could do it, Oniai-chan," Natsume said happily, who apparently had seen Naruto's headband and decided that a hug was in order. This just made Naruto blink twice before taking calming breaths. What was up with this girl? How could she act like there was nothing bad between him and her family? Did she forget, or did she just not care at all and thought that it was all water under the bridge? Naruto couldn't understand the little hamster at all, and the fact that she acted like they were the best of siblings annoyed him to no end. Of course, Naruto didn't want to make a scene, so he had to restrain himself from just pushing the girl off him or even saying anything. After all, he didn't trust his voice to come out as anything but a snarl. Naruto did his best to move himself out of the hug, which was quite difficult since the little hamster had a strong grip on him. She even pouted cutely when Naruto finally managed to break the stupid hug. The young blonde thought that he was finally free and was more than ready to use the Sunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, to leave without much fuss. Sadly for the young blonde, the rest of the Uzumaki Namikaze family had decided to take this chance to greet Naruto. Well, Minato and Kushina did. Mito just followed with her brow furrowed in both confusion and mild annoyance, and Menma had his normal glare and sneer every time he looked at his brother. "Congratulations, Sachi," Kushina spoke, who tried to move forward and embrace her eldest child. Of course, Naruto caught this, and as soon as Kushina moved, he took a step back, his whole body tense. Physical affection was not something that Naruto was used to, and coming from the woman who had neglected him since he was a kid, he couldn't help but feel a little threatened. As soon as Kushina saw this, she stopped in her tracks and did her best to stop the tears that threatened to come out of her eyes. Her Sachi had rejected her once again, and every time he did, it just hurt even more. Even though she knew it was both her and Minato's fault, she couldn't help it. She wanted her Sachi as a part of the family. Naruto's gaze went from the now dejected redhead to his new leader, who had put his arm around his wife in comfort. Naruto knew that he would be in the presence of his former father in the future. It was not something he could escape. After all, he was the Hokage, and Naruto was now one of his shinobi. Naruto wanted to make sure, though, that Minato understood that whatever relationship they would ever have would be strictly professional. Hokage-sama, Naruto greeted with a stiff nod toward the eldest blonde, his voice so cold and devoid of emotions that not even Menma could be stopped from flinching. Both Menma's and Mito's expressions quickly turned to surprise upon hearing Naruto's tone. Meanwhile, Natsume looked plainly confused by this. Was there a problem between her Naruto Onii-chan and her Tou-chan and Kaa-chan? Minato wanted to say that he didn't have to call him Hokage and that calling him Tou-san was okay, but upon seeing his son's cold eyes, he held himself back. Naruto-kun, we were going to celebrate your Mito's and Menma's graduation by going to eat some ramen, and we were really hoping that you could come with us. Naruto had to swallow the scoff that threatened to escape his lips. The very notion of celebrating with these people was one that would have never crossed his mind, and he couldn't find a single reason to accept their offer. He had already explained how their relationship, or the lack thereof, worked. They simply refused to understand. Naruto could easily see the hope in both Minato and Kushina's eyes, and the young blonde was more than prepared to extinguish that hope. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, but I have matters to attend to. You will have to go and celebrate without me. It's not like that stopped you before anyway, Naruto said, the last part a low murmur, but both Minato and Kushina heard it loud and clear, and it, of course, made both look crestfallen. Wanting to put an end to this farce, Naruto began walking past his former family. He would have succeeded in leaving them behind if it weren't for the hand that gripped his arm tightly. Of course, this made Naruto turn, which brought him face to face with a visibly distraught Mito. Deep blue eyes met violet for more than a few seconds, during which neither Naruto nor Mito spoke. The young redhead didn't know why she had stopped her brother like this, she just had the feeling that if she let him go, the chasm between them would become even wider. Mito hadn't missed the look Naruto gave Sasuke, and she was surprised to find herself being jealous of the young Uchiha. Mito knew that her brother and Sasuke had some sort of friendship or something like that, but she thought it was nothing major. But when she saw her brother smiling at Sasuke, a true smile, it made her jealous of her. She wanted her brother to smile at her too. The fact that Natsume had gone and hugged him so freely didn't help either. She had wanted to hug him too, just like her, but she was still afraid of how Naruto might react. She was sure she wouldn't be able to handle rejection from her beloved brother, and the tone he had used toward their father certainly didn't help. Mito had wanted to say something, anything, to her brother before he left, but she just couldn't find the words. What could she say? I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I love you. She wanted to say these things and more, but a single look at Naruto's cold eyes, filled with nothing but indifference, made her words die in her throat. Naruto, having had enough, simply yanked his arm free and continued walking out of the place. He was truly tired of having to deal with this family that seemed to not grasp the hint. He now hoped more than ever not to be put on the same team as either Menma or Mito. Kami only knows what he would do if either of them crossed the line. His self-control was good, but it wasn't infallible. He just hoped that his former parents would stop trying to mend their relationship. There was nothing to fix because it was already broken beyond repair. Naruto was sure of that, and he was also sure that it was more likely that his sensei would crack up and roll on the ground in laughter before he accepted those people as his family. And if he had to beat the living daylights out of one of them to make his point, then, well, he guessed Menma would do just fine. Hours later, at night, Mizuki was one happy traitor. The soon-to-be former Chunin of Konoha had managed to steal the famous Scroll of Secrets, which contained a number of forbidden techniques from the Hokage themselves. It was not easy to steal it, though. No, Mizuki's original plan was to use that good-for-nothing Kyuubi brat, Naruto, but the stupid monster ended up actually passing his graduation test, rendering Mizuki's plan of manipulating him into stealing the scroll by telling him it was a remedial test useless. Of course, not everything was lost. It was riskier, but he managed to steal the scroll by himself. Fooling the guards of the scroll was easy enough. He just had to kill one of them and then use Henge no Jutsu, transformation technique, to fool the other guard, whom, of course, he killed afterward. So it was an excited Mizuki that was moving through the forest outside of Konoha, his destination none other than Iwagakure no Sato. His plan was to learn everything he could from the scroll and then use it as a bargaining chip to get an important position in IWA. Here in Konoha, his career's improvement was stunted, but in IWA, he would become one of the top shinobi there, he was sure of it. Mizuki knew that by this point, someone had already noticed that the scroll had been stolen, so he had to move fast before the tracking teams got a lead on him. It was because of both his excitement and his hurry that Mizuki never noticed the pair of black eyes that had seen him steal the scroll, or how the owner of those eyes had followed him in the shadows, waiting for his chance to strike. Which was now. The last thing Mizuki remembered was thinking of how powerful he would become, just before his whole world turned black. An hour later, with Naruto. The young blonde didn't know what was going on, he just knew that, for some reason, almost every available ninja had been deployed to search for someone. Who? Naruto had no idea, but whoever he was had just given Naruto his golden chance to visit his sensei. The young blonde had spent the rest of that day meditating in his room in the home of his former family. Naruto had already decided to wait until nighttime to sneak out and go visit his sensei. He was also using this time to find peace in his mind. After all, once again the fact that his former parents had tried to act like they cared just made him remember the words of his shadow when they fought. Natsumi and Mito's actions had both confused and annoyed him too. He truly would have to find the moment to put a stop to Natsumi's affection. She was not his sister, and he was not her brother, so there was no reason for her to act that way. She couldn't just act like everything was okay between them, that's not how it worked. On the other hand, Mito's action just plain confused him. Why did she grab him? She hadn't spoken a word to him in years, and now she tried to what? Stop him from leaving? Why? There was also the look she gave him at that moment. Naruto didn't understand what that glint she had in her eyes was. Was it fear? Why would she be scared? It just didn't make sense in Naruto's opinion. And for the first time in his life, Naruto was actually thankful for Menma. After all, the bastard had not changed in any way and had just given him his normal glare, something that, in comparison with everything else, was very welcome. So it was a confused Naruto that entered his apartment. The young dragon slayer had just used Sunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, to appear outside and was now going directly toward the magical circle that would teleport him to the training room. And like normal, he pressed his hand in the circle and focused his magic there. The effect was instantaneous, and Naruto disappeared in a black flash. Not knowing that he would be entering another test of zeref. What is the meaning of this? Were the first words that Naruto said as soon as he reached the training room. His eyes widened in complete shock. The reason for that reaction was the fact that, as soon as Naruto reached the training room, he was greeted with the sight of one of the Chunin instructors of the academy. Mizuki was his name. He remembered chained, upside down, and unconscious. Just a little bit to the right was his sensei, reading a black scroll that Naruto had never seen in his sensei's possession. As soon as he spoke, Zeref's attention went from the scroll to his apprentice, his black, emotionless eyes meeting confused, deep blue ones. "Greetings, Naruto-kun," said Zeref, apparently not surprised at all by Naruto's reaction. "Sensei, what's going on?" asked Naruto once again, his brows furrowed in complete confusion. He knew that if his sensei did something, it was for a reason, but Naruto couldn't think of any reason to kidnap someone like Mizuki. "This person, Naruto-kun, tried to steal the scroll of secrets of Konoha," revealed Zeref, getting another shocked expression from Naruto. The young blonde knew about what the scroll was. It was one of the things that the academy taught, after all. It was a scroll that contained information on multiple jutsus that the former and present Hokage decided to store in there. It was truly one of Konoha's most valuable artifacts, so why would a Chunin like Mizuki steal it? The only reason that Naruto could think for something like that was, "He's a traitor," murmured Naruto, getting a nod of agreement from the powerful dark mage. "Indeed, Naruto-kun. Mizuki here stole the scroll of secrets and was more than ready to sell it to another village, probably in exchange for some sort of privilege in said village. He would have probably done this after studying the scroll himself. If this scroll had fallen into the wrong hands, it would have probably started conflicts that, if my guess is right, would probably have been the starting phase of the Fourth Shinobi World War." Now this truly shocked Naruto. A war starting just because of the actions of a greedy man? Was it that easy to start those kinds of conflicts? Naruto had his doubts, but Zeref wasn't kidding. The powerful dark mage had the intentions of stealing the scroll himself. He wouldn't keep it, though. No, he would just read it and, if he found anything useful, he would copy it for his apprentice. After all, Zeref couldn't use any of the jutsu in the scroll thanks to his lack of chakra. What Zeref found in the scroll had definitely surprised him a little bit. Some of the jutsus there seemed quite useful, like the different Mokuton, wood release, and Sutten, water release, that were documented in the scroll. Of course, he knew that Naruto would not be able to use Mokuton, wood release, so he ignored that part, but he did copy the Sutten, water release, techniques. Besides that, there was also information on both the Raise-Non, spiraling ball, and Hiraishin no Jutsu, flying thunder god technique. Another noteworthy jutsu was the Shiki Fujin, dead demon consuming seal. But without a doubt, the most shocking jutsu that Zeref found there was the Kukiyos Edo Tensei, summoning impure world reincarnation. Of course, someone like Zeref, whose magic centered around life and death, would be interested in something like a jutsu that brought the dead back to the living. Zeref himself knew a technique similar to that, but there were differences. Zeref had never used it himself since he had never had the necessity or the requirement to use that form of the black arts. While creating life was something that Zeref had done a lot, returning a person from the land of death was definitely something he had never done. It didn't take a genius to know that so many powerful techniques in the wrong hands could create chaos, especially if someone went wild and created an army of undead soldiers. A part of Zeref wanted to destroy the original scroll. After all, the last thing he wanted was someone playing with the Kukios Edo Tensei, summoning impure world reincarnation, but he ended up not doing it, thinking that if the scroll wasn't returned, it might bring unnecessary action from the Hokage's part. So, after copying everything that Zeref thought would be useful in different scrolls, he returned the scroll to where it was before it was stolen by Mizuki. It was quite easy for the Dark Lord to move around in places that were heavily guarded. After all, he could easily avoid detection, and even seals that worked by detecting intruders didn't work on him. After all, those seals worked by detecting chakra signatures, and Zeref had no chakra in his body. He could even enter the Hokage's house easily enough. His reason for bringing Mizuki here, though, were completely different. He didn't know how Naruto would react to what he was going to have to do, but this was something that Zeref knew Naruto had to get out of the way fast. It wouldn't do for him to hesitate in a mission or a fight just because he had doubts or fear. No, Naruto was his apprentice, and Zeref would make sure Naruto was more than ready for when he faced the worst. The scroll has already been returned, started Zeref, his eyes looking directly at Naruto's, but now it's time to deal with the man that was more than ready to sell the place he vowed to protect just because of his greed. As soon as Zeref finished, the chains that maintained Mizuki floating disappeared, and the silver-haired Chunin fell to the ground with a thud. He didn't wake up, though. "What are you going to do with him?" asked Naruto, wanting to know how his sensei would proceed from here. "Me? I'm doing nothing, Naruto-kun. This man right here is nothing but scum. Someone that was ready to sell his loyalties just for power and prestige. Someone that was ready to put this whole village in danger just because of his greed. There is only one thing that this kind of people deserves, Naruto-kun, that is, death." "You want me to kill him?" questioned Naruto, his voice rising a little bit while his eyes were looking at his sensei incredulously. Of course, Naruto had never killed before. He knew he was going to have to do it sooner or later. He was a ninja after all, but this situation was definitely catching him off guard. "It's just like I told you, Naruto-kun. As a shinobi of Konoha, you have new duties. Protecting the village is one of them. Disposing of threats to the village itself is another one. This man right here has no friends, family, or anyone that would miss him. You already know it, Naruto-kun. You will kill sooner or later, and the first kill is always the hardest one. It's better if you do it now than in the middle of a fight in which you could easily freeze or hesitate at any moment," replied Zeref, his sole focus on his apprentice. Meanwhile, Naruto knew that what his sensei was saying was true. Killing for the first time was definitely not easy, and doing it in the middle of the battlefield was definitely not recommended. But still, Naruto could not stop the doubt that was appearing in his head. Could he easily kill someone in cold blood like this? The man wasn't even awake for Kami's sake. Although Naruto didn't know if that made it any easier or harder. Zeref noted his apprentice's doubts, and he knew that he had to squash them fast. After all, this was necessary. It might be hard, but it was better in a controlled environment like this than on a mission. "Naruto-kun, this man killed 2 other ninjas of Konoha just to get the scroll, and I'm sure he would have killed anyone that stood in his path. He deserves neither mercy nor forgiveness. People like him never learn, Naruto-kun, and they are simply better off dead," spoke Zeref, getting a small nod from Naruto, whose attention went from his sensei to the passed-out form of the Chunin. His personal opinion of Mizuki was simple. He disliked him. He knew that Mizuki was one of those few people that believed he was the Kyuubi. Kami knows why. That, combined with what Zeref just said, made Naruto care little for the Chunin, but it was still his first kill. Trepidation was to be expected. So it was with slow steps that Naruto approached the sleeping form of Mizuki, his right hand grabbing a kunai from his pouch. When Naruto finally reached the unconscious Chunin, he did his best to hide his feelings with a stony face, but Zeref could easily see them. After taking a few deep breaths, Naruto decided to get this over with as fast as he could, so it was with a firm hold on his kunai that Naruto stabbed the unconscious Chunin right where his heart was. He then twisted the knife just to make sure before plunging it out and throwing the bloody weapon to the side, his hand now trembling and his eyes refusing to see the cadaver of the man that became his first kill. Naruto didn't know how Zeref had done it, but Mizuki didn't make any sound when Naruto stabbed him, and for that, he was glad. After all, it might have made things harder. Naruto now felt sick. He didn't know how people felt after killing, but he sure wasn't liking the feeling right now. What gave him the right to take a life like this? Wasn't it wrong? Even if his sensei told him that it was necessary, he still felt that he had become someone bad. A murderer. A killer. A monster. Naruto was taken out of his thoughts when his sensei placed his hand on his shoulder, and when Naruto looked into his eyes, he saw something he didn't expect. Understanding and acceptance. "I understand, Naruto-kun," started Zeref, his voice, while still emotionless, it had a tinge of something. Sadness. Naruto believed. In an ideal world, taking the life of another human being would be preposterous. But this world is far from that. Don't fool yourself, Naruto-kun. You will meet people whose value of others' lives is so little that they enjoy taking it from them. You will meet people that will try and harm not only you but those that you care about. You will simply meet people that are a danger to everybody else. I'm not telling you to learn to like it, Naruto-kun, since that is something you should never do, but you must understand that in this world, sometimes it's killing or be killed. It doesn't make you a monster or something evil. I know you, Naruto-kun, I know that you would never take another one's life without being forced to do it. So stop thinking so much trash and pull yourself together. Zeref understood what Naruto was feeling. He had experienced the same thing the first time his magic took a life. It was only much later that he became desensitized to killing, and he knew that this callousness was what made him a monster. He killed anyone who stood in his path, sometimes even enjoying it. But now, he couldn't stop the shame and regret that surfaced every time he reflected on his actions. The young ninja found himself unconsciously nodding, latching onto his sensei's words like a lifeline. He was certain he'd never go on a killing spree, and while he might never get completely used to the idea of taking a life, Naruto knew that if he had to do it to protect what was important to him, he wouldn't hesitate. For some reason, Suzuki was the first person who came to mind. Naruto ended up on the ground, using a tissue Zeref gave him to clean the blood he just noticed was on his hands, clothes, and even his face. Kami knew where he'd been keeping that. After cleaning his hands, Naruto caught a black scroll his sensei threw at him. With a mix of surprise and curiosity, Naruto opened the scroll just as Zeref spoke. That's what you're going to learn before the week is over. The young blonde couldn't stop himself from muttering the name of the jutsu on the scroll, and when he read the description, his eyes widened dramatically. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. The next day, in the Hokage's office. This won't end well, Namikaze. We've already discussed this, Orochimaru. I'm not changing this team, no matter what you say. Forcing them together will only lead to disaster, Namikaze. I'll give it a week before Naruto-kun kills one of his teammates for doing something stupid. The only one who's safe is the Uchiha, and that's barely. This was the same argument that Minato Namikaze, the Hokage of Konoha, and Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, 3 legendary ninjas, had been having since they started forming the new teams. As the one in charge of keeping an eye on the academy to better understand the future shinobi and kunoichi of the village, Orochimaru would discuss the teams with the Hokage. The final decision, of course, rested on the Hokage's shoulders, but Minato always listened to Orochimaru's recommendations, as they had proven quite valuable in the past. However, this was one team that would remain as it was. Said team was, of course, comprised of 2 Jonin leaders and 4 new genin. So far, they had decided on one of the Jonin, Kakashi Hatake. Orochimaru had no problem with that, or with the team itself. It was just one member he had an issue with, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. In Orochimaru's opinion, placing the boy with his brother and sister, Menma and Mito, on the same team would only end in disaster. He didn't have to be a genius to know that Naruto's relationship with his family was strained. His visit to the house a few months back and Anko's report about the boy's behavior only confirmed his suspicions. So how in Kami's name did Minato believe this was a good idea? Orochimaru had a plan for today. He had asked to take the boy on as an apprentice. The snake summoner knew there was something very wrong with the kid. Others might not have noticed, but Orochimaru could feel how Naruto's presence was becoming more and more like his. And Orochimaru would be damned if he let someone like that go unsupervised. In fact, the snake summoner had already planned to make the boy die in a tragic accident if he proved to be too much like that monster. Orochimaru was too afraid to even think of his name, let alone say it aloud. He knew it might be difficult to get Minato to accept his proposal, but he didn't realize the man would be so thick-headed about it. From what Orochimaru could read between the lines, Minato's reason for this team was to fix the family's relationship with Naruto by making him spend time with his siblings. Orochimaru thought this was beyond foolish. A team of genin couldn't work together if personal feelings affected their teamwork, and Orochimaru didn't know if Naruto would even be able to work with the siblings he didn't care about. He guessed that Naruto might work well enough with the Uchiha girl, but that still left a very dysfunctional team. And a dysfunctional team was a dead team. Stop insinuating that my son would harm, let alone kill, his flesh and blood. He's not the monster you're making him out to be, Orochimaru, and if I hear one more word about it, then I'll make you leave and continue this by myself, Minato argued back, his eyes narrowed and his voice steel, which told Orochimaru that he would not change his mind. This made Orochimaru let out an exasperated sigh. Obviously, there was nothing he could say to change the Hokage's mind, so he would have to go with Plan B. He couldn't let this boy go unsupervised, especially out of the village, so he decided that if he couldn't keep an eye on the boy himself, he would send someone he knew was more loyal to him than to anyone else. I understand, Orochimaru said, his voice calm, hiding the frustration he was feeling. I still believe it's a bad idea, but you're clearly not going to change it. I can only hope that this won't end as badly as I think it will. The blonde Hokage nodded, thinking Orochimaru was just being overly paranoid. Of course, Minato knew that the relationship between Naruto and his family was still bad. The last month had just proved not only that but that Naruto didn't feel any love toward his siblings either, and Minato blamed himself for it. If he had been a better father, Naruto wouldn't be like that, or so he thought. Putting Naruto with Menma and Mito was a plan by both the Hokage and his wife to start fixing their relationship with their son. They hoped that, by making Naruto spend time with his siblings, he would start opening up to them, which would help them do the same with their son. It was already bad that Naruto had apparently moved out of the house, or at least that's what it seemed like since he hadn't returned home after the test. Then they found a note in his room saying he wouldn't live there anymore, and there was nothing Minato or Kushina could do about it. He was now a legal adult, so, as parents, Minato and Kushina had little to no power over Naruto, and forcing him to stay at their house by ordering him as the Hokage would probably just do more harm than good. Of course, this plan was probably going to fail, but Minato was a desperate father. He would try anything to earn his son's forgiveness, and he was sure Kushina would do the same. Another thing on Minato's mind was the situation with the Scroll of Secrets. The valuable Konoha artifact was stolen just yesterday by a Chunin known as Mizuki. Teams were sent to find the traitor before he got out of the border, but no one could find him. That ended up being just one of the mysteries that happened, as that same day, the scroll was returned to the Hokage's house by a completely black dog. The animal simply disappeared after leaving the scroll in the garden, like it was never there. His wife had been the one to see it all. This, of course, brought up a lot of questions that no one could answer. The scroll was real and in perfect condition, and Mizuki was still missing. There were still some teams looking for him, but Minato had no choice but to close the case for lack of information. He didn't know how or why it happened, but he was just glad the scroll was back and safe. Kami knew what could have happened if it ended up somewhere like IWA. Nothing good, he presumed. We still need a second sensei for the team, said Minato, going over the different profiles and records of the Jonin who had volunteered to be leaders. Kakashi was the first choice for one of the senseis of Team 7. Minato wouldn't trust anyone else with the training and leadership of a team that had 3 of his kids. They still needed another one, and Minato didn't know who would be good for the team. I have a suggestion for that, Orochimaru informed him, hiding the smirk that threatened to form on his lips. If he couldn't have the boy as his apprentice to keep an eye on him, then his own apprentice would have to do the job. Minato eyed the folder Orochimaru picked up, his eyes scanning the contents with a critical eye. Really, Orochimaru? Her? Do you think I'm dumb or something? Don't think I don't know how loyal she is to you. So because I denied your request for apprenticeship, you've decided to spy on him and his team? What game are you trying to play, Orochimaru? The last part was said with an edge in his voice, but if Orochimaru felt threatened by it, he didn't show it. I don't know what you're talking about, Hokage-sama. Anko-chan is more than appropriate for the team. Not only was she an umbu, but she was one of the best. There's also the fact that she and Naruto-kun are acquaintances. Minato's eyes widened for a moment at hearing this. He definitely didn't know that. And I'm also hoping that Anko's personality might make Naruto-kun open up to her. We need information, after all, we still don't know who trained Naruto-kun, do we? Orochimaru's voice was neutral during his explanation, and Minato had to accept his point, even if he didn't like it. Of course, Minato still knew that Orochimaru was going to use Anko to get information about his son, but what Orochimaru said was true. Minato knew that his son didn't have many friends, and that his loyalty to the village was, for some reason that Minato hadn't figured out, bad to say the least. Maybe Anko could make Naruto open up? He was going to ask Kakashi to do the same, but having more than one person doing it might help things a little bit. He knew exactly how flamboyant Anko Mitarashi could be, but that might be what Naruto needed at this point. He wouldn't let Orochimaru use any information Anko got to harm his son though. No, if he even had a feeling that Orochimaru was planning something harmful to Naruto, or any of his children for that matter, he would kill the S-rank nin faster than he could mutter, Kusanagi. I guess you do have a point, Orochimaru. Minato started, a cold glare directed toward his fellow S-rank nin. But if I find out you're trying to do anything with my son, you will die. No questions asked. Understood. Crystal, Hokage-sama. Orochimaru met Minato's glare with one of his own. He wouldn't be intimidated by someone as young as him. Sure, Minato might be stronger than him, but Orochimaru wouldn't let that go to his head. He was sure that, under the right circumstances, he could take Minato on. He just hoped the situation with Naruto didn't end up like that. Too risky for his life. We still have more teams to assemble, Orochimaru told Minato after a few seconds of nothing but glares, getting a stiff nod from the blue-eyed Hokage. The man picked up more of the files of both the graduated genin and the jonin, scanning over them with a critical eye. We could make specialized teams here, but, Minato said with a sigh, thinking of how past teams were formed and, while they worked well, Minato wanted them to be able to face any mission that came up. We need to change things up a little bit. Specialized teams are okay, but we can do better than that. The village needs teams that can handle every situation. Balanced teams that won't fall apart just because the mission is not one they're normally comfortable with. At this, Orochimaru couldn't help but smirk. Finally, something he could agree with. Minato was right. Making more all-around teams would help their survival. Besides, specialized teams depended too much on teamwork with only their team, and most teams were separated once one or two of them reached Chunin status. In that case, I have a few suggestions. And so, they went on. A week later, in the academy. Just as they were told a week ago, all of the graduated genin came to the academy, waiting for the announcement of which teams they would be with for the start of their ninja careers. Just like always, Naruto sat at one of the farthest desks, a scroll in his hand and Sasuke on his right with a completely bored expression. The young Uchiha had already tried to start a conversation with her blonde friend, but she found herself talking to a wall. He was so immersed in that scroll that the best answer she got was a hum from him. She almost succumbed to the urge to grab the scroll and burn it with a good katon, fire release, technique. The damn thing was stealing the attention of her friend, and she didn't like it. It wasn't like she wanted the attention for herself, though, or so she kept repeating in her head. Meanwhile, and oblivious to Sasuke's inner turmoil, Naruto was just reading another one of the scrolls that Zeref had gotten for him. Kami knows where. He had already mastered the first one, the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, and he was now reading about a complementary technique for the Jutsu, the Bunshin Debakaha, Clone Great Explosion. Of course, while Naruto had a greater quantity of chakra than normal, he couldn't go around creating armies of clones. They just needed way too much chakra for Naruto to be comfortable with. There was also the fact that Naruto's magic depended on his chakra to replenish itself, so it was better for Naruto not to spend all of his chakra just making a few clones. The other function of the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, was that Naruto would get all the information the clone got before disappearing. Of course, the possibilities of using them for training appeared in Naruto's head as soon as he read it, but his sensei told him about the different cons of this. The first one was that, for some reason that neither Naruto nor Zeref understood, the clones would disappear as soon as they tried to use magic. Zeref had a few theories about why, but nothing conclusive, so using them for magical training was simply out of the question. Reading and other forms of training, such as chakra control, ended up being the only things his clones could train, but even so, Zeref just let Naruto make one or two clones, and Naruto ended up being okay with that. The backlash of getting information from a clone was significant. Naruto would end up with a splitting headache. Thank Kami that not every clone that was destroyed returned its information to his head. Only clones that puffed out of existence by themselves, or by Naruto's intent, would send their information back to the original. If a clone disappeared because it was destroyed in, for example, a fight, then Naruto would not get any info from it, just the knowledge that one of his clones had disappeared.